Ladies, and more ladies. Maybe there are some gentlemen in the crowd. How are you all doing this fine, wonderful night? It's me, Zimzilla, and I am not alone, as I am joined by Takaiju. Say hello, my good sir.
Hello.
And
How
Vic
is
had
everyone?
just sent me a text through Twitter saying that he will be just a little bit late because obviously traffic and the fact that he lives on the other side of the country always means that we just got to pull things together. But at least Takaiju's here, so I'm not alone. Thank God.
Yes, I am here.
But outside of how I hope everyone, all you viewers are doing, how have you been, Takaiju?
I've been pretty good. Just busy with art and school stuff, obviously. Working on a film is a bit time consuming.
Yeah, no, definitely. With
Yeah.
having to wake up super early for my own classes, I know the feeling all too well, and I dread it and I hate it, and I am in absolute pain. And this is why I drink, folks. And yeah, how's it going, Brandon? I mean, here's the thing. I'm no beta male because I don't have a B in my name. So if the shoe
Yo.
fits. Hello, I'm here. We can start now. Yeah, now we can finally start. How's it going, Grant? Or the Bioman 12. But outside of just what we've been doing in our lives, has there been any kaiju news that's been of any interest or import to you? Any interesting merch,
Um,
etc., etc.?
Let me think. Um, oh well, I guess in terms of merch, X Plus announced a Godzilla Ultima finally, which is
Mm.
it looks really cool.
It is really beautiful.
It looks so cool. It's really cool that they based the pose off of like the render.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like it's clearly based off of that, and it looks pretty good. I've seen some complain that it looks a little off, and that it could be off, or it could be just the camera lens that's making some things look a bit more off. But it's also still
Honest,
a prototype, so it's like,
yeah. Also, I think it may be just the fact of like seeing it in a more physical format rather than like a render just
yeah,
might be it.
yeah, I
Let me try
agree.
to bring it up because I think Kaiju News Outlet had just that, and we can sort of look at it side by side with the render.
It's also like, I don't know. Like I feel like even if it is a little off, it still looks really good.
There it
Um,
is. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you for joining us. You finally came one day, and it's a fan Kaiju one, so you know it's the perfect one for you to join onto. Let me share my screen. And there we are, the beautiful boy.
it looks so cool.
Oh my goodness. Like, I can tell how big that is, and I'm just thinking to myself, where am I going to put this?
Well, it's big, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not 30 centimeters big. I think it's the tail that's really gonna.
Yeah, because that tail is going to loop around a ton. I
Yeah.
might move off one of my, like, other X Pluses, or I might just move off other things that's behind me and put it there, but I'm so excited.
Yeah, I've been waiting for an Ultima. I can't believe they came out with like the ride design before Ultima. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
really? Like, where's
Well,
Ultima?
honestly, I'm not surprised because didn't the ride stuff was coming out before singular point
True.
stuff. So I
I
bet they
guess you're
kind of
right.
had that, like they probably had business deals and stuff down pat way before this.
Yeah.
But at least now we have it.
This was actually like, I was like, oh man, I really like, when this festival was happening. This was one of the top things that I was like really hoping for. So I'm really happy that they finally showed it off.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah.
Also, they showed off Shin Naranga from
Yeah.
Shin
I think someone had
Ultraman,
there's the picture right there.
and that one looks incredible. The pose on that one looks incredible.
That's really good too. Yeah. I'm like, they didn't show off any Gabora ones at all? No, right?
No, they did not. They didn't show any Gabora yet. Speaking of Shin Ultraman, though, we keep getting dates for when it's coming out, but none here, and it's like really annoying because I've been trying to like avoid spoilers, and I know what's in the movie, but I don't know like the context of it. I think pretty
Okay.
much. I won't say anything, but like, yeah, it's just kind of annoying because it's like, oh, I want to see this movie already.
Yeah, no, for
already.
me, like, so much has already been spoiled. I'm just like, I just kind of want to see it with the full context. Like, I really, really just want to watch it.
Yeah,
But
like I think I
hopefully,
know every single monster that's in it. I won't say which ones for, but like
mhm,
it's kind of it's just annoying that like I wish I could have just like seen like saw them like for the first time on screen.
exactly,
You
yeah.
know, but yeah, I don't think there has been much like news except for actually um the Godzilla and GigaBash collaboration.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
Um,
trying to see if there's one of the announcements they have for the collab, and all we really ended up seeing, here it is we see an atomic breath and essentially what has been the Godzilla marketing logo and a roar. But we don't know what Godzilla looks like, though, which
yeah,
honestly I'm kind of surprised by.
I oh, man, I'm guessing they just started. I really hope that I asked them. I hope they create their own Godzilla design and like their own style.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's probably gonna be Heisei Godzilla.
The
But
thing for me is that, like, I think it's gonna be Heisei Godzilla, but like I've been looking at the beam, and then I've been looking at or hearing the roar, and the roar sounds like 84, and then the beam, it looks like Monsterverse and or Heisei. Just in
they could
terms of
just be
like,
using any roar though.
they could be though, but like specifically the 84 roar, especially when they've usually just used the Showa roar, it makes me wonder. And then the only other Godzilla that uses that roar is Ultima, which then gives me Ultima Hopium that we'll see him in a game.
That'd be
But
cool.
it would be nice. I would love to see. He would be perfect for a game because then, or specifically this game, because he's so different from Rawa. So he
Hmm.
could kind of be his own thing. And then if they're gonna add a new stage for him, um, essentially like Red Particle Tokyo would be very unique, as well as it could
Yeah.
add its own hazard to it as well. So like I think Ultima's like the perfect choice for it, but like I don't know. It's probably gonna be
I
Heisei.
would just like to see them like tackle like make a their own kind of design because they already have such a cool style with their kaiju.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, cause like I feel like just plopping in like Heisei Godzilla into all of these like it would look a little off.
It
I
would
feel like
look
they
a
might
little.
modify it to like actually fit their style, but still would
Mm-hmm.
be Heisei Godzilla. I would love to see their own interpretation
Exactly.
for whatever I guess Toho will allow. But
That'd be
like
super weird if it ended up just being the ride Godzilla.
that'd be weird.
It just like that Godzilla just ends up becoming the Godzilla they use for crossovers for like some reason.
Oof.
That'd be the
A lot of
funniest thing
people would
ever.
not be happy about
A
that.
lot of people would not be happy.
And apparently, I think they are like they're not just adding Godzilla; they're gonna add more
Mm-hmm.
monsters. I think,
Yeah,
which is really cool.
the rumor has indeed been that the Godzilla wasn't the only one, which means hopefully I get to see Gigan. That'd make me happy.
Yes, I want Gigan so bad.
Gigan fits perfectly. Like, it needs to happen.
It needs to
And
happen.
like, the other thing I keep on saying to myself is that one of the devs follows me, and hey, I think he follows a lot of people actually on Twitter,
Yep.
and he's been liking every single post I say when I bring up Gigan. So I'm in like, is it? I'm in like at this point after the announcement, I'm on pure hopium at the moment.
I think
That like
Gigan and Hedora would work really well for this
Gigan
game.
and Hedora works. Megalon works really well.
Yeah. Oh, Megalon really works. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um,
This is gonna piss some people off, but like, Space Godzilla kind of does work. I know a lot of people would not be happy by that, but Space Godzilla really would work.
I think Mothra would work too.
Mothra would.
I mean,
Mothra would be
she's gonna be in it, but
Mothra
like,
would be very interesting because like I mean, there is that one secret monster that doesn't really have like a typical body, so I guess they could do what they did with that monster to make it work for Mothra. But
Good.
mhm.
It's really cool. It's cool though. I knew people would be like mad that it's not an original Godzilla game, which yeah, like it's disappointing
Mhm.
that it's not like a new Godzilla game, but like it's I don't know, it's so cool. And like I think people I want to say this actually. People attacking developers for this, like
You all
shame
are
on you
stupid.
because they don't deserve it. And also it's just this is just another original kaiju like content, and I think um, I don't know. We should give it a chance instead of just always just hoping for existing properties
Mhm.
for things.
Well, I mean, that's always
But
been my stance is that like I'll always try to support original properties because um that like the only way you're going to get more variety in the genre as well as to preserve the integrity of the genre you like is by having those properties to work out.
yeah,
So again,
I was actually gonna get this game. I didn't know it actually came out. Like I got it the day of the announcement, but I actually didn't know it was actually out. I thought it was still like a couple months until it came out, but then I was like, oh,
yeah,
it's out, so I just got it.
yeah, no, I've been I got that and both that and Dawn of the Monsters day one when they came out
Oh yeah, I
because I
got
was like
Dawn of the
really big
Monsters
on
too.
trying to support those, which that does it gives me hope. Like honestly, as much as I know some people would be like, the only reason why people like it is because Godzilla's in the game now. I think that if they do get more people to get eyes on it, and I really think it's gonna be more or less normie fans who are
Hmm.
gonna want to get the game now, or like normies in general, than if Godzilla gets non kaiju fans into a kaiju game. I'd say good.
Yeah, like yeah, I guess I agree. I just find it like a bit sad that like we need like oh like we need like a uh another property that's already established to like
I
make
think it's
something
like it also
big.
comes down
But
to the fact that like kaiju, sadly, isn't like the same thing as like military sci-fi or
yeah,
space opera, where like a new space opera can land and like almost everyone's gonna be like, oh, I'm interested to see where this goes. I don't need it to be like a Halo thing or a Mass Effect thing. It just kind of is, if that makes sense.
yeah,
But
yeah. But it is exciting
it is
and
super exciting. Yeah.
interesting to see what they do with it.
Someone did ask, what about King Kong for the game? Um, when it
I don't know if
comes
they
to
could do
Kong,
that.
um, it would definitely be interesting to see him in the game. However, rights wise, I'd be interested to see how that would work because everyone should know by now, but Kong has incredibly crazy and annoying rights. So them having to deal with that would probably be a nightmare. But hopefully, um, if they're working with Toho could work something out. Maybe, possibly. Because honestly, at this point, King Kong is essentially becoming a Godzilla monster. Um,
Yeah,
so
or
that's what I'd say.
or should we say Kong has become a Godzilla monster?
Yes, yeah.
Because King Kong, I don't know. I almost like to view it this way. King Kong is the smaller monkey, and then Kong is the kaiju monkey.
Ironic that the smaller one's called King Kong,
Yeah,
but good work. And then there's like some people on even greater hopium than I, hoping that we see Gamera in this game.
Gamera. That'd be
Gamera.
cool. Gamera. Who's Gamera? No one knows who Gamera is.
Quite literally, like if some people are saying, "Oh, adding this monster, that monster is cope," adding Gamera, that right there, that is cope.
Gamera for the MonsterVerse. Never gonna
Gamera for the
happen.
MonsterVerse, yeah. Or,
I will be
I'll
right
see.
back.
Sure,
Oh,
I'll answer some questions in the meantime. And I know that obviously for everyone who does not know, that is 98 Defender or Appreciator. Vic, he's sent some message in while he's on his way home. Seeing how Godzilla does in crossover material may show Toho there's potential for his own game depending on the response. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I want the kaijus from Kaiju Land in the game. That'd be interesting. We all know that's gonna happen. Gamera dead, my boy. Yeah, Gamera is dead and gone, sadly. It is a shame because like Gamera is like that a really cool monster to implement, but just how he's been handled, you realize yeah, it's never gonna happen. But maybe one day, We play an Xbox, but mail and doesn't play it, but Xbox is a baby. It doesn't have it. Yeah, Xbox. It's the thing with Xbox is that they've always had an issue with foreign games. Like you can have your Gundams, like that is the one kind of franchise I think is similar to Godzilla in this aspect, where you will have Gundam games on the Xbox, but the vast majority of anything related to Gundam is going to be more likely to appear on the Switch, the PC, and then the PlayStation if we're talking about a console, because Sony's going to have easier access to the Japanese market in that and department. Like I forget, I know it dropped, but the PlayStation I think is still a far more numerous console in Japan than in America. So like you're always going to see more Japanese related products on Japanese consoles. Same thing for the Switch. Why the Ultraman game that's going to be coming out is going to be on the Switch. It's not going to be on any other console. Can I hop on out of the blue? I like the vibe this convo. Yeah, no, definitely. Shoot me a message on Instagram or Discord, whatever app you use. Just DM me and I can send you a link, because essentially the goal was to have just more people onto the like the stream, just to sort of talk about like the design process and all that, because we're just waiting for Vic at the moment. So this is just we're just vibing at the moment. Hope it releases on the Switch. Hope what releases on the Switch Biolante 67, because I think GigaBash, it's not on the Switch, but or I don't know. No, it was. I think it was. Yeah. Let me check that actually, because I think it released like everywhere. I know I primarily play GigaBash on my PlayStation. GigaBash. Yeah, platform Switch, PlayStation, Xbox One, Windows 5, Switch. Okay, so yeah, no. It's on like every console. Why is Gamera so unlikely to appear in any material like a new movie? So Katakawa is in charge of Gamera. I am not entirely sure why Katakawa has been like quite literally the worst at kind of doing anything Gamera related. So essentially like an abused child. They've been left in the basement and never. How's it going, man? You came back.
I'm back. I was just not going to interrupt you, but
yeah, like an abused child, they left it down in the basement to starve, and now it's a shell of what it used to be. Kill me. If you want to give your thoughts about that to Kaiju while I get Pyro on, because he just told me to check Instagram.
Oh, Gamera being a neglected child or abused one, whatever.
Yeah, the neglected, abused child.
Yeah, Gamera.
That's the best reference I could give for him.
Gamera just died after the Heisei series, which sucks because they were good. I don't know. There's that like, I think Gamera would be. You know what? I think maybe, just maybe, there's a little hope. I think there's a little hope for possibly.
Yeah, there's a bit of hope.
Shin Gamera. I think
it wasn't like well, I think it was it Higuchi or was it Kaneko who was like they wanted someone to take on the reins of Gamera for like a new generation.
I thought I heard that. I thought I heard that. I just don't necessarily like remember the whole thing. But I think I think it's possible that maybe we
Yeah,
could get
like
a Shin Gamera.
I have hope, hopefully, but like I think Legendary should make the unmade Nessie film from Toho. That's a deep cut and a half.
I didn't
I
even
read
know what that
something.
was.
Yeah, they want like a while back there was gonna be a like Loch Ness monster film, but that never ended up taking off, and Toho was gonna be lending a hand. I remember I think it was Greg did a panel of it at G Fest.
So
But yes,
tonight we are talking about
the
Kaiju.
Almighty. Yes, the Almighty fan Kaiju designs.
Hell yeah.
I want to get onto that topic, but I'm like, God damn it, Vic, get home. I swear to God.
We can like, I don't know. We could start.
Yeah,
or
sure.
not. We don't have to. We don't have to like go full
Like
on
go
into
in.
it yet.
You don't have to go in hard.
Yeah.
I like going in hard. Katie. But actually we are joined by a third, and he asked to be on, and we'll introduce him. It's the Pyro Tyrant. Introduce yourself, my good man.
Yo, what's up? Can y'all hear me straight?
I can hear you good, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm the Pyro Tyrant. Yeah, I'm on Instagram. I design my own kaiju. I have like a little OC kaiju verse that I've been working on for a few years, and finally I'm able to come on one of these streams and it's like, yo, let me just hop in because like this is a vibe. I usually hop around Twitch panels and online streams like that, but like never one that's focused around kaiju and shit like that. So like I'm always interested to talk about, the giant monsters.
Yeah, no, like quite literally, there's always Twitch or YouTube kind of panels that people get to do, and there's almost always about like a lot of different topics, and I'm like, you know what? No one does this for kaiju. I'm a corner of the market, like a good capitalist.
Of course, of course.
But I mean, hey, since we do got the three, and Vic, the late man, is gonna be home in less than 20 minutes, he'll just catch up. Since obviously, what were we gonna say, Takaiju?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say before the update.
Before we go on,
I propose a question to everyone. What is their favorite kaiju design and why?
Ooh. And since Pyro is the new person on the block, we'll let him start off with a question, and I'll go last.
So, like, are we talking like officialized kaiju or like just out there, any type of kaiju?
I think it could be like, I don't know, anything really. It could be from Ultraman, Godzilla, whatever, miscellaneous. It could be even just someone small, like a small artist's kaiju. Even I don't care.
Okay. I think my all-time favorite design for a kaiju, and this might rub people the wrong way, and I can explain it. I think I like the Mutos, specifically the way Matt Frank draws in his like Godzilla Neo design. I like the way the Mutos look because like they are a really intimidating threat for Godzilla. And like that, in like just kaiju in general, we don't see a lot of them. But like the one time we do see him on screen, like they give him a run for his money, and then like the design has just never been put to actual good use again. And it really rubs me the wrong way because I think in this new era of like 21st century high-tech CGI kaiju, this is a really good design to fucking start with. It's not something that you would see like in the old Toho because of limitations in technology and suit shit. This is something that's like, yeah, I vibe with this a lot. And then like the transformations, it does remind me of like some of the old Toho kaiju, like Destroyer and shit, where it's like they go through different transformations. I wish we got a lot more of that in the movie. But like overall, I just like the design set of like Matt Frank's Mutos.
Yeah, no. And for reference, these are the This is Matt Frank's take on the Mutos, which I do have to say I actually like his take on the Mutos better than what we actually got in the film. There's just little extra details, like some of the veins around the arms adds the red to more parts of the body where it's absent. And I think probably one thing I never liked about the Mutos initially was the fact that they were a flat color, which I don't mind flat colors. I like when things are more symmetrical overall. But when you're working with secondary colors, just kind of having them in a few places kind of rubs me the wrong way because I'd rather have it be a little bit more present on other parts of the body rather than it being in like one spot, which is usually just on the legs for me. So like having the veins as well as instead of just pure jet black, there's a little bit of lighter, almost like Timberwolf gray around some of the body for all these designs is nice, along with the larval form, which we actually never saw.
I give the coloration thing because like you're 100% right about that. I give that to Monster vs. Kaiju overall. For some reason, you just don't see the variation in color. They're just like, oh, we need a color solid slab brown for Behemoth, solid slab gray for the Mutos, different solid slab gray for Godzilla, except for when he's using his power ups because he gets the lights. He's the big man, and it's just
I
like,
actually,
be a little bit more diverse with the colors. Like, let's see some flamboyant Kaiju.
yeah, I actually agree with that a lot. I love the Mutos. I think they're really sleek looking, and I do think to play devil's advocate, I feel like at least the Hawk Muto, I feel like there is some variety of color besides just the jet black. Like there's some nice like white highlights on him, which I think are really cool. I just think they're really slick in design. But I do agree with a lot of, I guess, American and modern like day kaiju. They do tend to be a very like they don't really like to play around with the color. The only thing I could really like think of, and this like I wouldn't even consider necessarily a kaiju, is Starro from the Suicide Squad. That is the most flamboyant
I'll fight
kaiju
you on that. Like, not
I've
only
seen.
is Starro the Conqueror a kaiju, yeah, he is the best example of like a brightly colored kaiju. That's fucking terrifying.
Like I was like so happy to see just color of like a giant thing on
I
screen. I was
remember
like, that's
watching
cool.
that scene in the theater and like just like watching the sheer destruction of him walking through the town and then like releasing the polyps and like yeah that's what I want from kaiju movies. I want that level of like oh we are literally fucked. Like there's nothing we can actually do about this because like yeah that was good. That was fucking good and it wasn't even like a Godzilla sized kaiju. It was
Mm-hmm.
something relatively small.
It also helps the fact that like Starro naturally had a brighter color scheme in his comic debut.
Mhm.
And the fact that he's also a starfish and starfishers are always kind of known to be pretty brightly colored just kind of help to be like, yeah, we're not going to make this a giant gray starfish. We're actually going to keep his colors pretty consistent to like what we've seen in the comics before.
I also think the fact that they really didn't deviate from his comic backstory and they made something that would be relatively seen as silly and comedic is like, yo, this is actually kind of tragic. Like the villain who plays the guy experimenting on him throughout like his entire time on Earth, like, yeah, I kind of understand why a sentient kaiju thing would do this. So it all plays into one and I think like designing this and choosing this as the final villain was like A plus.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. As well as it's not like a character you'd expect to be the final antagonist. Like in most cases, it's almost always been a like human villain or like some humanoid villain, and definitely even compared to like Steppenwolf, Starro was a very pleasant and welcome change.
I
Yeah.
think the only time I've liked like a monster design from like these superhero movies, other than Starro, that I was like, yo, I just want more of, is the giant snake things from Avengers. I don't even know what the fuck.
Oh, those things
The
are cool.
Leviathans.
Yeah, the Leviathans. I fucking love those things. The image of them just coming down from the sky and like just decimate. I love the image of that, but then like they're underutilized, man. Like
They're
oh,
crazy.
that
Mhm.
is what like because like I've tried to do this shit with my kaiju designs kind of and like the living warship idea of a kaiju I love it a lot like
Yeah,
give me the species that are like yo we're just gonna turn this massive fucking animal into a high-tech warship and that's what these things encapsulate
Battle
perfectly.
whale.
yeah, literally
Yes.
a battle whale mixed with a xenomorph, essentially. And they also kind of remind me of like Tyranid hive ships too, although a little bit more organic. Because let me bring up a Tyranid hive ship.
Oh, Warhammer's not fair, bro. That's not you can't we can't talk about kaiju and then bring up Warhammer, bro.
I mean, There are like the giant tyrants.
That's why it's not fair, because like every faction is just like, oh yeah, you fight enough and you just get big enough and you're kaiju now.
Well, that's orc philosophy. Like instead of having gargants, if orcs crumped enough of their own species or just crumped enough enemies, they should literally just become kaiju.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like just hearing some orc say he's gonna crump you, but like you don't see the orc, but like the voice boomed, and then you see this jolly green giant walking over to crump a hive city.
There's nothing jolly about that green giant.
Oh no, he's jolly. He's enjoying himself. He literally is now
He's
big enough he can crump a city. Like what? There's nothing an orc can enjoy more than that. To crump the uncrumpable.
To crump the uncrumpable.
Exactly.
What's this smarty boy think he talk?
But Takaiju, what's your favorite kaiju in like the last couple of years? Like something you've really been enjoying?
Ooh, there's so many I love, but I think I'm gonna go with one that, one of my favorites, I guess, recently. I don't know why it just really stuck with me is Diabolic from Ultraman Orb, the movie.
Oh, I spelled Ultraman wrong. It shows how smart I am. Excuse me. Ultraman Orb. I know I'm a fake fan. I don't know how to spell Ultraman right. Let's see.
And his name's Diabolic, like Dare and Bollock.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, see, yes, I am 100% a fan of that type of shit.
I love him. He's so...
Give me kaiju that just have a bunch of guns.
Yeah, he's just gun. He like I love the thing I love about his design is that he's clearly like a marketable toy, but he's also like it's not even that bad because he's like clearly built like as a weapon, and I actually really like it. I really dig the details to make him more warlike. His back is literally like a bunch of tank treads.
Ultraman, you've got to help me. I've become a marketable toy.
Yeah.
So
like his back is literally a bunch of tank treads, like just everywhere, and it's like, oh, that's cool.
I don't know if the Brumok from Gears of War counts as a kaiju because they're relatively small, but it's the same concept that you just described to kaiju. Like I love the idea of like just it's a weapon. It's a weapon and it has a massive gun on it and it has guns on its arms and it shoots you and it kills you and I love it.
It's so funny that you mentioned the Brumok because I've been getting into Gears of War lately again, and I was gonna bring up the Brumok, so. At least you did, so I don't have to.
Oh, like once we got into the design conversation, I'll tell you, Gears of War is a big impact in the way I design my kaiju and like how I design that entire world. Like,
what I also love about like Diabolic is like he's not like you think of like with these weapon kaiju, like you have to give him like everything, like you have to put so much on him, but no, it's actually it's clear, it's not simple, it's simple, it's not like overdone. It's just enough to the point where it's like, oh, this thing has a lot of weapons, but like it's not messy, I guess, in the design.
Well, you can also see like where machine and monster kind of are, because even right here you can see like there's a little almost like a knee brace in a way right here. The you can kind of tell where his hand or lack thereof or his stump would be in conjunction to like this drum barrel. They wouldn't even be an LMG at this point. An HMG as giant I was about to say meaty claw, but metal claw here, those shoulder turrets. No, it's definitely it's a really good design.
There's only one problem that gets me with these type of designs, and like they always scapegoat it, and like I can accept it because like they always fire lasers, but like you have these giant barrel fucking guns on the dude's shoulders, and the only thing I can think of is like, bro, think about the ammo production. Just think about the sheer scale of production that's needed for this thing to have like 12 seconds of continuous fire if it's just like normal human ballistic ammo, but it's always usually some alien shit and they fire lasers, but it's just like that's a human designed gun. What the fuck is ammo barrel for? Like, come on.
Well, what's ironic enough is thinking of like almost always you forget about ammo consumption, but with the I'm thinking of BattleTech now, with a lot of like the clan mechs, which were all like antagonist mechs when that whole sort of time period was going on, almost all of them always used lasers. So like you could have these guys just raining down hell upon an enemy, and it's just nothing but continuous lasers. And essentially, lasers are the one way to forget about ammo consumption. Unless you're the universe that has like cartridges for your like lasers, like a battery or something like that. But in most cases, no one does that.
Like, that's why I usually don't talk about it. But it's just like, one, it's just for me, it's just like it's almost lazy. Like, yes, lasers, we can do that for everything. Space bat lasers, everything is a laser. We don't have to worry about it. But then you get some weird motherfucker who's like, like these motherfuckers on Instagram who design their own kaiju, and it's like, nah, we going ballistic ammo, like myself, and it's just like. Then there's got to be the whole production process, because like then you got like 1 meter motherfuckers trying to produce like 50-meter tall bullets, and it's like, yeah, it missed. Congratulations. 40
On
hours.
the topic of,
missed.
I guess, designing kaiju, I guess I asked them and the chat for when Vic gets here. Do we want to design our own kaiju?
I think what's it called? Can I do a poll in the chat? I don't think I can. No, I'm not monetized, so I can't, sadly. Oof. Or can I?
YouTube said no.
YouTube daddy's like no.
I've been playing with an idea that I think it might be fun to do here on stream. And like we've all heard it before, but I'll describe it in more detail. An American Godzilla.
That isn't 98.
No. I mean like a real American Godzilla. I mean like you drop the original backstory except for the nukes, and you just like move it to Nevada or some shit where there was like hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of nuclear testing for just no fucking reason, and you make a Godzilla in that environment.
That would be interesting.
Well, I was thinking more of like just like an original kaiju that people can design like and actually like learn from like so like when they want to take like their own like
that could be interesting.
Like when they want to design their own kaiju, they can like learn from like just design things that
part of me likes that idea, but part of me also recognizes that like everyone designing a kaiju at one point in the process, they're going to look back at the OG Godzilla.
Well, in that case, none of y'all get to use Godzilla as an influence.
True.
No Goji for you.
No Goji for you.
Real quick, before I talk about my monster. Yeah, I know. What about me? Someone says, I can't explain why, but one of my favorite Pacific Rim designs is Onibaba the crab kaiju. I like seeing a horrifying crustacean kaiju. That definitely helps by the fact that we see it from our ground level, so it just kind of adds to it too. So I can definitely agree with that. But let me stop shitting there. There it is. Share screen. It's gonna. Yes, there we go. So I've been really liking this kaiju right here. It's from Colossal Conqueror, as you can see by the username, but I'm not sure exactly how to say it. I've been saying it to myself as Ganogwa. It's spelled Ganogwa, and I like it so much because of the fact that it is a bipedal reptilian kaiju, but it doesn't use a whole lot of the expected sort of monsters or creatures you'd want to use for a bipedal monster, and I just went into the DMs, my mistake. But you're looking at, you still got sort of essentially Goji spines, but they're less spiky spikes and they're more just rocks. And you have a almost ankylosaur, almost near pachycephalosaur like head, and then you've got these iguanodon like spikes. Like it adds to a very recognizable silhouette, but in like the best way possible, and is just super original. But that's one thing I like about certain kaiju designs, is taking something that's really familiar and just having a really unique twist on them. And I think he just does this really well. So I've been like really on board with this design here for something I've liked recently.
Is this a comic that's being worked on? Or is
it's a comic that's being worked on. Yes.
Nice.
Cool.
So yes, give Colossal Conqueror a follow, and it's very much 90s inspired. And as a total boomer, I do like me 90s stuff. And it's like, ooh, a spiky gecko inspired Godzilla. I like that. I think I remember seeing some concept art around the first MonsterVerse movie, which was very spiky. Which one would that be? I'm trying to think, because designs weren't necessarily like super spiky, but might actually be something I want to do in the future. But if we're ever gonna do a 2014 design, I'm gonna have to get Brendan on to help with that, because he would actually absolutely cream himself over joining for that. But we finally got the fourth, or technically third, person onto the stream. It is the G98 Defender. Say hello, good sir.
Hey, what's up, guys?
You're late.
I know.
This is what happens when you live in Commie Land and you do this to me.
That's not commie land shit. That's America land. He was at work. He was producing for the good of his nation.
Yeah, but it was in California though. So Commie Land.
That's still part of the fucking union. I'm not gonna let this anti-American hatred go on for long.
Well, I mean, look at it this way.
The entire union, all 50 states. 50 states forever. 50 states for 100 years. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it all together. We need California. Those fucking commies, they make so much fucking money, it's ridiculous. And then we just spend it. We spend it, Zim. We don't even know what to fucking spend it on. It's amazing, Zim.
Give it a couple more years, and that place is gonna just break off from that fault line right into the ocean.
Then we get to just ignore it like we do everything. It's gonna be amazing, and then we're gonna have new fucking attractions, the Californian Rock Mountains or whatever.
No, even better. We turn California into Atlantis. I'll tell my kids this was Atlantis. The cause of its fault, decadence.
That's where Gamera shows up. That's where Gamera born, California.
Gamera, who's saying California.
But since you're on Defender, any big old kaijus that you've been like are really just on the hype train for in recent years?
In recent years, let me think. Well, the one other kaiju that like I really is one of my favorites is Otachi from Pacific Rim.
Okay, because I was about to like fake kick you if you said Godzilla 98. I was like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it?
Otachi.
Like, do it.
I love Otachi so much.
Everyone loves Otachi. Ultimately, probably the best kaiju from the Pacific Rim movie. I was about to say all of Pacific Rim, but there might be one I like a little bit more. But
Otachi's so cool.
Go off and explain Defender.
I just really like his slender build, how he has like hidden wings. In ways, he reminds me of 98, which is also.
I knew it. I knew it.
But yeah, just that slender, muscular build. I like his, I guess his profile or body type, where he's like almost like a crawling dragon.
Yeah. I completely forgot about the fact that since he does it, or then since technically she has wings, essentially it's a giant kaiju wyvern.
I love how the design intentionally hides her wings.
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously now we know that she has wings, but in the movie, it comes out of nowhere.
Yes.
And it is and I remember my first reaction to that in the theater. My jaw literally dropped. I was like, "Oh my god, it can fly!"
They fly now.
It is genius. Like, it's such a great design, and with the moment it spreads his wing, it's her wings. It's like, holy shit! Like that is, I think that's the moment where it became like everyone's like, or a majority of people's favorite Pacific Rim kaiju.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly.
It's like I got another trick up my sleeve.
Yeah, not only does it have acid, the arm, tail, but now wings. And I know probably a few people might notice, but yeah, the head, the back, as well as to a lesser degree, the splitting of the jaw did influence Zogra to a degree, although ironically enough, the idea to have the bottom mandible split came more from elites from Halo rather than that. but that just became a happy accident. But ironically enough, where is in the chat? There it is. This kind of makes me a little happy, and gives some pride of myself. Seba Rex says, "Do you think GigaBash copied your monster in the thumbnail to make the raw Titans?" Which I assume probably means Rawa.
I remember. Sorry, I just want to say I recently saw because I recently bought the game and I saw the skin, the emerald skin for that kaiju, and I immediately thought of Zogara.
Here's the thing, ready?
I was like,
What's even funnier is the fact that I also use that skin in game, and I'm like, huh. I was like, neat. I was like, okay.
No, that was really. I was like,
Me, wait a second. Me, I smell litigation in the air. But
have I drawn this before?
For context, this is the monster he's referring to, Rawa, the Dragon King, which was ironically enough, was also going to be a subtitle for Zogara. But actually, I can do it from this way too. I'm gonna grab an entirely separate picture with Zogara. Where is the good one? Let me stop sharing. Hello,
Yo.
good dog. Share screen. Tib. Nope, there it is. So yes, there's Zogara. Art done by the Takaiju himself. He's here in the chat. Hello. But yeah, no, so no, they did not copy it. The head crest I designed was we can actually, this would kind of be our jumping off point of how we kind of design our monsters. When I was designing the head crest, the original idea for for Zogara was originally that he was going to be from the moon. So the idea I thought of originally was a crescent moon dragon. So having two crests, sort of like a crescent moon, I thought fit. And originally he didn't have the head crest here. This wasn't here. This wasn't here. None of this was here. And later on, as I kept on changing and evolving the design, because even then there's some outdated things about the design here that have changed recently, which I can actually just show in a different thread altogether. But with Rawa's design for the team over there at GigaBash, when they were designing their monster, they were basing it off depictions of dragons in their own culture, and that kind of crest and even the gold that's all over them is very common for them. So overall, no, there was no copying. It's just a happy accident and convergent evolution, if we want to use a term to describe the changes. But
no idea is original.
You gotta take up a fucking lawsuit. They copied you. I'm suing
suing me on their behalf.
They looked at your artwork. They saw your stream. And they was like, you know what? This is a good idea. This nigga want mine.
This is mine now. Hello. But yeah. So even going through here, these are like all. This is the hall of Zogaras here. Just kind of going in from top to bottom, like literally. Originally went with a essentially like a little skinny lizard. The two toes were always a thing that kind of stayed, and originally he was just going to have a singular claw in his hand, essentially little T-Rex arms, little spikes. The vents were essentially gills at one point, and the head was really different too, and he used to have teeth and all that, and a little tongue like that as well. And that kind of changed. I started giving them the 98 spikes, because if there's one thing I would say about 98 is that there's good things you could take away from it to make non-Godzilla monsters. And the eye shape changed, but the twin crest always kind of stayed the same. Then up armoring it a little bit. Kept the extra amount of fingers, but the two toes were always something that stayed until finally this was kind of the design I had settled with for a long time. And it was kind of there where the idea of the armor kind of came into being, because I started with this and then it became this. And then this armor style here essentially became something that stayed on a lot of my other monster designs. And I just like the idea of having these kind of samurai-like plates on the limbs. Just adds to better protection. And then this design essentially was kind of seeing what I could do with just improving my drawing, which I think I did better with the head. And that's where you start to see, even outside of with this design, the idea of the head kind of being its own shield and the spines here starts to evolve, and then becomes this design, which really has most of the later design inspiration springing from this rather than the earliest ones. And this one was just something I was doing because I was bored and I really just wanted to fuck around and see what could work or couldn't work, which is why between these three, which were all made around the same time, this one pulls the most from this one, until finally kind of going back from like somewhat horizontal to more vertical to finally fully vertical. And what's similar to this design, I just kind of fucked around and kind of did whatever until finally settling on this design, which was the basis for the commission I did with Takaiju, until finally settling on this design now, where the teeth are no longer visible. Any of the teeth are going to be under the mouth. The jaw obviously still splits, which is something that I came up with later on in the design process. And the sort of shielding around the eyes was different. The spines definitely went like no more 98 spines, and essentially my own kind of shaped spikes. And with the more armoring on the tail, the vents now became attached to back armor, and the armor around the arms sort of became a little bit more defined. And just obviously the art's gotten a whole lot better too, and those design elements have become a little bit more noticeable too. So that's like one thing I'm happy with. And even just showing here some of the influences I had, where obviously the Dunkleosteus armor for the head and the samurai armor for the shoulders and legs, iguanas for like dewlap, the bottom of a snake essentially for like the patterning and the texture along the bottom, with eagle talons for the kind of just how the claws looked, and retro dinosaur posture because I like my pulpy stuff. Alligator tail is pretty self-explanatory. And then I've always been a big Skyrim fan, so adding spines in like towards the back was a direct influence for the jagged crown. And I just kind of liked how that looked aesthetically on my characters in Skyrim, and I wanted to add it to like my main kaiju. But yeah, no, that sound kind of goes in my style. I just sort of like when I pull from things, I would say like my biggest influence is always going to be like things I like from other games and stuff, but also like a lot of retro-y pulpy stuff, because that's kind of like been my passion now. And I think like we're missing a little bit of pulpiness in our American entertainment. And I have rambled on for long enough. Obviously, since Pyro is the new man on the block, we'll let him take the reins, go to Defender, and then to Kaiju.
All right, cool. You mind if I share my screen?
Yeah, no, share your screen and I will bring it up.
Oh, wait,
and
are we showing like our kaiju right now?
We show our kaiju as well as any influences we may have too. So essentially, just have all your screens ready, and I'll be able to just share them with me, and I'll be able to put them on once.
Okay,
we're
wait,
ready for you.
I need to get my original. One of my original.
See, you're unprepared. Dang it, man! Shameful. Why do I keep you on? You're supposed to be my secretary.
Listen, I was getting while Zim was going through his, because like I realized what was going on, and I was blindsided, so like I had to get this prepared. So this is the first, like I would consider this like phase 1.1 or like 0.1 of what the kaiju now known as Tridontus. Back in these days, I called him Tyros, and like that was just it. So like he started off as like, just basically a T-Rex made of fire. Like I was a kid. Like I had this kaiju since like 2005. Like, and you can see like just throughout the years of me drawing him, like I tried to experiment with different positions. There were ones where like I tried to do the upright Godzilla thing, but I was just dog shit terrible. And like slowly as I like played with my style of art, like he slowly got more detail to him and more like kaiju-esque thing and like shit like that. And then we like hit 2018, where like it's the first time I've actually done the whole Godzilla thing. I'm proud of it, and this is where like this is 2018 Tyros was like where I start, rethinking the naming, playing with the ideas. Like after seeing like the first Godzilla movie a bunch, like I'm like, yo, I like the idea of the giant monsters and shit. Let me play with that. And then like you can see like the design has been staying very similar. Like this is around the time Shin Godzilla came out. You can see where the inspirations in Shin Godzilla went, like the blunt tail, the more upright posture, the fucking chest. I don't even know what to call that. The chest cauldron or whatever.
The chest spike.
Yeah,
Yes.
the giant chest spike. Yeah, like the chest spike with like the indent in it. Like I really like that idea a lot. Like just a giant upright kaiju just moving through the skyscrapers like they're grass or some shit. I loved playing with that idea, and that's something that kind of kept over the designs.
And also, fun fact, for anyone who doesn't know, Tyros and Tridontus is actually the only character in the entirety of my time on YouTube I actually reviewed twice.
Oh,
There is the Tyros review, and then there's the Tridontus review.
Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna make that 3 times. Like it's gonna be the 3 times because like we're approaching the end, and like this is one Zim actually recognizes because if you look back in his YouTube, this is one of the pictures I submitted and that he used in the thumbnails for his Tridontus review. Shortly after I named him Tridontus, and as you can see, the design is really fucking busy. It's just like really overloaded with spikes and like little details and shit, and like that has been like a big phase in my art, and like kind of kept the same thing, although I tried to tone down the color of the spikes, make it blend in a bit more. He's a bit more natural. I like the coloration of the sails I did. And like before we get onto the final one, because like it's pretty much the same design, just different coloring. I couldn't vibe with the coloring because for some reason the idea of a giant red monster just seemed kind of to me. It ran into the problem of like how we were talking about earlier with like monster versus kaiju just being solid slate of color, and that's about it. So like this next and most recent design, which I actually finished like a few weeks ago, is something where I tried to play with the colorations and see like how I could make the colors blend like how they do in actual nature with reptiles and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like where I ended up. I like this iteration of Tridontus the most. Oh shit.
I just zoomed in there. Actually, try zooming in just so you can talk more about some of the details there. That can work.
Yeah, cool. So like a lot of the details I took involved like taking from like not modern reptiles because like they're more scaly and shit. I tried to take from like some of the art of old paleo art and shit, like specifically of synapsids and how like they would have folds upon folds instead of like rough scales and shit. Because I really like that. I like the idea of the tiger and coloring because like I based it off of Dimetrodon and several other Permian era predators, and like the images that I got from like looking at these predators, like Instrad Eva was one of them. It gave me the idea of a tiger-like creature that stalked through like ironically enough, since it wasn't evolved at the time, but like that stalked through like grass or like whatever vegetation they had to hunt down its prey. And it is a kaiju that just spawned from it. Basic fire kaiju, like volcanoes and shit, because originally he was gonna be some shit to do with space based off the sun, but I was like, yo, let me rein in the space shit until I can accurately like build a fucking world first. So like I based him around the Yellowstone caldera because like I like the idea after watching the movie 2012 of like a volcano exploding and like throwing half of the continent into disarray, and then you mix that with the Godzilla shit and the giant monsters, and like you run into some pretty neat little allegories, especially as like you cover that ash cloud traveling across states and like the preparedness or unpreparedness of the states at hand, and like I like playing with those ideas. But this is a kaiju, and like overall with my kaiju verse, it's usually just something where like, yo, people have to deal with these things. Like the world isn't ending, the world is gonna continue, and humanity will survive on. It's just how we're gonna do it. So like that's something I like playing with a lot of my kaiju design, and you can see it in the scars and shit that I give him in image. Like he's not some invincible tank like Godzilla. Like he can get hurt, and humanity is a threat to him, just like he's a threat to them. And that's enough of my ramble.
One thing I noticed was that, especially with the chest region, with the shin sort of chest cavity there,
Mhm.
it reminded me a lot of the male hunter's bear off gear, like specifically that upper chest portion there with how it's ribbed. It looks very much like that. And I was like, oh, that's a really nice detail I like on that. As well as I still like. I think I like the color. I think I've always liked the colors with Tridontus. Like they've evolved from a very more bright red to a more muted red, but now with the tiger colors, that's definitely an interesting choice to go down. And one thing I also like is at least the sail color is like one thing I've always felt from your design that was always like the best part of it has been pretty consistent, which I'm happy about because like if there was anything I wouldn't want to see change at all, it's definitely the sails.
Yeah, that's one thing, especially in designing this kaiju. Like, I'll go back to like you can see like I've always liked the idea of a sailed kaiju. It's like something that I've taken from Godzilla, but like one of my big inspirations, obviously, Dimetrodon, Spinosaurus, animals like that, because I've always found that something to be of more interest. Like something where it's like maybe you can see through it because of the membranes of the skin, but like this thing rising up will block out the sun or dim it a little bit, and then like the shadows that might be cast through the membranes is something that like I've always been interested in. Plus, like it gives like a pretty big, area of fire for like civilians and humans and shit. Where again, he's not invincible. Like you damage that sail, like you're gonna hurt him.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No. Like it's definitely also really nice to see how it's like gone from when like the first time I ever reviewed it to like now. And it also just speaks to the fact that like with artists, the best thing you can always do is just to keep like working at your designs because you can see where both of us have come from. Both of our things have changed to a point where like it's so it's you can tell that like it's this that's where its genesis from, but like we've thought of things that like maybe we not wouldn't have the first time we did it, and that's just the good thing about art is always improving and always evolving.
I mean, one of the reasons I keep submitting and I'm gonna submit this design and backstory of Tridontus to you again is like your critiques have helped a lot in the design process. Like you can see from like the first time you designed Tridontus, like some of the criticisms of like the overly busy design, some of like the bright colors not blending, so it's like hard to tell where things are. Like in the newer updates, like yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
those to heart, and like while these details are still there, they're more muted. He still has all of those little spikes and shit running down his spine. He still has the underbelly that's like fucking full of spikes. I just made the choice not to give those individual colors and just have them blend into the skin rather. So like they're still there. He still is dangerous. It's just like a lot of the coloring has changed a lot, and like how much I give in details and scales and shit. But again, like that's enough of my ramble.
Mm-hmm. And then Defender, you're up next, my friend.
All right. So I threw a little document thing. You said I could like share the screen.
Yes, just do share screen, put it on there, and I'll be able to add it to the screen so everyone can see. And everyone loves that last Megigo. Brandon.
Is it sharing?
It's sharing. It is about that's the stream, so it's about the streamception.
Bro, we in the Matrix.
We are literally in the Matrix. There we go. Perfect.
There
Can you see?
Yes.
All right. So this is my original kaiju. I named him Excavator because he is a burrowing kaiju. When it comes to inspirations, I pulled from the base thing being like a skull crawler, and I really like that profile. Also from like I mentioned before, Otachi. I like the crawling type of kaiju. Here below, I have like real world inspirations for like warthogs for the face, for his claws because he digs. I put like moles, and then this is the image here of like a vampire bat because I like the way vampire bats run or like crawl. So that's like how I envision my kaiju would like move. And here's just another sketch of him.
That's cool. That's really cool. I just want to compliment you, and for anyone listening, amazing reference um, always use reference.
Yes.
Not just for like not just for like looking at like other like kaiju, but I mean like actual real life reference because it will improve your designs immensely. And I really like this design. It's very like kind of simple, but it's very like identifiable too, especially with the colors. Like that red face is very like striking. Like you
It's
see it
striking,
and it's
definitely.
dangerous. Like
It
I'm scared.
also, I was gonna say it definitely, like when I looked at it, especially with the turned up nose and then the different color of the head, immediately I thought to my mind, I was like, it looks almost like a pig's head. And then when you mentioned that you're using like boars as an inspiration, I'm like, okay, so there it is. I'm seeing the influence perfectly.
I love how the eye, like the color is just like your eye is immediately drawn to that face,
Hmm.
like immediately, and it's like oh my god, like it's really cool. I dig it, and I love how much intent this design has. Like it's clearly a burrower. I can tell it's clearly a ground animal, like with those giant claws. Um, and I like how you said that, like, even though like your influence was Skullcrawler, it looks like completely original. It doesn't just look like a Skullcrawler clone. Like
Yeah.
it looks like um it's like own thing. And I think that is definitely because of all the real life references you used for the monster. Like it just like the bat walk, the way it walks like a bat, the boar horn, like the boar like
Actually, scroll up
horns.
real quick. I think it's the page 3, I believe. Next, that one. Remove the legs, add a tail. I could see it being a skull crawler, but almost in any other position, I wouldn't have noticed it. So
Yeah.
that is a very like a good job of taking a base inspiration and really disguising it well.
Yeah,
For
like it's like
me,
I want something like this, but like not directly like just copying it because um I don't know, like one thing that I always try to do with like my kaiju personally is I take something Guillermo del Toro actually said. He says like not to necessarily like reference specifically reference other like kaiju because then it just kind of becomes a clone of itself,
yeah,
but like referencing real life, like you can be inspired by them, but just like referencing like more things in life, like I'll add to more of a unique design. And I think this is like a clear example of that because like it's really
I
cool.
will say like for me, it's like not only like you say you took inspiration from a skull crawler. I personally don't even see that. Like like the one I'm seeing right now, the excavator I'm seeing on screen right now. It's not only like the back legs for me. Like for me, like you would have to change so much of the design for me to be like, ah, you just ripped off the skull crawlers. How dare you? Like you would have to completely destroy this beautiful pig head that you made. You would have to smooth out that back. You would have to change a lot.
I honestly think it's a better concept than a skull crawler, to be honest. It's actually a lot
Honestly, I
more
would. Yeah, I actually would rather have
interesting.
seen this fight Kong than the
No,
skull crawler too. Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far. I like what we got with the skull crawlers. They're really interesting design. I wish that like we didn't revisit them. I wish like in Godzilla versus Kong when they like showed off who Mecha Godzilla, it would have been something different. I would have liked it if like we got to see him fight like this thing, which is like just going fucking crazy trying to get out of his cage, and then Mecha Godzilla just puts it down. That would have been
Mhm.
more interesting than watching a Ramarak Part 2 get sliced open like
Electric Boogaloo
yeah,
downstairs.
yeah. He's just like getting sliced open like fucking cardboard paper by a child with scissors, and like, yeah, okay, but like this would have been something more interesting.
Mhm. But yeah, no, definitely. Like you outdid yourself there without a doubt.
Also, will we
Defender.
be able to go for round
Thank
two? 'Cause
you.
I got a lot.
Oh no, trust me. If I'm definitely down to do more kaiju designs without a doubt.
Bet.
Let me remove.
There was also one thing I want to add. If we're gonna talk about
Yes.
things like abilities,
Hmm.
yeah, I forgot to put a picture of it here, but like his like one of his main attacks, or like I guess secondary attacks, is that he has like a blast breath, which works similar to 98, but it would naturally be used to like blow away rubble and dust and stuff.
I was like just
Hmm.
thinking that that's what he uses that for. Like I was just like when you said like a blast breath, I was like he uses it to like get
Dig.
through like the ground, and that's really cool. So like
He uses it to diggy the hole.
Oh, like if we're going into abilities, like I remember, I looked specifically into like how vultures fucking like did their digestive process, and I gave Tridontis an ability to spit up his stomach bile in like an acid attack, and like it's one of the weirdest things I've seen done with like kaiju that like I'm surprised no one else has touched. Like, yeah, you just do that. Like vultures will just vomit their shit at
Mm-hmm.
enemies when they're scared, and I just took that for my kaiju because that's fucking sick and disgusting, and I put it on the kaiju level.
Yeah, no, I know even for myself, when it came to Zogre's abilities, which he ended up having a lot of it was tied to the universe's magic system. And since like magic isn't usually something that appears in kaiju settings, um, I wanted to make sure like his set of like, I guess you could say spells were unique to not only him, but then also to like the magic he uses, because every kind of magic was based off of like a different sort of fundamental concept of reality. So with Zogre's case, since we'll just call it green magic or green fade as it is in the universe, it's tied to individuality and like leadership and stuff. So a lot of it is things like self buffing or attacks that directly benefit him, or invisibility but only for a single person. All of that essentially like adding to a character that is kind of pushing himself forward to make himself stronger or to lead, rather than like the inverse of his abilities, which would be yellow fade, which is mostly about helping others or healing and stuff like that. And that even tied to the fact that he had a human host, like an Ultraman kind of, instead of just kind of being a monster. Yeah, no, that's sort of like the idea I was going with on my end. But we finally come to the kaiju. Show off, my good man.
All right. Let me just pull it up.
There we
All
go.
right.
Suka.
All right, so that's my bird.
Burb.
Yeah, so this is Scorpeep. He is a little gremlin thing. No, okay. So he's essentially, I guess, haven't really have a huge origin on this guy yet, but he's essentially like this prehistoric. He was this prehistoric egg that of some kind of prehistoric bird, I guess, that got trapped in some magma, some kind. After millions of years later, he emerges and he's mutated into this thing. Yeah. So yeah, he's an egg bird thing, and yeah, I just really liked the idea of like, when you see like these birds hatch out of like eggs, they're always so like ugly. They're always so disgusting, and they're just like really loud and like ugh, like it's just so like gross looking. So I thought like, okay, what if you just like, what if this thing had to like, what if there was a monster that just stayed in its egg and just like had to like wobble around and like be incredibly clumsy, but it was also pretty dangerous. So I was like, okay, this thing has was engulfed in a volcano in its past, I guess, and it just inherited these magma kind of powers. And yeah, so I started basically with a basic silhouette of it, of like what I wanted. I wanted this kind of egg shape, obviously, so I went with like a oval. And it kind of just like drew itself. I mean, it's a pretty simple-ish design. But yeah, this guy can like, he has these things on his head. They're kind of like these, kind of like how like some birds, I guess secretary birds have like those little like frills or whatever, or like they have like the feathers that like can poof out. And essentially, he has those too, but but once those little polyp things open, they can expel fire, and act as like a defense. But he can also like vomit like magma at his foes if he needs to, as a defense. And I would say like, there's not a huge story, but I would say he'd mainly be after, I guess, maybe City Tar, Like you'd want to eat like or anything that like ignites things. So like I guess he'd eat like trucks and like anything with like fuel,
Mm.
to, to just like satisfy his hunger. And since he is kind of essentially a baby bird, he's constantly looking for that, and that's what makes him a threat. Even though he's not necessarily the toughest kaiju, he's still pretty deadly when during certain circumstances. But yeah, that's Scorpio.
I've always liked this kaiju since you first posted him because like he reminds me of two things specifically. One, this is going way back. The show Jimmy Neutron, the monster chicken pork.
Oh
The chicken.
yeah.
The chicken.
Yeah.
He reminds me of that so hard, and that's just a nostalgic memory I love. And then Super Mario Galaxy, both games, the first boss was like Piranha Pete or something, and then like
Oh yeah,
the
I
first
remember that.
game
I didn't even like
him
that. I never
walking
even like
around.
referenced that, but like I could see how you could like think of that. Like that's
It's
great.
solely the egg thing, but with like the Pultra thing from Jimmy Neutron, it's simply because like they took sort of the same concept, except for like they didn't give him that hard eggshell that you did. They made his coloring look basically just like a chicken egg. So it was just like this giant chicken egg with green legs and a green head. And you just like you took that and you did it a bit more, you did it a bit more nice. Like I like this. I
Thank
like
you.
this a lot better. Like the idea of just this random baby bird walking around and it's like lighting shit on fire and trying.
Yeah, and it's just destroying shit. Like it's not even it's clumsy. It just can't like.
Like you say it's a baby bird. Like I'm imagining like it's going around destroying shit, trying to eat, and instead of like picking shit up like a baby bird, it's just like it's doing the baby bird thing. It's waiting for shit to hop in its mouth because no one's around to fucking teach it that it needs to eat it itself. And like
Yeah.
that idea in itself is like hilarious to me.
Well, no, I'm just imagining like one time it ends up like getting hit by like artillery or something, falling onto a truck, and it's like just looking up into the sky, and some of like the like oil ends up near its mouth, and it starts like licking it with its tongue, but it's still just on the ground looking up into the sky, but its tongue is just dabbing next to it while its mouth is open, just trying to lick up the oil. It's like, eh.
It reminds me of like those like egg type Pokemon. Like
Oh, yeah.
Executor, I think it was, or something.
I think so. Like
Yeah,
the
Executor. Yeah.
Executor. Yeah, and the name's a pun, kind of like because birds peep, baby birds peep.
Score peep.
He scorches you, so score peep.
Score beep.
Good as good peep.
But yeah, that's the bird thing. I need to. I wish this was one. This wasn't the only kaiju I could show off. I mean, I could show off another, but like, I have a bunch. I just haven't had the time to like really develop a bunch of kaiju.
Oh, trust me, we can do
that
more.
I have.
We have time.
Listen, I'm about to go into a bunch of undeveloped kaiju too, and like, yeah, so it's okay. It's okay. You can be part of the club.
Oh, don't worry. We'll have more because quite literally, I also told people if they wanted to show off their own designs, they definitely could. And there was someone who just posted something for me to share, so I'm gonna be bringing that up. Let me just find it. And in the meantime, anyone else who's watching and they want to share their kaiju as well, just send me a DM at Twitter or the Grams or anywhere else I exist, and just shoot me and we can look it over for you. And then we can all tear it apart. And we can all tell you you're a fake fan. Because that's what we do on this channel. We tell people that they're fake fans and nothing else. We don't provide any constructive criticism. No. Share. There this one is. This is by Skull Ghidorah, or Brandon, as we know him in the chat. And since obviously Brandon's my good friend, I'm not going to take the floor first. I will let one of you gentlemen start us off with your thoughts.
I really like the head.
You got a
Very
fat
nice.
ass. It's like an absolute dumper for no reason. I like the British teeth also.
The British teeth.
What is this kaiju called again? Sorry.
He did not give me a name for it.
Oh, okay. I think like I think it's cool. Like I just think like I'm wondering what the context behind the pink areas on his body.
Ironically enough, it's like how it's spelt makes me think it's Amberos or Amberos. It's Ambuross.
Mm.
So we'll just call it Amberos, not to be confused with Amperos from Pokemon. But
it looks almost like the areas, the pink areas are like kind of fleshy.
Yeah, they look kind of fleshy.
Unless that wasn't the intent. But yeah.
It may also be because we played Halo before in the past. I haven't been able to play games as much recently, but with them on the arms, they remind me of Elite's shield emitters. Well, though those are usually on the inside of the arms, but it's almost like with how they're drawn, it almost looks like a mix of them being fleshy or having like almost like glass kind of cover to them. And
you know what it reminds me of?
Around like energy.
It reminds me of like ants when like if you give them jelly,
honey,
you can
like
see the jelly.
The jelly ants are like honeypot ants, especially the tail. But I know there's also like a lizard species that has a similar tail to that too.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which one though.
I like the head. I think the head's cool.
The head is definitely
like
cool.
That one shot of just the head. I think it looks cool. I just think that like I don't know. I feel like if I'm critiquing, if I'm allowed to critique right now.
Yeah, of course, that's what we're here for.
Oh, okay. I don't exactly know, I guess, the exact intent of what the pink areas are for, because they look important. I just don't know what they're for. I think in terms of like overall silhouette of what it looks like, I think the thing that's really going to make this one stick out is that giant bulbous tail, because that is just a huge like shape and like indicator of like it's just so there, and I just think it makes it stick out, where I feel like maybe the rest of the design is a little I guess blander compared to it. Like I think the scales are really cool on its back and stuff. I think that's cool, but I think maybe they could be exaggerated a bit more. But yeah,
this may just be my fact that I don't like anything that's asymmetrical a lot of the time. But one thing that actually could be added would be up on the upper parts of the legs, having the same purple there, so it's distributed from the head, the arms, the legs, and then the tail.
I was thinking like knee pads.
Yeah, knee pads too could work. Something purple on the legs as well, I think would help a lot. The design very much overall, it gives like a huge Ultraman-y look to it. One design detail, what's it called? Actually, Brandon might actually want to come on if he's able to sort of explain his own design process. We're just bringing everyone. This is the Smash Bros. Of like things. Let me actually get him on here. If you can come on, I'll send a link. But one design element that like I don't like, but this may just be because like it's me, it's the lips. I just like my reptilian creatures to be lipless, or just be the Mega Man no lips look to him. Like especially with the mouth closed, it gives it the look kind of like a fish. I was gonna say that's what it reminds me of.
See, like that's why I like the design. Like I like the design because it's not straight reptilian. Like I get like a fish, like eel vibe to it, and then like pink and shit. Like I want to know what that's about, because honestly, right now it looks like this fish is it's just bursting out of its own shell, and like those are just parts that are really fleshy, and like I don't know if I would vibe with that, because like that would just be like your entire fucking brain is just coming out of your fucking head. And then, like, not to mention that huge fucking ass, that prolapse. like that would be a bit awkward. So like I
One
know
second.
there's like a better design, influence there. Like
I
overall,
mean,
I like the fish like eel look.
some people just like cake. You gotta respect the fact that men of culture like cake. Simple as.
That's right.
Of course,
Yeah,
Vic's the
men of
one.
nah. Boys like cake. Men of culture know enough cake is too much.
There can never be enough cake.
Yeah,
If
see,
everything else is fine.
that's how I know you're a boy. Sometimes there's just too much cake.
Well, actually, I'm more of a chesty man myself. So, yeah, chesticles are better than cake. I'm sorry. Oh, don't you gasp at me.
Cake sounds so good right
called,
now.
This man just called them chesticles.
I mean, I could say babiz, but I don't want Mama Susan to thwack me for being too horny on Maine.
You mean by
Um,
saying titties?
Exactly, titties, tatas, bazongas, gone hungagaloos.
All right, next kaiju.
Donkulus.
Next guy, yeah. Tobot honkaroos.
I assume these are all kaiju names, right?
Yes,
Yep.
these are all kaiju names. While I try to get one of my own, anyone got one of theirs they want to
Sure, I
show
got you.
off? If you got me, perfect. That allows me to actually somewhat look like I'm prepared for this.
I could always draw stuff too, if anyone.
That can work too as well. Well, actually, I want to save that to the end of the stream.
Oh, okay, sure. I just meant for like
Fine.
it's like just doodles for people to watch.
Yeah, so like, this is one of the pieces I really like because like this is my spider kaiju Malrachnus.
Ooh.
Hmm.
And it was like one of the first times I just tried, instead of doing the basic like side profile like I normally do, like something a bit more dynamic. So
Like
This is-
foreshortening?
this is what it looks like in my universe when a motherfucker says they served in World War One. It means like they survived the giant spider that snatches motherfuckers out of the trenches. Because that's really fucking horrifying to think about.
Hmm.
And then like some of like the underdeveloped kaiju I got are these boys here, and like you can see like I haven't really developed them so far. They're just like big bland colors, but like the designs are there.
Honestly, I don't think any of these like proto designs are that bland. I think they have like a pretty like good amount of detail. They're interesting. I guess.
I do like the I love the Moose Man because like
The
he's got
moose.
like he's got gorilla arms, and with like his tucked in body, it just to me exudes just being like an extreme amount of power behind that. And I could just imagining him just going in and ramming some dude
I kind
and
of
just
like.
sending them flying.
I kind of like the bottom one too. Yeah, I almost imagine the moose one, I guess, and the bottom one combined to create like something crazy. Like I don't know, like I just feel like that would look cool, but that's just me. I like both of them separately, either way. But
I like the moose one a lot because like that's one I've held on to. A lot of these designs are stuff that I've held on to since like I was stupid and didn't know how to draw that well. This one I'm like I can't wait to actually get the balls to color it, but like this is one of my other flagship kaiju, Stetlock, and he's a fucking mountain and he controls the rocks. What more do you want? But like I just love the idea of a giant tank of a monster just running around battering through shit like the Juggernaut. He's the Juggernaut, bitch.
I'm the Juggernaut. I was gonna say that. Damn it.
Yeah, and like that's his role. Like one of like the panels I have sketched out, and like I really need to like work on getting this in digital, is him just like completely running through Mount Rushmore. It's like that's something I've always loved. I specifically hate that mountain, and I just want to see it blown up, and like this is the closest I can get. And then like the design I just finished is like Tagara, and like this is a bit basic cocktrice, but like I like that idea a lot. Like a giant half bird, half dragon thing flying around, causing damage. I like the image of a rodent sweeping through the city, and like he's not blowing shit out of his mouth like he would in like one of the old Toho films. It's just him flying above the city, causing the damage. Like I've always loved those things. Like that's something that's gone into a lot of this design. Like she's not one of the most power-driven kaiju, but like just the way she has to like keep herself in the air causes the damage around it and shit like that.
Yeah, if there's one actually
Ooh.
with people trying to be more realistic with their kaiju designs, definitely the idea of like flying monsters having to stay up in the air and just that alone is what causes damage has definitely been like very, very popular
I think
in
the
recent
idea
years.
I think the idea of realism in and kaiju is like people like the fans, we don't want it, but like I think it's an unfortunate reality of the genre because like I think you said it earlier before I hopped on. People don't really take the kaiju genre that seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's just as unrealistic as like the high-paced Tom Clancy action bullshit that we see from Marvel, but like, giant lizard punching giant monkey in face is a bit too and then like
Well, it's like
I think
some
about
random person is like, "Oh, Godzilla would die under his own weight." Her, and then you forget the fact that someone so strong would like, if they could punch a building over, they would literally
It's
like
not
be
even
so
that,
heavy they
like,
die.
it's not even that because like no like I don't know any like I've never run into anyone that's like yeah that's their level of disbelief that like a giant monster can exist or some shit.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Honestly, I probably would. But like, I've never run into anyone in my life that's like, "Yo, I just don't like the unrealism in Godzilla movies."
Hmm.
Usually, it's just really weird shit, like the idea that they're just walking through the buildings and shit. Usually, it's like the moment you bring up any of the aliens or like the extraterrestrial origins. Like that's the shit I'm seeing nowadays, where like people are so inundated with like, "Ooh, I want to know more about this fantastical world." Well, old kaiju movies don't really give you that. It's either they were dormant for a really long time, like you see in the MonsterVerse, or like aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the symbolism with Toho films and shit. Like, unfortunately, it's gotten stale. We're past the age of like fearing the nuclear bomb. It's just like, yeah, that's something we have in the backyard that's been gathering dust. Like, what of it?
Mm-hmm. But I think it's also the fact that
People,
like
it's because people
outside of
don't think about the story first, and they just want a big monster. They don't actually think of the intent behind the monster and what it represents.
Okay. Anyway,
well, also that, but like also like it feels like in a lot of ways when people bring up nukes, the arguments become so played out and no one really tries to challenge the status quo when it comes to these arguments that most people are like, oh, I guess the issue's settled, when in a lot of ways it's really not.
I think the opposite though. I think it's like more people want a more diverse story. It's like you got like the really good hype behind Pacific Rim, and that's because like there are a bunch of fucking allegories in it that didn't have to do with the tired tropes of like nuclear bomb and shit. And then like you get the American Godzilla, but we do the thing where like he's the hero and like the original metaphors and shit that make the Japanese Godzillas really interesting to watch are just kind of lost, and it just becomes the generic monster shit from studio. I think audiences want that deep story. Studios, when it comes to just giant monsters, are just like, nah, this is for babies. This is for kids.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what's interesting is that we see that with how Shin really blew up, and like it tackles very familiar ground, but I think just sort of maybe just because of who was directing it, but I think like it's steered in a way that's like closer to like what I would want to see when it comes to talking about nukes and or nuclear energy, is more like the benefits of nuclear energy outside of its use as just a bomb and sort of what impact that has on a populace. Like I would love to see a film where that we have an atomic monster at the center of a story talking about the benefits of nuclear energy for the common person.
That's why I like Shin Godzilla so much, because it did tackle the same nuclear allegory instead of like it being the devastation of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Like we know it's horrible. It tackled like the modern age of nuclear technology. What happens when you have like a nuclear disaster that gets covered up, and then like when shit pops off, the government is so fucking inefficient that like a giant monster rises up and like destroys half of your fucking country. Like that's something where like it takes the same tropes, but it updates them for from the modern age. I think Americans making Godzilla, we haven't quite mastered that shit. I don't think we quite mastered Godzilla yet. We've done it with Kong. I think Kong Skull Island was a good update on what we did in the fucking 30s with the original. But like taking Godzilla's shit, like we haven't done that. And I think that's something audiences want a lot more of the depth into the story. Because like that's a big criticism I see.
Cloverfield.
Cloverfield's a really good one, but niggas just don't like found footage shit. And I'm like, yo, get over it. Get the fuck over it. You love Blair Witch, but you can't get behind Cloverfield. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's really weird that I know people who didn't like Cloverfield but really liked Blair Witch and thought Blair Witch was revolutionary.
Don't call them on it, because I called my friends on it and they have no fucking excuse. There's no excuse when you're like, oh, Blair Witch is one of the best horror films, but I'm like, oh, Cloverfield, and you're like, found footage films are hard. They don't show them. It's like, nigga, it's a found footage film. Sorry, this is just like a hot button issue for me. Cloverfield is one of the best kaiju movies, and it does not get the respect it deserves because, like, it's a found footage film, and because of its disrespect from audiences, it's been relegated to like shit sequels like Cloverfield Paradox and like The Cellar. And I'm like, bro,
The Cellar.
Yeah, because like, that's what the movie originally was. It was a good movie called The Cellar, and then they tacked on the Cloverfield ending to it, which like, okay, but like the original movie was good by itself. Cloverfield got literally the rawest end of the deal because of fans, because of people going to movie theaters. That movie was amazing. And a vague ending, all of the fucking clues you had to hunt through, like watching that movie, like looking through, that shit was awesome.
Even like the build up to that film was really good. I loved the build up for when Cloverfield was coming out.
You notice like they try and mimic that build up, right? Like going through the websites, trying to find the secret footage of these creatures, like trying to track them and shit. Like, yeah, because that shit works.
Oh, it worked really well. Or even like remember the whale design for the monster when that was like leaked on the internet? Everyone was talking about that.
Oh, bro, I love that design. I actually had a kaiju based off that design for a minute because like that design is just like bomb ass, like giant whale creature from the bottom of the depth, and we woke it up somehow.
Yeah, no, I love that design. I'm sad we'll never see it actually, but
I'm sad we'll never see it. But I'm pretty good with what we got.
Yeah, Clover in itself is a interesting design, and I'm actually finally
Clover's
ready.
a great design, but like actually not even but it's just a great design. I feel like it now gets kind of because like a lot of designs tried to kind of replicate what it did, but Clover was a really original and great design.
Unique design that I'm just gonna claim for America. Like, yeah, that's our design. Like, we did that.
Yeah. No, definitely. And this is just a few designs I've been working with. I just wanted to show off. I haven't really shown off for a while. So this first one was does everyone know Coyote Peterson or no?
Yes.
I'm Coyote Peterson, and today we're gonna get stung by a wasp thing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like one day I was looking at his video on bloodworms, and I was like, oh yeah, bloodworms are interesting. They have like copper teeth and stuff, and they bite, and they're weird and scary. And then I was designing like a underground sort of Lost World sort of setting, and I was looking at a different video which was talking about how to make a plausible underground sort of Lost World type setting. And I was thinking about the idea of like the ringworms that kind of feed on like the geothermal energies down in the deep ocean. And I thought, what I combine like a predatory bloodworm that has like stone and stuff that it covers itself in because of how sticky it is, and it allows these sort of ringworms, or not ringworms. Well, actually, I think they're either ring or two worms. I forget what they're called. Sort of cling to its body and then grow through the stone and sort of feed off of like its own naturally, because this thing is really hot to the touch. And essentially, these things walk around under the ground, and through that, they are what kind of helps produce proper oxygen as well as CO2 for plants to exist down in a place that has like no sunlight. And they're like not huge, like essentially a human's going to be coming up to like the bend in the back leg there, but they're still like giant animals and stuff, and that front like body part is really going to shoot out. and chomp on someone, but I wanted something that was like really alien, but at least somewhat plausible.
So I like the idea of this. There's only one thing I would change, and there's nothing in the design.
Mm-hmm.
I would make it so like during the process of like these like the whatever evolutionary process there is for this world, like when the worms came up, this creature doesn't necessarily need to take in food like you normally would by killing it and eating it because it's taking in the geothermals. I would change it to where it's like it still does, however, simply because that's the biological instinct from like
Oh yeah, no, the big bloodworm thing doesn't need to eat. It can feed off geothermals too. It just does that evolutionarily. But for extra backstory, this is a world where Lovecraft's a thing. So almost all kaiju are a product of Elder Thing evolution. And they are essentially like some of the only things that can combat against like deep ones, Shoggoths, etc. and the like. But these are kind of an evolutionary dead end, but they help sort of things that live on the ground, hint, ghouls and the like. But yeah, no, I really liked working with these. And then this thing is a little bit more simple. This also lives underground, and they sometimes from time to time prey on these things as they're a good source of energy and protein for them. And I'm actually curious. Can someone? This is the animal that's based off of a Triassic prehistoric animal. Can anyone guess what it is?
Ba, 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 ba. Not what is it?
It's not a dinosaur, if anyone's wondering.
I know. Is it the Postosuchus?
Close, but no.
Okay. Then I have no idea.
Any other takers?
I bet you're gonna say it. I'm gonna immediately know what it is.
You're gonna smack yourself. It's Desmatosuchus.
Okay, I don't
I
really know that is.
Remember its fucking stupid ass name. It's the motherfucker with the spikes on his shoulder.
I hate how
Yeah.
every new discovery of dinosaurs are just they make them names so complex. It's like, what happened to these simple names?
Well, it's funny because Desmatosuchus was discovered a long time ago.
Still.
I remember like the simple names disappeared when niggas realized they could be heady with this shit and make money, right?
Or always naming something after a something else like Thanos.
Well, no, not even that, because like they don't do that anymore. That's like recent. They did that twice. I'm talking about like the shit where they realized, yo, like, why should we just name it something cool like Dinosaurus when we can go something all out retarded like Tyrannosaurus Imperator Minoris Rexus, and it's like, yo, what the fuck, bro? I was good with just T-Rex. They do it all the time. Every time they discover some new theropod, you get like the occasional like, oh, we're gonna name it after Thanos and it's gonna be fun. But more time it's like they don't even get a name. It's like, oh yes, this is specimen like E6A-X9CXQL1, and then like you get all the actual paleontologists looking like idiots, being like, oh man, did you see the new EQ model? Like that looks amazing. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I see a dinosaur. That's my problem with names. Like, bruh. Skip the science. Give me cool ass dinosaur names.
Like Tyrannotitan.
Exactly.
Paleontologists
Exactly.
going crazy right now because they know the meaning behind the crazy name.
The seed and the cope.
From
The seed and the cope.
X1 wasn't a theropod. It was a sauropod prototype, so like, it shows how much you know.
There's probably someone who actually is doing that right now after seeing that.
They just stopped typing.
They realized they got. But yeah, no, literally. So, like a big influence for the universe that contains like these three creatures here, but like a lot of the reptiles outside of like the main one were all influenced by like Triassic animals. So I wanted something that was related to Desmatosuchus, and I was thinking like obviously that thing's a quadruped, and if I make it a quadruped, it's gonna look way too much like an Anguirus. So I wanted something to sort of make it close to the archetype, but not like super noticeable. So I wanted to have it be a biped, and I was looking at a sloth, and I'm just looking at the claws. I was like, maybe change that for digging. And then I was looking at armadillos too, and they with how some of them have spines all over the upper arm. So I was like, perfect. So adding those, changing the posture a little bit, but not going like full erect man in a suit, having it be kind of hunched over just kind of added to that vintage, old timey, pulpy paleo art kind of look that I really liked. And just one thing led to another, and that was that.
We could offer criticisms, right?
Yes.
Make them claws super fucking big, bro. If this is about to be a bipedal underground creature, it needs to be able to carve a tunnel big enough for its fucking head to get through. Otherwise, it's gonna be having to carve that shit with its head.
Oh, it uses its head too, yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be like quadrupedal, cause like, bro, you ever try using your head to do something while standing up?
Mm-hmm. It can go quadrupedal sometimes, but like it was
It's
like
to avoid the Anguirus compare. I get you. I get the same thing with Statlock all the time. Like, oh, it's just the Anguirus. It's just the Anguirus. And it's fucking annoying. But
and
like,
it's funny too because literally when Defender talked about like his excavator having a breath attack to sort of help him dig, he does a similar thing except it's like an ice breath because literally the main monster shoots like fire, although not really fire. So I want to have a fire and ice kind of comparison. So there is that.
yeah, but like,
Not to mention like there's less digging on his end, and it's mostly like there's just underground caverns anyway. So like actual like Pellucidar Hollow Earth kind of style stuff.
Yeah.
Which works for him.
Like, since they're based off of sloth, like given their ancient ability, you know, to dig fucking tunnels with those things, extend them a bit more, and like get that curve. So like you hit at that sloth, and then it's like they just got like scoop fucking hands.
I might actually do something where I might have like an elder version, like the claws just keep on getting bigger over time.
That would be cool.
That would because I definitely want to do variants for all like a lot of these creatures. But he's any other criticisms? You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you say anything bad about me.
I think just like I kind of agree with the claws. I don't think they have to be too much larger though, to be honest.
Also for your own since you know about this monster, essentially this would be something that'd be facing off against the G-Rex if you're wondering in terms of like what it's next to aesthetically.
Oh, okay. I don't really like. I just think it's a bit. It's very simple. I don't know. Like, I feel like maybe some of its features could be exaggerated more to like make it stand out a bit more because it seems just like very smooth all over. Besides its like claws and horns. I think the head could also be dealt. I think the head could look cooler too, or just like have a bit more personality to it because to me it looks a little bland compared to everything else. The head specifically, I just feel like there'd be for something that's using its head. I think it needs like a bit more, maybe like armor or like something, or just features that like would protect its face if it's digging.
If it's gonna dig with its head, I'd go for something with like either more spikes near that front where it could like kind of use those to get the dirt and then toss it away, or something with more like a dome where it could just like crack the rock or some shit like that. Like,
I think something shovel-like.
Yeah.
Make its whole head a huge shovel. That'd be so funny. Please do it.
Oh god.
Make it a shovel. I'm not even joking. Or like make it a shovel with like spikes on it.
Not even just like, take the design, just like erase the head and then just put like an image of a shovel, like of a shovel where its head should be.
I'm not even joking. I'm seriously not even joking about it. I will draw like a thing right now.
Oh, please do. Do it.
That's what humanity's defense is against like the egg bird. Like we're just gonna hit it with a shovel.
I'm gonna share my screen, whatever.
Shovel monster.
Also, I will to Kaiju, like when it comes to like the body, like it's gotta have something. If it's gonna be smooth and reptilian, like either commit with the armor or like some type of texturing there, because like it's like a bit too smooth for like an underground subterranean creature.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what like skin texture I wanted to use for it.
Look at Gears of War. When you look at shit like the Brumac and shit, like the weird little bumps and shit. For me,
I was thinking about maybe the locust. You know the Grenadier locust?
Yeah.
That was one thing I was thinking of.
Try the Berserker if you might, because like I like the way they have the armor plating on those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're like kind of extended from the body, but like they're just like you can tell like they're just full of muscle. And
Mm-hmm.
like it's something where it's like, yeah, those are creatures that regularly run through walls, and like they're used as kind of battering rams. When I pulled up Stetlock, it was something I kind of did with him and like some of his armor. Like I had it extend from the body a little bit to show that like, yeah, he can take it.
Mm-hmm.
I really like
And
the simplicity of the design. I would
yeah, no, I'd
probably
like. I might do. I'm definitely gonna because I want to do subspecies for a lot of these creatures. So I'm definitely. This might just be I might have this be like the immature stage and then just kind of go even more because I was thinking about adding armor to the upper part of the body as well as like all the way down to the tail. But and she may change up the head a little bit too.
I don't think you should go too complex with it, but I think just there needs to be something that like makes it stick out. I think personally, like I think the claws being a little longer will help, but I think it needs a little more than that. I'm gonna play around with stuff right now. Just
Not a
speaking
problem.
to the shovel idea. You know, like I think 2-horn rhinos or something, like those ancient rhinos that had like weird shaped horns.
Ethereum.
I think so. I
Yeah.
forget the specific name, but they have like these weird horn shapes that I think you could turn into something of a shovel if you want to like dig with its
What's
head.
funny is I agree with that, but there's also another creature I was working on in the same universe that has that horn structure.
Mm.
So I'd probably have to think about what I would do different from that one.
You don't have to do anything different, bro. Convergent evolution works just fine, bro.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs and dolphins are damn near identical if you look at them hard enough.
Mm-hmm. That again, that's true. But I mean, I don't know. I just want to do something that's definitely a little bit unique, especially since they're also going to be literally right next to each other. Because even with Convergent Evolution, there are times like ichthyosaurs and dolphins, but they also live so far apart from one another, where they're filling in the same niches for each other. And this other monster doesn't exactly fill the same niche, but this thing comes up to the surface too. So I'm just thinking whether or not that would go extinct. But that's more of a world building thing than anything else. But on to this one. So I guess technically it's a kaijin, not really a kaiju because it's a mutated human. Where what it's a product of a super soldier program, and the resulting super soldier program caused all of the individuals to undergo extreme growth as well as rapid cell regeneration, which caused them to be able to like regrow limbs and stuff. However, what they ended up realizing was that even though these people were getting to like kaiju size, they just kept on losing their limbs. So they just decided, you know what? We're going to inject you with even more chemicals to sort of kill off your regeneration after we've ripped off your arms, replaced most of your organs with tech, strap a gun, some tendrils on, some extra legs, and we're going to send you out as terror troops now. We also want to take over the entire country. And all these mechanical parts can all be changed out to other bits. So you can have hovercraft, tank treads, all different kinds of weapons.
So
And these people are in instant pain.
there's something that bothers me. They regrow their limbs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why take that away? That seems like an immense benefit.
So essentially they wanted to like they were realizing, oh yeah, they can regrow their limbs, but that's only gonna work if they're still alive. And even though they could like wrestle with a monster and take it down, in most cases, if they didn't have anything else, they usually just end up dying. So actually attaching tech to them that would be a lot more efficient than carrying a giant gun around that they could lose was just a lot better from their perspective.
Well, for me, it's not so much as like the idea of grafting tech is the issue. It's the getting rid of the leg specifically. I would have kept the regenerative thing because, like, even with the mechanical shit, it's just like, yeah, you lose a leg, buddy. You're kind of down and you're wrestling for it. Like, regeneration's gonna take a while.
It's gonna take like months.
Yeah, like if
then.
you remove your robot leg, well, congratulations, you have to wait for us to be able to get to you, and if we're in the middle of a fight, like that's just not happening. But the idea of grafting tech onto them for them to help, that for me is just like, yeah, that would be the opportune instead of like getting rid of the legs completely. Just give them more tech in the arm, so like if they do get down, they can pull out the fucking gun or the sword or whatever those fucking whip things are, and just like start going off on the all-out attack from there. It's like they're still in battle. Giving them mechanical legs introduces the whole new mechanic of like, one, we need to fucking build these things, and two, like if they get destroyed, it will actual literally fuck. We have to do it again. Whereas like having them regrow, like you may be damaged, but like this is on you. You just need to fucking heal, bud. That's way expensive. It's cost efficient, and it's everything. And it gives more materials to giving them more souped up weapons up top.
Yeah, the one thing was that even with souped up weapons, they also, this is all post-apocalyptic, so like there's not a whole lot of ballistics, and essentially there was nothing else they could really use outside of really, really old salvaged tech. So even if they had like, you could produce more guns, but essentially the other idea was that the tech that's being grafted to them allows them to then sync up with other tech. So even if you can't extract data from like on your own, these things are able to interface with technology in a way to extract data, and almost, you know, like how like an old cyber, like old sci-fi where you could go into cyberspace, quote unquote. Essentially they can do that, and even though data is corrupted while they're in there, they can essentially correct data flaws and essentially extract new tech. And that was also another idea I was working with.
Gotcha.
How sentient are
Quick
they?
question.
Some two people asked questions.
I was just gonna ask what animal, what prehistoric animal was the last kaiju based off of again?
Desmatasuchus.
Does not. Okay, that's it.
Okay, and then what's it called? Defender, I think you had a question?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask like how sentient are they? Like, do they still have their memories, or like?
Oh yeah, they still have their memories. They're in constant pain and agony, even before this happened to them. And essentially, they're all part of an authoritarian regime, and these are all essentially either willing volunteers and or political traitors. So yeah.
Ooh. I got a kaiju I want to show with that. Like I like that. We're getting into that type of shit.
So essentially, you're not up for the cause anymore. You are an apostate. You are a heretic. You are troublesome, and yeah, we're gonna turn you into a giant monster with like your body essentially breaking apart. And now you're going to terrorize other people. And yeah, when you catch other people, we're gonna do this to them. Huzzah! Join our party. We're good guys.
We're the good guys here.
Yeah, literally, they believe they are the good guys. But then they have these things walking around terrorizing what's left of the United States.
So, like, I have several species like that. And one I'm trying to find right now. I'm trying to pull it up because, like, I dip heavily because, like, I like the whole extraterrestrial thing. Like, I just like that the more we get into, like, advancement in our society, I like the idea of, like, something else, put that shit here. It makes for a good story beat. And one of the things I have is a race of giant robots called peacemakers who, like, their ideology of peace and, like, how to bring galactic peace is by giving everyone in the universe a common enemy. And they are so righteous and so giving and so self-sacrificing that they will be that common enemy. And so, like, they make themselves into giant battle droids and like just terrorize the universe, and like the idea that like, yeah, we'll terrorize you for a little bit, leave, and you'll have a common enemy. So your entire planet will, fucking get into one group going after the common enemy looking for us, and we'll just be off doing our own thing.
Quite literally, I love that idea so much, and I want it to be a thing in sci-fi.
Bro,
like,
it's
chef's kiss.
It's something that I like playing with, and like the only way I could make it work is like just giving it to like a semi-robot cyborg species that is so up its own ass that like, yeah, they believe they're the good guy and all.
They actually did nothing wrong. I'm sorry, and I will debate that for whenever that becomes officially published. I will become the one advocate. Like this, that channel will just be shelling other ideology.
It's just gonna be another ideology.
They did nothing wrong, and they helped unite every race they came into contact.
They didn't destroy them. They just 80% of the population.
Exactly.
just to give you something to remember us by. And then like you guys unite, and it becomes a good thing. Now, look at yourselves. You wouldn't have been anywhere near as advanced without us. And like that's their whole thing. But the one I really wanted to show you, and I'm glad I could bring this up. Now I gotta find the fucking chat.
Oh yeah, trust me. Get all your things compiled, and I'm just giving you all more time. And I will go to this final one here. So this is a satyr, although it looks kind of like a Wendigo.
Moose bat.
They are a mix. The DNA that makes them up is that there is a lot of chimp DNA in there. There is bat DNA. There is moose, as you can tell, and there's also octopus in their DNA. They are designed as bioweapons, essentially being able to not only camouflage themselves but mimic speech. And because they have chimp DNA in them, they do have the capacity for higher intelligence. But because it's chimp DNA, they also have a propensity for a lot of sadistic behavior without really any of the sort of ability to hold back like people do. So these things are trained to be bloodthirsty giant killing machines. They are like twice as tall as people, and they like torturing and killing people.
Chimp moment.
Yeah, literally chimp moment. Quite literally. Oh wow, no criticisms. Nice. Yeah, let's go, baby.
I got
I like the bat-ish, the kind of bat face it has. I guess it's not really. I don't know. I just think it looks creepy and cool. I guess for maybe for the drawing itself, you might want to like maybe try showcasing the hair a bit more, or like not exaggerating it, but like just I don't know, like instead of just because from just on the drawing, it looks a bit like it'd be cool if you could see the hair like flowing off its body, but it's just like tiny little like
bristles.
hair things that kind of just make it look a bit smooth instead of it actually having hair. But that's my critique.
I really like. It reminds me of something from like Avatar: The Last Airbender, where like they combine different animals to make something new.
I was not thinking about Avatar at all when I was making this, but I definitely see the point you're making with that actually.
All right, I found him. I got him.
But what's it called actually? Because I can see it in the back here. Takaiju, did you finish the ref or
Oh, I'm still
are you still working on that? Okay.
I'm still working
Pyro,
on
have
it.
you
I mean, I
found everything
could
you need?
share my process as I'm like
Good
going
stuff.
as I'm working on it. I don't mind.
Yeah, I found it.
You found your thing? Okay, I'll add your stream then.
All right, these are the peacemakers I was talking about. Like, these are the two variants I'm working on. These are like the plains variant. Like, they just like move around flat land where there's not much obstacles, and like, yeah, they just kill shit. And like, yeah, they're just screaming about how they're bringing peace, but like they obviously aren't peaceful. And then like you have the urban variant, which is literally just on top of a giant tank, and like it can rotate fully 360 degrees and like just fire in all directions, and it has multiple guns that it can fire at all times. So like it's quite defended. But like the real one I wanted to show y'all is like this big boy, and I've never drawn him myself because like I'm not about that life. Like that's too much detail even for me. But this bad boy is the mechanized organism seeking control of world, or Moscow. And
Crab City, bitch. Crab City, bitch.
pretty much. And the idea behind this one is like I love the fucking howls moving castle shit. So I just basically did that but on a kaiju size level. The idea is that like again, aliens, like this species crash landed, millions of years ago, and like it absorbs like the shit from the earth, and like it uses the species that evolve on its back to like, help it get space worthy and shit while like slowly draining the planet of its essence. And like this bad boy has the unfortunate, luck of landing somewhere in the Soviet Union. So he basically becomes this giant war machine that like bulldozes through half of Europe at some point. And like I had Tyler 28, he's on DeviantArt and like Instagram. I had him do this because like yeah, I'm not gonna do that, but like it was fucking big piece. You can see it's got like Saint Basilicas and all the Moscow Red Square and shit all behind the wall, and it's got another walls with like a giant machine guns on it. And like the thing that went into the concept is like when they enslave the race that they're using to take control, it's not just like, oh, your mind becomes theirs. It's like, no, you get converted into like basically a cyborg slave. So like all of your biological parts are removed because those will eventually wear out, and you're just converted to this mindless drone with a human brain inside of it, producing for this massive creature. And then like the internal structure goes all the way down. So like there's motherfuckers in like the digestive tract pushing food along and whatnot. And like motherfuckers in these tracks making sure that they run efficiently and everything like that. It's basically like one giant biological machine.
So my one question is, will if it once it starts tearing through Europe, are we just going to hear the Soviet national anthem playing as it like trudges forward?
At the point that this thing starts moving through Europe, it is quite established that the Russians are not the ones in control. It is this thing that has been perverting the Russians all along into doing its building. So like all of the horrible shit that we think about, like with the Soviet Union, like yeah, this motherfucker was just like subtly whispering in these niggas' minds, making them crazy and as paranoid as they were, going after their own citizens, while in the background like making sure that like the spirit of Russia will never collapse, and like the spirit of Russia is actually this thing.
Oh, so sort of like the Void Dragon from Mars.
Yeah. So by the time this thing erupts, it's basically like an egg hatching, and like it doesn't, when the baby, learns how to ride a bike, doesn't really need its training wheels anymore. So what do you do with the training wheels? And that's basically what like every person who thought they were in control of this massive weapon to protect the Soviet Union was. They were the training wheels to protect it, to make sure that it didn't fall over and die. And now it doesn't need the training wheels anymore.
Yeah, no, that's definitely interesting. With the treads there, that's obviously not, that's all added on to it extra. So if there's people inside there working through its biological processes, do they have to harvest more people to send down there, or is essentially with the population living there, it's essentially sustainable?
With the population living there, it can be sustainable, but like when this thing comes up and goes on its rampage, the goal is to like subsume the population, expedite the process, get the planet to die in 20 years rather than 200.
Okay.
So like if, being successful, if the hypothetical Thanos event happens and it's successful, like what'll basically happen is like the continent of Europe and, probably bits of North Africa will be devoted entirely to growing this thing out so it can cross the fucking ocean. Once that's
Gotcha.
happened, you guys watch Rick and Morty, right?
I try to. I haven't watched as much as recently. Just
Well,
haven't
if
had
you
the time to.
like a basic clip, it's basically Mr. Frundles. Basically, this thing will take up all of the nutrients of Earth, and then it'll just be a giant crab floating through space, looking for another planet to like lay its egg onto, so it can do it again. And like that's this species. That's what they do. They
The
go to
crabbler.
planets, the crabbler. They go to planets. They suck up the nutrients, and then they like float off and like basically tyrannid hives, like just going through space, devastating space. And this one's on Earth. Why it woke up so early? Why it needs tank treads? It's a mystery I'll leave to your imagination until I actually write this shit out. Cause like that's something I like.
No, I definitely like it. Even the what's it called? The color choice I like too. Just all of it's perfect.
I give color complete credit to Tyler because like when I sketched this thing out, I told him like, yeah, basically this design, giant crab, the tank treads, nuclear reactors on its back for power and shit, like all that. You get to design the colors because I honestly don't know what to do, and he brilliantly took the colors of old Russian tanks. You know, the same tanks that they decided to use in Ukraine, right? The ones that were from World War II and shit. And he said, like, he used those colors to influence the way he colored the shell and whatnot. So, like, it kind of has, you know, the colors of, like, the old T-81s or, like, the old T-90s and shit like that.
Yeah,
So,
no.
like, he did an amazing job on it. Like, if you
Yeah,
guys,
no, he did an amazing job. Wow.
like that's my shout out. Like I love commissioning artists to like see how they do my shit, and like if they can put my vision on the paper, I know I've done a good job like designing something, because like he 100% captured what I was going for, and I like the face specifically is something I love, because like that's 100% it.
Yeah, no, props to Tyler. I want to get him on actually for the stream one of these days, because I know I have him on Instagram. I just needed to come here and actually do it. And Kaiju, are you ready with your screener now?
I can. Yeah, I mean, I can just share what I'm doing right now.
Sure,
So
pop it up.
here, let me just there we go. Okay, so I'm just in the experiment process right now.
It went even greater with the whole like.
Yeah, like I wanted to like just I was that shovel idea I thought was like really cool. So like I wanted to like just like what he has like a literal like digging thing that he can like just push like rocks and stuff out of the way. I didn't get to it yet because I just started, but I was gonna emphasize the armor more, like some like maybe like I don't know, like bumps or something on his head. So it's so like where he could like he has like protection almost. In case like a rock like falls on his head or something. Since he has armor everywhere else. And then the claws, I was wanting to look at like the original inspiration being sloths. You can make them a little longer like that. And I think I don't know. The more I'm drawing this, I'm like I'm not trying to stray too far from like the original. But like I feel like there's not much that really would need to be changed. Sorry, what was that?
No, that was an echo.
Oh, okay. I feel like there's not like a whole lot that really needs to be changed about the design. Maybe it's like just little like adjustments to really make it like pop. Maybe I don't know. Maybe even some different color might help with like because it is just kind of grayish green, and there's not really much more
Yeah,
to
it's just
it.
a light gray with slate as the armor color.
Yeah, but then again, it also lives underground, so it's like maybe it could have like some sort of since like it's not bad to just have like like a base color that's majority like a majority of like color on your creature or character or whatever, but maybe there could be like some accents to like kind of help it pop a bit more.
This is a primarily underground creature. I would go with like a color of like the grayish brown on top, like you know its back is always rubbing against the top layer of the dirt and shit, and then like more of a whitish or you know a whitish gray on the bottom, because like creatures underground are kind of usually albino unless they you know traverse up above ground a decent amount to get sunlight. So,
yeah, these ones travel up above ground a pretty decent
so
amount.
like yeah, the albino thing wouldn't work, but like if it was an albino creature, like maybe you have a variant of one that like is underground and shit. Like I'd play around with that idea.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about doing a lot of variants for several of these creatures.
I also I really like these like arm spines that he has. I think that could be cool to like maybe not make them as small, maybe just a little larger, make them stand out a bit more. Something like that. I don't know. This is a really messy sketch right now, so sorry, audience.
it's
I really
fine.
like it.
Okay, yeah, I think something that like besides just the armor and the face, I think maybe some like I don't know, teeth or something could, or maybe if you want to go really weird, to make it not just like this,
Give him some tusks.
Give it like a beak or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking about a beak at one point, and then I ended up kind of erasing it because I was thinking about trying to keep the head as close to Desmanosuchus as possible without kind of just up and lifting it, which is why I ended up adding the spikes to the top of it.
Like even if you don't want a beak, like maybe just. But they have like this weird like
Yeah, dip really
ridge
to
on
it.
their mouth. You could like. I don't want to make it look like Naranga, but like something there or
Mm-hmm.
something like that. I'm not sure. Or what if you I don't know, somehow incorporated those weird things somewhere?
I don't
Oh, yeah,
see
I
why
guess
you can't just put them in the same place.
You
Well,
could.
yeah, no. Well, I'm also thinking is that if he's since it's digging underground, having those two things there,
Oh, yeah.
it could work. But then,
Hmm.
although I do kind of like the idea of having those be either right above the eyes or maybe even having them be on the end of the tail too.
I was just thinking that. I was like, maybe we could put it
I
on the
think you
tail
should
here.
have him on the end of the tail as more of a defense precaution, because like that head is pretty loaded right now as it is, and I like it.
Yeah, because I'm like looking at that, and I'm like, that's a big.
I thought about them on the shoulders, but the thing that would get me is like the only thing that's gonna do for this creature is while it's underground, it's just gonna destabilize the rock layers above it, causing shit to potentially fall on it or a cave in.
Mhm.
Like you wouldn't want that as a burrowing creature. So like something on the tail is like as a defense. If something comes in behind it, you're getting fucking whacked, bro. You're getting hit with the thaggy.
Yeah, that definitely looks that's good right there.
I like maybe you can like add that spike that he has at the very end of his tail. There.
Mhm.
Or maybe you can even like actually, you know what you could do? Since he has all those back plates on him, you could super rough. But you could have these transition into that.
Yeah, no, that works too. I like that right there.
Boom. He has got the spikes there. I think something like that. The feet. He's plantigrade.
Mhm.
I think the perfect
Assume.
thing for the texture issue would be because like I was looking at like broken bones and shit, just the little bumps that show where like there's a bit thicker bone plating, like it's almost popping through, but it's not quite, to show that like it's got armor. Like so like places around the shoulders, like right around where the legs start to merge into the body, there's like small bumps like you did around the head to show that it's got like tougher skin there.
Could like, if you really want to go crazy, could because like you see the sloth here, like their hands. Obviously, this is because of the fur, but like they have like these really like squarish, blocky like hands. You can almost like just make this thing's hands kind of like that as well, and give it like these blocky shapes throughout its design to make it look very like heavy or like just very sturdy and like very like kind of like an immovable object almost.
Yeah,
Just give it like these giant like,
trunk.
trunk. Yeah, these literal trunk legs.
Mhm.
And then this thing, I kind of shrunk the head a bit, but like, you could go like give it a giant.
Yeah, we could go bigger with that too. Also,
Big head.
I also sent you another reference for like skin too, especially with the reference I showed you the upper arms.
See, now you got me busting out the fucking art tablet to Kaiju.
Oh, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Beefy. Put that in there. But yeah, I actually really do like the kind of shovel idea that we had. Like just give it like this. Here, I'm just gonna get that out of the way for now.
Ooh, I like this idea. So like Zim, you have to design one of Takaiju's kaiju.
Oh, I have to design one of Takaiju's kaiju. Sure.
And then like I'll have to design one of you guys, and then G9.
Oh, actually,
like,
wait.
like interesting. I like.
No,
watching him.
what we can do is we can round robin it. So essentially, Takaiju gets me, I get defender, you get pyro gets Takaiju. So essentially, we do it like that.
Got
So not all of us are kind of just going right back out with each other.
Got you.
So like, I don't know, like the front of the horn could be like it could still be like a horn,
Mm-hmm.
like kind of, but like it's like more shovel shaped, and then you can have like, I don't know, his nose is right here. And then I guess maybe where the crest of his eye is, you could have like. I don't know. I'm noodling right now.
You gotta give me a kaiju to do Takaiju.
I mean, you can look on my Instagram. I don't have a lot of original kaiju on my.
Score beep.
Look at you. Could do
There's some old ones that I haven't really worked on in a while. If you go way back. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe like test there.
Yo, someone's running
His
for
hidden
like
giant
right
teeth.
Yeah, no, I heard that too. I was like, man, someone's really going in.
now. Got hit in Sonic and they just dropped all their fucking coins. That's what it was. I feel sorry for them.
I don't know. That's just. I think you should. Based on just. I don't think I'm pushing it enough. Honestly. I think you should. If I was, I think you should play around with. The blocky shape. I think you should do this. I think you should play around with this shape a lot. Because even the what was it? The guy, the animal. He already has like his shape is like already very like. It's very like if you look at it, there's a lot of like squares in here, squares that you like, and it's very like you can make this thing. You can exaggerate that since it's a burrow, or you can make like this thing very blocky, very sturdy. You can make the head even more square than I did. Like
Make the man square.
yeah, make him a square, and then I think this is just me. You don't have to, but like I think a shovel like horn. I think you can come up with the shape better than me. I'm sure there's more animals that have something similar. Like a shovel-like horn to just kick shit out of the way, I think would like.
Yeah, no, because now we brought up shovel horns. There was like a specific spade that I saw. It was like a war spade. It had this really unique shape to it that I'm gonna have
use
to
that.
go back to
Use
look
that.
for.
You don't even have to use like animals. Like you could just like use like an actual like shovel with like a distinct shape to like make it look more. Because then it's not just a horn. Then it's like something unique, and it actually adds like something crazy to the silhouette and makes it stand out from like the thousands of other kaiju with horns. Like I think that could work. And just like the claws a bit longer, stumpy feet, I guess, just make it blocky. And I think you'll come up with something cool. But yeah, that's really stupidly rough, but yeah.
I mean, everyone likes it rough.
But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. What is Braden's in the chat.
If only crabs would lay
Or
eggs
was.
on me.
I don't know if he's still here.
He may be still here. I think he sent me a message on Instagram too. How do I say
I'm gonna draw random stuff.
There you go, Brandon. And actually, I think someone else also had something else they wanted to put in the chat for us to examine. Yes. I'm gonna put that in, and I will put that on while we work on our things.
I don't know what I'm working on. Am I working on?
Bro,
I already did yours technically, but
yeah, technically you did. Yeah.
It's the rest of us that are far back.
I don't know how many people are in the chat.
We've got 5 in the chat.
5 here. Okay, I have a prompt since everyone else is working on other things. Okay, chat. Let's make a little rough monster. Give me a like.
Body type?
No. Let's see. Give me. Here, I'll just pull it up. Oh wait, that's my kaiju. Whoops. Give me something like. I don't know. Like, what is it? Where does it live? Is it a water kaiju? Is it a ground kaiju? Is it a? Does it fly?
It lives directly under Washington.
An American kaiju.
Ooh,
Directly under Washington.
I got an idea. Something that lives under the ground but flies. Like like there's caves big enough for it to just be zooming through the underground.
Okay. Here. I got this. Okay, what's its personality too? Like, what is it? What's it like? Here, how about we just go through like this, everyone here, and just like since Zim, I guess, figured out where it lives. Let's see. Defender, what personality does it have? Like, what is it like?
It is like a rogue type kaiju.
A rogue?
Yeah.
No, I see swims in lava. In the chat. Okay, and Pyro, how do you want like people to interpret it? Like is it like do you want people to fear it? Do you want people to kind of be like, this thing's a joke? Like this thing's a brute, but it's kind of a joke of a kaiju. Or is it, I don't know, maybe misunderstood or something?
So they take it as a joke, but it really shouldn't be. It's actually quite dangerous.
Okay. All right, so we got here. Let me just write it down. So we got something that flies, but also lives underground. We got it's brutish, very brute, and it's treated as a joke, but it shouldn't really be treated as a joke. I guess it kind of subverts expectations.
But in an un-Ryan Johnson sort of way.
More of in a Nikocado avocado type of way.
Oh boy.
Okay, I guess.
Like, it's funny, but like, is it really funny when you actually think about it?
You're like, should I be laughing at this or should I be like telling it needs help?
Yeah, but like in the sense of it's a kaiju, like, wow, it's really funny, but like it did just kind of, do whatever it's gonna do to a bank.
It kind of just destroyed that orphanage.
Yeah, right?
It just killed millions of people. But that looks real goofy.
But it was kind of funny the way it did it. Like, all right. So based on just what we got here, it's a brute, but it's also kind of a joke, I guess. Like it might be kind of not taken seriously. So for like something brutish and like big, like I the first thing I imagine is like a very like kind of, I know, like squarish or like blocky shapes, I guess. But since it's kind of goofy, I guess it wouldn't necessarily be friendly though, since it's a brute. So, so I guess we'll just go with a simple like blocky look, but it also flies, so it has to be. It lives on the ground and it flies. Okay.
Think of how maybe like like the base body is sort of like a manta ray, but a really blocky manta ray.
That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Let's actually, since we're already here, let's. That flies like a manta. Okay, here it. This is. Let's get some reference in there. There's a lot of rays with like interesting shapes. They're not like what the
Have so few
like what the hell is this?
kaiju.
Well, one thing I was thinking about is if it flies and it's like a manta ray, but it's underground, it could essentially use its own gases as like a form of propulsion. And someone sees that, it's like, wait, did that giant manta ray creature essentially just rip
Or-
ass to fly across into a building?
I'm gonna let you. You have so few kaiju to kaiju that it's like it's not even funny. There's only one other kaiju, and I don't even want to sully that with my shitty art.
You should just do the four-legged bird thing that I don't even remember the name of.
Four-legged bird thing. I can't even find the four.
It's probably at like it's at like the very like bottom of my like Instagram feed. Like just
Oh no.
do that. I don't like that thing anymore.
Yeah, I don't like the way that thing's looking at me either. I think I'm just gonna draw Scorpion.
At least Scorpeep will always love you.
I can't do Scorpion wrong.
Can never do that man wrong.
So this thing flies with like I don't know, like farts or something. Or
Yeah,
gas or
methane
something.
propulsion. But
Yeah,
like
okay.
it is a giant long rip as it soars across the sky into like a building.
So it's like a balloon.
Yeah.
Understand that it generates propulsion through a methane, expulsion through its rear. No, it's not funny. It's not funny. You shouldn't laugh.
No, it's like the scientist says that, some military official, egghead. This thing literally just farted into the White House.
No,
But
it's
also
Reminds me of
lit.
the ass blaster from Tremors 3.
Yes.
yes.
It also lives underground. So like, does it like have limbs or does it like use its wings or something or like?
You know, it has like such blocky wings that if it like literally just like flew into a cave wall, those wings are literally not gonna break or anything.
Bruh.
So it just flies into shit.
That's because it's stupid.
That's a real threat to society. It's insanely stupid.
It's like, bro, he's so
So
good. But
So I
it's
assume
so-
it like does it have legs or does it like?
It has tiny vestigial legs that don't really work, but they just flop in the wind.
no, like literally, if it gets stuck inside a cave wall when it's trying to get out, you just see that legs like flapping.
Yeah, they're flapping, but they don't do anything else. They don't actually help. They're really
No, even better, like when it tries to like turn, it will like move its legs as if they're like air brakes or something, and it ends up making it turn the wrong way.
it's really stupid once again.
I assume.
Do we want to
like,
steer
okay.
away from referencing other kaiju, or
Yes. Yeah. Let's steer
Yes.
away from that. Let's not reference.
okay?
like,
I'll stay quiet then.
other kaiju. No, you're good. I mean, like, if you think of like anything like animal related that's like dumb and stupid, then like go for it. But like just like I think let's try to like avoid like just like taking from another kaiju, I guess, because we could create something fucking weird, and we already have like a weird idea right now.
Okay, so like it's gotta have man teeth, like that one fish, the sunfish, I think it is, that just has weird fucking human teeth for no reason. This thing has
Oh,
weird
God.
fucking human teeth, like just eerily human, just really fucking big for no reason.
Oh, no. Not just that, but you know that one really weird llama thing that's got that super bulbous head?
Yes.
It's got like the same
Is that,
kind of
is
like
that a
long-
goat?
Is
like-
I don't you know exactly what I'm talking
I know
about.
what you're talking. It has like a weird. I think it's a goat. It's a kind of
Yeah.
goat.
That weird goat thing, it has a manta ray like wings, but it has that same long goat neck, but that neck can like scrunch up and like it can headbutt it with its long neck.
Oh, so it kind of has like a ram. That's kind of cool, actually, even though it's stupid.
Bruh.
Bruh.
What if? Okay,
I
so
hate
should I draw this thing like in flying?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, one other thing before you get started, okay? It flies with its mouth open. Because of course.
So it just ends up just grinning as it like flies into something.
It doesn't have an expression. It's just open. It's just hanging open.
it's eating rocks as it like bashes it. So like this creature we have just bashes into like it can fly, but it uses its like methane gas or whatever the hell it uses to like fart and expel. It just flies and jet propulses, and it even uses that to dig. It can get stuck, but it just like bashes into things to go deeper underground. That's
Yes.
brilliant. Let's use it. And then it has like this ugly ass face and it's like wow, this thing's stupid, but it's actually incredibly dangerous.
It's an incredibly dangerous threat if it gets above ground. Like the methane will like choke cities, and like the wind gust from it will like it'll devastate landscapes and everything. It swallows planes and shit. But it's just so fucking stupid.
It's incredibly stupid, but like because of its stupidity, it's the
So-
most dangerous thing on the planet.
What's it called? I know we weren't supposed to mention like bring up Godzilla monsters, but I'm just imagining, you know that one scene from Hedorah where that one guy falls off the building he's working on that Hedorah
Oh my
passes through? I just imagine like this thing like ramming into a skyscraper, and some dude thinks his only way of escape is jumping out the building, and like literally as he gets under this thing, the force is not only so toxic, the methane's so toxic it kills him, but it just rips away like all of his skin and his bones, and he becomes nothing but dust because of like the amount of force it's provides.
Bruh.
So for those watching at home, I'm essentially trying to create a simple silhouette of this god awful thing we've
This
created.
abomination.
This abomination of a creature.
You say that. Listen,
Actually,
this
I'm
is
gonna
great.
look at the goat. I'm gonna get the goat.
So, like, do you want Score Peep to be more realistic? Like, I'm going for something a bit more comedic.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Like, do you want the references? Like, do you want the Score Peep to have like more realistic references? Because, like, I like the more comedic aspect of this kaiju.
You can go with whatever you want, like whatever your style is. Like I'm fine with whatever. He is goofy though, so like I don't know. I mean, there's goofy like baby birds already look goofy, so
Goofy ass.
Like, that's why I asked, because one of the references I'm using is fucking Big Bird.
your mic's a little quiet. I don't know if that's just me, but
Is
it
like fuck?
yeah, it keeps fading out a bit, but that could just be.
Thinking like, is anyone else having the issue?
Now it just sounds different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does it sound like now?
It sounds a little bit more robot-y, kind of grainy.
Robot-y? Hold on.
Yeah,
Any better? Any better?
that's
Yeah.
better.
That's better. That's clear. Yeah.
Okay. I see what I did wrong. Yeah, if I ever have any mic issues, just let me know.
Yeah, no, like I have my thing cranked up really loud anyway, so I wasn't really like the sound wasn't an issue for me. I'm just in that case, I'm gonna crank my stuff down just a tiny bit. So oh boy,
Stupid. Oh my god! Wait. Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, I'm simply kind of just blocking things out right now for this thing. I'm going to fill this in. Just trying to find some shapes that work. Actually, I think the weird ass legs, tiny ass legs could really work. Like, all right.
oh, one sec, Takaiju. I'm looking at the reference you had for the head. I was thinking an even weirder picture I've seen of it. Let me show you. Let me send that one, this one your way.
Oh wait, who has me? I want to give them a reference for whatever poor kaiju they decide to draw.
Defender's
have
the one who's got yours.
Pyro, right?
Yeah, you have Pyro.
Yeah, like if you need a reference, like I will provide you with one because like I'm sorry for your luck.
Like the shittiest breath impression.
Yeah, because I was thinking your kaiju is like super detailed,
Yeah.
and I work in a more simple cartoon style, but
Yeah,
I'm
no,
doing
that's
all
fine.
right.
Okay, cool.
Wait, did you send it, Zim? Sorry.
I sense it, yeah.
The goat.
Like that. That's what I was thinking of
I've seen that one.
immediately.
God, that thing's so ugly.
Exactly.
God. Oh, wait, that's. There we go. Here's the goat.
Look at that beautiful man right there.
So it has a weird long neck, or should we just give it a blunt, like kind of?
You know, it has to have a long neck too. So like if it's trying to like it can rear up on its legs, but like its long neck will extend out. It'll essentially just flop its neck around.
Just flop its neck on the ground pitifully.
Yeah, almost like what's it called? Like a dopey ass version of Kezu.
Yes.
Okay, this is.
Yes. Yes.
I will be adjusting things, audience or chat, for those who are wondering. I'm just getting something in there. I'm gonna make it a lot more clear than it actually is right now. Maybe it's kind of big though. It's kind of good to work at this stage, to work like kind of small scale, because like you don't want to get too crazy with the details of this. Just kind of looking for the. I'm guessing it has kind of big wings, sort of. What is its tail? What would you say its tail is? Do you think its tail's just like a jet or something, like an organic jet thing, since it's expelling shit or fart or whatever? Or do you think it's like?
What were you know those creatures from what was it, Alien Planet? They have like those like
Yeah.
organic jet propulsion things.
Yeah.
I think like on its sides or like near the end.
On the side. I think it'd be funny if it just had it near the end. It was just like this, kind of like a bullet bill, you know,
Yes.
from
Yes.
Mario, where it's just like, it's just, it's just ramming everything. Like, oh my god, it's just the Mario Kart bullet bill. That's all it is, but like with an ugly face.
You know what I was also thinking about was whenever it rams into something, it makes like a goat squeal.
Like it's
It
just
either,
like
it either makes a squeal or it makes like a low ass like deflated moan.
oh,
It is one of those two things. Well, no. It makes a low moan if it's just like it's extended its neck out and it's just searching. But when it's shooting out, it is like it's doing a goat scream.
I would imagine, since it's flying right now, probably into something. Does it like? I imagine it like curls its neck so it can actually ram into something.
Yes.
Okay,
But
I'm
like
gonna.
it's super curly too. Like it really has like a really compressed S shape to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw it in like that kind of like curve. I'm not gonna extend the neck right now, but I'm gonna like I'll curve the neck or something. I don't know. God.
No, Takaiju. Time to make a Cottom reference. You just right now. God, me. He had nothing to do with this.
He had nothing to do with this.
There, Braided, if you're still watching, there's your Cottom reference.
Let's see. Okay, wait.
Well, you know, that's another thing to Kaiju. since Brandon said it swims in lava, I could just imagine as it's swimming in lava, screaming, you're just seeing bubbles forming
Oh yeah,
on
that's
like
the
the
thing
top
about
of the
this.
lava.
Like it's just
You
That's
just
the thing
shoot
about
you.
this
You
creature.
hear
It's like always in pain.
you hear muffled. You hear like a muffled through the lava. Exactly.
But like, here's the thing: it willingly does that. Like, it's almost impossible for it to pass up a good lava bath, right? Because again, it's really stupid. I just feel like we need to keep hammering like this. This thing is stupid. It's amazing that it's alive, honestly.
it's amazing that it's still alive.
It is still alive, so therefore it has earned its Darwin Award.
Here,
Yeah,
actually, here's a
It's
good.
actually the
Speaking of
only
like how this thing is,
recipient.
how is this thing even alive? What does it like? What powers or like what does it like?
Oh, no powers. He literally just eats rocks. That's how he's alive.
All right, so he just rams into like other kaiju, just like.
Yeah, he just rams into other kaiju, and like since he's on like a jet, they can't catch him. And like since his mouth is always open, whatever flies into his mouth is just his food, bro.
Even better, what's it called? Literally, whenever when two of them appear and they mate, they essentially have like a mating dance where like how birds will fly up into the air and then descend while linked to each other. They essentially do that, but like both male and female are just screaming at this as they're doing it. So it's just two of these things screaming as they descend towards the ground, but they dig deep into the ground when they do it, so they just slam through earth.
The fact that there's more than one.
I just imagine that their mating season would just consist of a bunch of them colliding in the air. Like, and it's just like, while we're here, you are the same species, I think, so why not?
They just collide into the air and then they just explode whatever thing they use to mate.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
they just,
no, even
explode,
better.
and then like a new
The
one
fact
appears.
is that like they don't even they can't even tell the species apart. Like you couldn't tell a male from a female. So like there's many times where like they think it's the mating season and it's just two of them ramming into each other, but it's like two females or two males.
No, you don't understand, Zim. That's what starts the mating season, right? And it's really weird because mating season, they can have like 10 mating seasons a year or one. If a male accidentally rams into another one of the species, sends up the pheromones, and there you go, mating season. So it's just like it can happen at any time, honestly. And it's
Even
just
better.
dependent on how fucking stupid they are.
If they are near fault lines, that like multiple of them ramming is what causes like major earthquakes. Like the major San Francisco earthquake was because multiple of them were just ramming into each
Oh
other.
my god.
It was just doing it repeatedly because it couldn't turn. It just wouldn't. So it's not a bunch of them. It was just one, and we all fill.
Or what's it called? I'm just imagining the this thing is what caused the Titanic. Like at the end of Titanic, after Jack dies and he like sinks to the water, you just have a shot of the girl, but then just out of the water, you see it just flying, just screaming.
Well, no, like even better, like it causes the Titanic, and like it's the true story, right? Like the Titanic hit the iceberg and it's starting to sink, but then like the sea variant of this dumbass motherfucker, and believe me, just as fucking stupid, just in the water. It free willies and it tries to free willy over the boat, but it doesn't make it, and it lands halfway in the Titanic, and it's just like, oof, and then like it just splashes into the ocean, and that's why the boat breaks in half.
Should we give it the dumb? Actually, wait. Should we give it these like ears?
Yes.
Yes.
These like floppy ears just flying to the air.
Make them as like weirdly human as possible.
Oh, human. Okay.
They just slap shit.
No, right like there, how you had them drooping that first time, that would be perfect.
Well, here's the thing though, is that like it's soaring through the air at like Mach whatever, probably faster than Rodan. So I assume that like maybe these things would be flying behind it.
It's going at Mach 6.
Going at Mach fart.
Wait. I need to check this. What is the fastest jet?
Bro, this thing is just insanely fast for no reason. You mind if I give Scorpion tail?
Yeah, no, this thing can literally reach like Mach 8.
Okay, Mach 8. All right, I think that's actually a pretty good silhouette.
It's that moment where you like realize what the horror is, and now you're like, oh god, we're gonna start detailing
I
this
think,
thing now.
I am the
I think it's pretty good.
You just start quoting fucking what's his name, the dude with the Oppenheimer. I have become death, destroyer of worlds.
It doesn't really have that. I mean, it's kind of hard to design like a manta ray or kind of ray thing with like just straight up square like wings, but I think I can make it work like that or something. I don't know.
Well, no, now I'm just imagining that scene from the 2014 teaser where it's like and Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form, and you just see this thing soaring through the sky screaming, but it's not even got like a realistic rendering to its CG. It's like super cartoony.
So can I add like one more thing? Maybe you have to change the silhouette. Maybe you don't. Instead of
Oh
it
yeah,
having,
yeah, go
like,
for it.
instead of having like the flat manta ray membrane, it has like little thingies, and it's just like a hand. It's basically just flying out of his hand with thick webbing in between the fingers. So like at the end, like it has like fingers and fingernails.
So it's like sort of like a bat or like warp.
Yeah, like a bat.
Sort of like a bat, but like they're not made for hooking onto something. It's just really dumb evolution. Once again, very
Like those aren't
stupid.
hooks; they're just nubs. Like
Yeah, they're
essentially
like
like a guy
thumbs.
with his arms spread out.
No, it's basically like thumbs. They basically just have thumbs where the hooks should be, and like there's just like a small fingernail.
It could be just like I mean, to be honest, it could honestly be like a. You know how planes have like the little tips on the.
Yes.
Yeah.
It could be like that, honestly, to somewhat help it, but it doesn't really help it much. Okay, period. I'll do that,
Thank you.
and I'll add more as we go along. I guess maybe to the detail of it.
Takaiju, do you mind if I give Scorpeep a tail?
Can you repeat that? You kind of faded out.
Do you mind if I give Scorpeep a tail?
You can, if you want.
Absolute dumb time.
All right,
Absolute
let's get to this now. Could lay eggs on me. Let's see. All right, let's.
Yo,
Man,
what
the
the
people
fuck
who
was
are
that?
people who were here in the beginning, they're missing out now.
Actually, no. Defender, get that person to make that exact noise again, because that's what this thing sounds like as it's flying.
What?
Yes.
Like
The
it just
person in
sound-
the background, it's that whoever just made that noise, that would be the noise it makes when it flies.
yeah, like whoever just like made that like kind of like whiny noise when they were calling for someone, that's what it sounds like.
That's just my little brother.
It sounds like you're
Mario, make that noise you were making.
I love the fact that there are still people here ready to witness the horror we created.
Oh yes. That's the best part about being an artist and like having artist friends like, yo, let me draw your shit and like
Let me draw this monstrosity. This is a little crime against nature and humanity.
The origins of this beast are unknown.
No, we know exactly where it came from. We just don't want to admit it.
Hell,
It came from the island.
We
the
don't-
island.
We just really don't want to admit that. Like, Thomas Jefferson had sex with a manta ray. There you have it.
Let's call it Roland Emmerich's Mothra.
Roland Emmerich monster.
No. Roland Emmerich's Mothra. This is what his Mothra, if he was allowed to do a Mothra
Oh my god!
movie.
Yes, that's what this is. I know you said we couldn't reference other kaiju, but yes, this is Roland Emmerich. This is Roland Emmerich's Mothra.
No, I mean I just mean like with design because this is not going to be anything like Mothra.
Oh no, exactly. That's the point.
Exactly. Like, this is Roland Emmerich's Mothra.
The point has been made.
And then after this, you have to do a fucked up Ghidorah. It's just have to have 3 heads.
Could call it like I don't even know. We can make. Okay. Let's call it
Just call-
Moonfall.
We just call it Mothers.
Mothers.
Moonfall.
No, but see,
Moonfall.
that's too cool of a name for like something you don't take serious, right? Like, how are you gonna laugh
Well,
at?
no one took that movie
Moonfall?
seriously, so.
No.
I
Since
love
literally
Moonfall.
everything it uses, it's all for its posterior. Pogra.
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 Pogra. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do
It's
now.
Pogra the flatulent. Run, it's Pogra. His gas will choke you. Really?
You guys want everything everything. When I ask you guys to do something, you guys take your sweet time. But no, when you guys want something from me, run in like right
Getting
there,
like this
right
gigantic hunch.
Yo, who's getting yelled at, bruh? Someone is just getting laid into, bruh. And I hope like they start picking up around the house and like doing shit they mama asked them to, cause like, yeesh. I would not want that to happen to me.
I want you to do like this and stand. I do. I do. Oh, you get to it. So let me get to it when I have time. I'm gonna do it, but you want it like right there. You won't get it off it.
But yeah, this thing is gonna. So it has these stupid. Okay.
I'm glad we went with the manta ray, cause like I had an idea. I was gonna give you the Chuckler.
Oh God.
And like the idea behind the Chuckler is like it's just every really obese kaiju fan who doesn't have a life and points out really shitty details in the movie.
No. When you said the Chuckler, I'm immediately thinking of Chuck E. Cheese, and then I'm just thinking of like a horror game called the Chuckler, where you're being chased by like an obese, like gnarly looking clown called the
Look,
Chuckler.
we call him the Chuckler because like he's really fucking cringy like the Joker. Like he doesn't say we live in a society. He says like shit like we thrive in a civilization. Like that.
But-
that's his gimmick.
Coming to a theater near you, a being unlike any other, soaring through the sky on flatulent fumes. Pogra.
Pogra.
Pogra the flatulent.
Well, no, even better. I'm just imagining like
Wait,
him
you
being a
survived.
crossover where he's like fighting Kratos, and you're screaming.
Why Kratos?
Like, because you just hear like the Kratos theme playing in the background, like him just trying to climb up this thing super seriously, like dun 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 dun, and then you just hear it screaming in the background still. Exactly.
It's just like really dull, stupid screaming. Owie. That's the only word it can say is owie.
No, even better. It doesn't say actual words. Like it's just like just the entire time.
It's like it's like Manila. Like
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
is it has the donkey sounds like just or something. Yeah, so this is how you design a kaiju, everyone.
This is how you design an abomination. And
But no, actually, like all of these were actually like really good. Actually, wait, I wanted that fish with teeth.
That fish with
The human teeth fish.
Yeah. Just Google that, and I'm pretty sure you'll find it.
Great, I'll.
Like the one with the bug teeth.
Ones with the fucking human ass teeth. Yeah, the buck teeth. Yeah.
Ugh. Let's drop that in our reference there.
yes, yes.
Exactly. At least our schools aren't like the Call of Duty video game
Well, at least.
where people get shot to death.
Oh, I just
My
realized we
God.
haven't come up with a color for it yet. What do we want to?
Oh, we can do that later. We might not even get to it tonight. If we really want to, we could come back to it.
Oh, we definitely have to come back to this one.
Oh
I love his little dinky ass legs.
my god, this is gonna be so stupid.
I'm glad I gave you that prompt. Thank you. Thank you. See, I'm doing the most work right now. This is a British kaiju right here.
But
This is what lives under the fucking Buckingham Palace.
no. This is Britain's super weapon that they put underneath DC during the Revolutionary War.
No. I'm 100%. I'm gonna fight. This is what's under Buckingham Palace. This is why they need to have a monarchy, because like only a king or a queen can tell this thing. Yo, fucking stop. Fucking
Stop.
Please,
Just
shut the
stop.
fuck up. Just shut up for once, right? That's why when the Queen of England died, that wasn't Big Ben you heard. That was this thing starting it up again. And like that's why they put that old ass man on the throne, because he's just like, oh, I command you to stop it. Just quiet that buggery down. And like that's what that is, because like this shit got British teeth.
Does anyone watch the channel Flash Gets?
Oh yes.
I could totally see this in a Flash Gets episode.
Hello. That's the motherfucker that popped up in 1492, and that's like, hello. Say, you know where the Taj Mahal is?
Oh my
What's this big ball of fire you have in the sky? We don't have that in England. It quite hurts, really. I think I'll go underground.
Here's a legitimate question. How big is it? 30 meters? Or like 50?
Meters.
Oh no, it's got to be bigger than that.
450 meters.
Godzilla Earth size.
It's Earth size, yeah.
Godzilla Earth size.
If you want, Jim, I don't mind if I can still just keep working on this if you cut back and forth if anyone wants to showcase anything.
I don't want to detract from this right here.
I don't know what eyes to get. I'm gonna leave the eyes for last because that's like
those guys are perfect. No,
that's
those were so good.
No, you have to give it a people.
oh,
Like
we
a
will.
Shin Godzilla people that's just like a googly eye.
Like a Kamada-kun.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave it for last though.
No, here, look at this. Sorry, what the hell did I come back to?
Bro, you came back to Takaiju giving me the dumbest fucking design.
Wait, who's here?
What's it called? Brandon just came back. He's like, "Sir, what the hell did I come
Yeah.
back
Okay.
to?"
So we're creating a kaiju, and its name is what was it?
I'll do it again for him. A being unlike any other, soaring through the sky on flatulence fumes. Pogra.
Yeah, Pogra. And so basically we came up with the intent of it, which is like it lives in the ground but can also fly somehow. It's kind of a brutish kaiju. I guess that's and the way I guess the audience and I guess also the people in the world view it is kind of as a joke, but it really shouldn't be perceived as the joke because it's probably the most dangerous thing. It's because of its stupidity.
It's Godzilla Earth size, by the way. So it's
yeah, it's huge.
Well, no, it's 300 feet long, but it has a wingspan of like 800 meters.
Bro, no. It can't be this short.
Yes.
And basically, it just
It's gotta be when the head is like all tucked into its body, because right now
Yep.
we're seeing the neck droop. It's gotta be when the head is just like all tucked into his body like a fucking shriveled ass thumb or something.
it also just like soars through the sky,
On-
and through the ground. Like it just blasts through things like a bullet bill.
With its mouth open.
Yeah. Oh wait, let me. How do I?
Oh my god.
It's important to
I
use
still don't get how
reference.
those are two same goats.
Oh yeah. There. It's a goat.
I
Should we
forget
give
what.
it dumb goat eyes? Like just
No,
these
it had no. Those like are very animal. Like it has to have like really human looking eyes,
human eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
just to add to its uncanniness.
Okay. Well.
It's
Okay.
gotta have like really googly people eyes. Like that's what I want. Like I want googly eyes, but like they're really fucking humanistic as shit.
Wait,
Oh my god. Just look at that. That is truly persecution of the masses.
It's this big rock. Will it hurt? I'm gonna try it. I am so lost.
Look at this
Where is
beautiful
my
man.
home?
This is horrible.
Yes. Right, like that. That's
But like,
That's
even though it's stupid, I feel like it's still actually like it kind of looks like cool. Like it looks
Yeah,
like
that's
what
why-
we're coming up with.
That's
It
why
looks-
I'm claiming this, because it's like
it
the
looks so
weird
s-
fucking head teeth.
it looks really stupid, but it looks really terrifying too.
Yeah,
Like this is like what the hell is that? But it's like a joke. But then it's like it's kind of scary.
you hear about Pogram on the news, and then they show you its fucking mugshot, and you're like, Jesus.
Like I feel like you'd wake up like you just wake up one morning and or like maybe it's like an early news report like at 6 or like something, and then you just like see this like you know you see like it flies like a puppet, like how the Rodin puppets like fly in like the old like show
Like
movies.
it flies like the giant claw.
Yeah, it flies like that exactly, and then you just like you're looking at your TV eating breakfast and you're like, what the fuck? Like you're just like, what? Like you think it's like a joke? Like you're like, are you kidding me? Like. And you look at the calendar and you're like, it's not April Fool's. I don't. Why would the news?
Oh my god, it's gotta be like secreting some type of silky kind of cream or some shit. Like, wow, I shouldn't have said it like that. It's gotta be like this silky kind of ooze. That way, when you do capture it on camera, it unironically looks like a janky ass puppet that someone's moving with strings.
Ew. So it expels like as it like fume. I don't know. It like this gooey, gross like.
Fart juice, yes. Fart juice.
This is a.
This is why we gotta persecute these masses, boy.
This is literally persecution of the masses right here.
I actually wanted to. I don't know what the hell this thing is right here, but I kind of like it. I kind of actually wanted to give it some of these spiky things because I imagine it like it looks like kind of like armor. So I wanted.
No. Even better.
ramming into,
Like instead of it being like armor, like it being really spiky, it looks like it's covered in like fur and stuff, and it's really nubby looking, but they're super strong. Like it's just solid bone.
like. Oh god! Like, I'm trying to think of like what do you mean? Like I guess.
Let me. One sec. Let me
Like keratin or like.
Well, one sec. Let me. So you know, like how like aliens have like those antenna.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of like that, but like all over the body, like in the reference you showed. But it looks like they're just covered in fur.
Alien. Here, I'll figure something out. Hold on. I think we should give it, maybe we can give it like extra jets like over here, like kind of like how like the rays have like the gills. We can make those like jets almost, or like organic jets. Just keep it
I like
on
how
the...
that face is unironically terrifying as shit.
Yeah, I feel like we could have made it look more stupider, but I kind of like it.
Yeah.
No, it has that like thing where it's like it looks really weirdly goofy, but like it also looks like it's just staring into your soul.
Yeah.
I mean that's kind of like what this thing is.
Exactly.
Like, actually, you know what we could do?
What?
Maybe that's that one picture. It's like ears are weird. I thought, wait, what if we like? Maybe that's too much. Never mind. We don't. I don't think it needs it. I was gonna put like jets there or something. I don't think it needs it though. Well, I don't want to go too crazy with the detail because I don't want to make it too complex, or then it's gonna be a messy design. Still trying to figure out how to do that fur, but I guess we can do that later. The
Yeah, we can
wings
do
I'm
that
having
later.
a bit trouble with, but I think it's because the way they're shaped.
Man's got
So
stupid.
chat, what do you think of our Kaiju?
This absolute
Pogra
abomination.
or whatever.
Pogra.
Pogra. They left probably. It was too disgusting. It's too much of an abomination. They were like, no.
Quite literally a crime against nature. I am. What I'm gonna have to do is after stream was like I might just download this entire thing and just cut up like these really crazy bits and just have those be like shorts too, just for people to be like, what?
Imagine your fucking city gets farted on.
Quite literally, that is a fate worse than death.
See, if it wasn't for YouTube, I would say make the jets look like more organic sphincterish. Just to push the point that like, no, this is fart. That's
Organic what? Sorry.
Like, make it look like a giant sphincter. Like just to push the point that like, yeah, no, this is fart you're getting hit with.
The one time Takaiju decides to draw you, it's this more sphinctery.
I just need.
I mean, I could make. I'm not even joking because like, I could make this like actually this little jet thing even just. I can make this disgustingly organic. Like I.
Yeah, make it disgustingly organic.
I need it disgusting.
This could literally look like I don't know. YouTube. This could be like an orifice. A certain
That's what
orifice.
it is. There's an orifice right here.
That expels gas.
And sometimes solids.
Yes.
Just imagine because of how fast it's flying and like how high it can soar, anything solid, just like it is flying so fast and it freezes, and to the point where literally if someone got hit by that, they would end up as just red paste afterwards.
Ugh. Good lord.
The guy was actually thinking about it. I like how polite he is, like, oh, good heavens, as he draws the vein. Like,
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, good heavens, I do say that.
Ah.
That wouldn't fly in my house. Let me continue drawing the next little. There needs to be powerful veins if he's going to be propelling that much out of his sphincters. They clench if he wants to control the screen. See, like when I die and go to hell, this is what I'm gonna be.
Yep.
Yeah, this is like what you see in hell. This thing just rushing towards you.
Quite literally, this is like a modern Bosch painting.
This is what you see in hell is just like this, and like it's like nonstop ramming into you, but like just fast enough to where you can witness the horror of like what this thing
No,
is.
even better,
It's
it
just
like
fast enough where it knocks me over, then it gives me a chance to stand back up, and then it like gets a running start.
no, even better, it like sometimes instead of just yelling, it has like a weird like snorty cackle to it. No, something like that. Yeah, something like
And then like you hear the chittering of the teeth.
Oh, ew! Like it's like it can. It's like a. I don't know. It's. I don't even fucking know. I don't even know.
It's like fucking Predator, like when he's hunting you, except for like.
You feel like, or
quite,
something like
yeah.
it's
like
so
one-
it like can just vibrate its teeth so fast that it's like.
Oh my god! Yes, it vibrates its teeth. It can wiggle its fucking molars at you.
Ew, it can rattle. Yeah, it rattles its teeth as a defense. Like it's like a rattlesnake where it just like rattles and it makes like this disgusting like clanking sound. It's like stop.
I just love the idea, like that's its self-defense. It rattles its teeth violently, just
First-
violently
rattles teeth.
Violent.
and it provides this like hissing noise.
No, I mean like a hit, like a more like a.
The only thing I'm struggling with is kind of trying to. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay. Clean that up a bit more.
Also, since it's so big, anytime it like heartbeats, you just hear like a giant thump.
So what horrific colors will this embody? It's just we should I don't know if we'll get to that tonight, but we should like just think of what colors this might be.
Like a very like muted light pink.
So it's like
Sewage
flesh
pink.
color.
Like fleshy.
And then the end of its like the end of its jets are like red and like
Yes.
They're like red and swollen. Prolapsed, one might say.
Why is Brendan not on this story?
Oh, because we're designing a creature that flies through the power of its prolapsed.
No.
farting.
I'm saying why isn't he? Because he'd be perfect for this stream.
Oh, word? Yeah, why isn't he on this, bro? Like,
He was in the chat right here.
no, I'm about to
Yeah.
shame the motherfucker.
I should.
I'm having a blast drawing Scorpion, I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm really doing well with this with the excavator right here. I'm really liking this one.
this is the true excavator because he excavate.
Excavate's an asshole.
Yeah.
I knew that was
Every-
coming the moment
everything.
he said that.
Everything. He excavates everything in sight.
No. How many of y'all played Fallout New Vegas?
I haven't.
No.
Sadly.
Oh. So there's one character in Fallout New Vegas called Benny, and he goes like ring a ding ding, baby. I'm just imagining if this thing could ever talk. That's like one of the things it would say.
Ring a ding ding.
Ring a ding ding, baby.
If this thing could talk, I imagine it has the personality from Cheese of like Foster's Home from Imaginary Friends.
Oh,
Like
God.
it'll just like swoop down, destroy a city, get really close to one building, and just be like, "I like chocolate milk," and just like some weird shit like that.
Does this
This looks like something that could be in like Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends if they did like a kaiju episode.
Where they have to
Oh,
fucking
cool.
move because their house got
Would you be scared to meet the
yeah.
kid?
Yeah, kind of. Imagine this thing walking up to your like imaginary friend hostel, and like it's got this giant prolapsed anus, and like it looks like this with its ears flopping in the wind. And then like it's there because some kid doesn't want it. They moved on to something.
they're like I dreamt this. I didn't intentionally meant.
I don't need this anymore. You see, I have something even worse to fill my time with. I discovered hentai.
Oh boy.
You'll be receiving a Feebar waifu soon.
Oh, actually, yeah, that'll be awesome. A Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends universe, but it's literally just waifus.
Oh my god.
That is the most anime weeaboo thing I think I've heard you say.
That is pure. That is like literally. I'm surprised that has not been the plot for like some ecchi harem comedy anime. I am so
It
surprised.
probably is.
It
I'm not even
probably
joking.
is.
I've seen similar things.
You're just like yep, I've seen that. Me.
Oh yeah, been there, done that. Okay, wait. So, Zim, can you like send a reference for like the hair? Because like I'm trying to. I don't know how I'm gonna. All I think of like is like these spikes, these rocky spikes on it to like have just to crash through shit and not actual hair. I'm just trying to have
Yeah,
it.
sure.
Or I could make it even grosser and just put those spikes, but then on its bulbous head, give it like these gross like mole hairs.
Yes. Yes.
All right, we'll do
please.
that. But yeah, send the reference, I guess. I don't even know. Actually, wait.
Yeah, so I was
Uh-huh.
thinking like right, I just sent you the reference, but I was just thinking like these, except the stalk is smaller and then the top is just bigger and it's just furry. And they're just everywhere.
I couldn't help but imagine pufferfish when you described the texture.
Pufferfish.
Oh, it also makes the pufferfish moan too.
So here's a good thing, actually. So I'm having trouble with these wings. So
I give you $100.
if you're ever having trouble with something,
What is that?
reference. So yeah, I have actually a little bit of a better understanding of like how these things could function, even though this thing doesn't function.
Well, it shouldn't, but it
It
does.
shouldn't function,
Life,
but it does. It does anyway.
Finds a way.
You know, stingrays traumatized me as a kid.
Oh
When
wow!
they killed Steve Irwin.
I went to an aquarium and like like the stingray pool where you can like touch them.
Yeah.
One of them jumped out, tried to bite me.
Oh,
Oh,
Bruh, how you piss off a stingray that bad?
I remember those like they always could make you could always feed them, but the fish you fed them were always dipped in like peanut oil, and it used to always give me an allergic reaction.
oh damn! I always have good memories with
With stingrays or
the little pools at the aquarium. Like
oh well, what's it called? At in Chicago, there's one that lets you pet sturgeon. That's nice, but like the water's always cold because it's got to be the same temperature as the lake. But like outside of that, it's always so fun to go there and pet them. By the way, Defender with excavators like eyes, what kind of like how would you describe the eyes? Are they more like reptilian and slit, or are they more like round?
When I try to think about it, in some versions I think about it with like he's like blind or like slightly blind. But like I would go with like something a bit more round there.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Zim, I'm adding those gross little alien antenna things to his wings.
Yes. Yes.
And yeah, that's it. I'm removing the nubs for those gross things.
I've lost my nub.
I don't know what they are, sensory
They're just his fingernails. Don't worry.
So you shrink them a little. Oh.
Look at this beautiful abomination here. Yes, perfect. Long and gangly.
Just like these nuts.
Ha! Got him.
That one.
You know what else gets called God?
What?
Bofa.
Both of
Bofa?
these nuts.
Both of these nuts, yes. Show your progress, man. We finished the Ass Blaster 2000.
Who's showing progress?
I was asking for your progress.
Oh, for my progress? Yeah, sure.
I'll
I
keep working on
will-
this. Don't worry. You can just minimize my screen, I guess.
Yeah, I'm taking a picture because I'm doing my traditional. And why did I rotate that? No, I just want to flip it. There we go. And I can send that to myself. And let me just remove that. And I will share my own share a screen. And, so that's so far what I've got done on Excavator.
Ooh.
So the next a lot shorter because I was thinking if he's gonna be digging, having it when you said you were like pigs were a reference, immediately I thought Entelodonts. So especially like let me show the thing right around here. I want to make that bigger so that the arms could be fatter, just overall with more muscle and come down, and then the spines are a little bit more exaggerated, and just everything is just bulked up a little bit more. And the head also is a little bit broader towards the top rather than arching down with the normal design. And then I added an extra tooth here. There's some more still shrink wrapping around the skull, but that's mostly because I was imagining since it's so different in color to the rest of the body that this was mostly armor. And that's just a nature of how the skin is on this part of the head. But yeah, no, essentially a lot of it was bulking the thing up. And I was thinking either I was going to have the other leg right here or I was going to have it extend out here and just have all claw, like the claws just flay out to show all of them. But probably what I'm probably thinking about keeping the same colors and stuff. But yeah, that's what I got so far.
Cool.
And let me stop sharing. Anyone else got progreso that they want to share?
I'll let the other guy go right before because I want to finish this little detail because I'm like, nah, no, when you're done.
I can barely hear the mic. I don't know if that's just me.
No,
Oh, sorry.
I think that like you might just have your one. I think Kaiju might just have his volume low. It was definitely lower on Pyro's end. But
Oh no, I
I just
got like
kept it
I,
there.
I got a type of mic where I need to speak directly into it, or else it goes mute, and I like had my head turned.
Oh,
I was
gotcha.
saying like I'll let Defender go because like I got a few details I want to finish up before I share the progress because like I'm not even done. He doesn't even have a face yet.
All right. Should I just send the pic or
I
just
assume
like
that you did yours physical like mine, right?
yeah?
Yeah, so probably just take a picture and then send me the picture, and I think I still have Twitter open, so I'll be able to share it on my end.
All right, cool.
Yes. There it is. Ooh. There we go. And let me share the screen. There we go.
Ooh, I like.
Yeah, I'm glad. I went with like definitely with my simple style. I try to simplify some of the super detailed armor plating. That was a bit tough. I've never done that before. That was cool.
Shit, you did an amazing job. Like, I understand. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, if you need a ref, I'll send one to you because like the fucking details can be amazing, annoying. But like, you did a good job in like simplifying it yet keeping ode to the original source. I really like it.
Mhm.
As well as I know you've used that pose before. You definitely got really good at replicating it and applying it to another design. So good job on that, Defender.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm about to switch switch over for Pyro's view. I just want to get one detail down before I do. One sec. Oh, there we go. Let me just remove that. And there we go.
Oh, the bird boy.
I'm working on
Mm.
and like I'm just vibing with it.
Oh.
Honestly, like I don't really have a reference. Like it's an easy concept. Honestly, it's a baby bird popping out of a fucking egg. And like, so like I'm literally just taking that concept and I'm running with it. So like you might see a wing or two here that you didn't have in the original design, but like it's
No, it's
simply,
fine.
it's simply because like I love that idea and like I'm gonna go for one of those baby bird heads where it's like they open their mouth and it's super wide and it's like they're screaming. 'Cause, like that's what I can imagine this guy doing, just like waddling around with his massive egg body and just screaming at shit.
Oh yeah, he's loud. He is very loud.
Yeah.
Very loud and noisy.
Just very much normies get off my stream reeing noises.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's pretty much my design process, like where Takaiju has like whole silhouette shit. Like I draw the basic shapes and then shit, and then like go from there, see how it fits all together and whatnot.
Yeah. Looks cool so far. I will say though, his shell's made of. I will say his shell is made of. Not that you're going completely off of my drawing, but like, his shell is made of like magma. Like it's like almost like coated in magma.
Oh, I haven't even begun on the shell yet. I've been working on like figuring out how I'm placing his body. I got like
Oh, gotcha.
I got a whole nother vector layer for like when I actually go into detail. Like I need to get his face into order and see like how I'm gonna position the face and everything too. Like this is just
Gotcha.
like the general body positioning.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, by the way, I'm still sharing it.
Oh no, trust me, I was gonna add it back. He looks like he's from Mad Max now.
So yeah, right now I'm sort of in the, I guess, detail stage. Yeah.
You know what I'm also thinking, Takaiji, you need to do?
What?
You need to add a vein to the neck too. Like he's really scrunching up that neck too.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that quickly. Let's fix the neck a little. Ew. Oh god. Yeah, okay, so where should we put it? Let's put it like here.
Right there, yes. All I know is I'm going to hell for this.
So, we'll put it. We'll put a. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, so essentially, at least for my method, I tend to just focus on the big shapes first, and then go into like adding that detail. But I don't, for like 2D drawings, at least for me, I usually don't I don't like adding too much detail, or like I don't like, say, like, because I know, say, like when someone's drawing Godzilla, they like to add like,
All the little scales and shit.
yeah, like every little scale. And it's like, and then sometimes it just gets to be like, oh my god, like that's a lot. Sometimes I feel like, sometimes just in general, sometimes less is more.
Mhm.
Like you can imply like some like detail with like not even like saying that much. Of course, this depends on like how realistic you're going, but like even then, if you're drawing like a 2D drawing, you don't have to like draw every single scale. You can like just like not all the scales are going to be defined, and even on like a kaiju, like things are going to get lost just because for how big they are, like at a distance. So like you can like just do whatever, or like I don't know. Because it is important that kaiju have detail, because that's like one of a lot of them, their key features. But like,
Yeah, it's always a fine line that you're walking between a lack of detail and then too much.
yeah, you have too much, and then like it becomes messy. It's about, actually, I'll talk about this while I'm doing this. A key thing to like every design, like every design ever, is silhouette, and like to make sure, actually, since we have him here, to make sure, it's a little different now, but like to make sure that like your design is identifiable through like just silhouette alone, like this. And if like you notice problems with it, you might just want to like play around with maybe the pose to make sure it's readable, like the pose is readable and you can notice everything, or even like just the shapes of it, and you can make it better. And of course, there's also, I mentioned shapes in the beginning of drawing this because there's an important thing called shape language, and shapes can convey so much emotion. Like for like, say, like friendly characters, like I guess Mickey Mouse, he's literally made up of circles. And other characters, like I don't know.
Well, actually, an interesting example of a character that's not made out of circles, but actually has a very that's a very nice character, is Sora. Where if you look at a lot of them, he's made out of like mostly triangles.
Yeah. And like the thing with that is like he's made out of a bunch of triangles because he's kind of a, I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, but he's kind of that cool main character protagonist. So you can tell that he's like, oh yeah, I'm the main character.
Or even what's it called? even when you're designing weapons like Cloud's Buster Sword. Like,
Yeah.
you think of swords as usually kind of being these fine tipped points, or like essentially like really skinny triangles. While with Clouds, it's essentially a giant square with a triangle point at the end.
Yeah, and like I think some people will say like, well, for realistic designs, they don't use these. No, they do. Entirely do. They use it within like clothing, costume design. They use these big shapes to make them identifiable. Like say a triangle shape is more threatening, or usually you can break these rules, but like triangles are usually more threatening. They're sharp. They're evil, I guess, and you see a lot of evil characters, like I guess I don't know, like Jafar or something from Aladdin, with like these very intense, sharp shapes to him, and that's kind of like invokes that psychologically that it's like, ooh, he's not good. Whereas like squares, which I tried to go with this, but I think we kind of I gave them a bulky body, but squares are usually like something stable, sturdy, strong. Like they don't move, like they're immovable object. They're just characters that are very like strong or very like headstrong or something. And
like even for example, it's not even just the shapes themselves; they can also be the type of shapes. Because like even like quickly draw like a thin triangle versus like a broad triangle.
Like you can
like both of those two things, despite being triangles, they can apply something totally different.
Yeah, like you can like going off triangles, you can like big on it.
Like even when I was doing the excavator drawing, a lot of what I started out with was mostly just giant squares for most of the entire body.
It's the opposite for Scorpeep. Like this is just a big ass fucking bird kaiju, and like big goofy. So like a lot of circles really fit.
Yeah, so like even like these two little stupid triangles that I drew, like you could like, and I tried to make them up of triangles. You could easily like you can tell these are two different like characters. Like
Yeah,
they both
despite
seem
both
a bit.
being made out of the same shape.
Yeah, they both seem like malicious, but like in different ways. But yeah, that's basically you don't, and like it doesn't mean you have to like just make everything a triangle or like a circle. It's just like having that structure there, like to like, and then you can add shit like stuff on top of it, so it looks a bit more, I guess, organic. But yes, this totally can apply to kaiju and monsters. In fact, kaiju are a wonderful example of this because they're limited. Most of them are limited to like that man in the suit look, but it's the stuff they add on top of it that really like separates them from each other. Like think of like literally any Godzilla monster, Godzilla himself, or like you can tell like if you saw like just if you put Ghidorah or Godzilla side by side, you could tell which one is which just if you like black them out because Ghidorah has these giant triangular wings that separate him from Godzilla's, which is he's mainly just like kind of a, it depends on the design, but he's usually kind of rectangular shape or triangular shaped if you look really close. But it's just it depends. Actually, one example that I thought of earlier today is Mothra. So something cool, specifically the larva, and I'm going to compare it with something. So Mothra larva, what is it? Okay, you just see. Let's just get this big image. You got Mothra, very round, very invoke. Like Mothra isn't the most threatening monster. She's very like friendly and I guess kind of docile towards humans, depending on the circumstance. She still has sort of that edge with like her like pinchers and spikes and stuff, but she's for the most part very docile and friend to humanity. Now, when you look at her sibling, let's see, Batra,
asshole supreme.
You can tell just by looking at both of them. Even if I were to just let's just completely like
hold on, Kaiju. He might be friendly.
This thing is made to. This thing's not. This thing doesn't fuck around. You
He's
like.
You can also just tell there's like an edge of like superiority to it with Batra, like like that whole front of him reared up in comparison to the larva, which is almost like subservient and lower to the ground.
It's very Batra's design. Like just looking at this, it's very prideful. Like it's like I am right. I am right with this posture. I am right. These guys need to go away. And you can tell with this design, even though it has the base of Mothra's, look at it. You got triangles everywhere, literally sharp edges, death everywhere.
Mega kill.
And then with Mothra, smooth circle, just all the way. So I think that's a great example because they're both worms, or like caterpillars, but they both invoke completely different attitudes. And those shapes, and it's because of their shape. Honestly, it's their shapes that they're made up of that invoke that like deadly attitude of Batra, but then that friendly nature of Mothra. Even in their adult forms, you can see this. Like Batra has like these sharper wings. Mothra has the more rounded wings. So yeah, don't like shape can be very important for any design. So yeah, and our horrifying monster is made up of a lot of shapes. I guess it's more triangular now when I think about it. We kind of lead more into the triangular shapes, which is okay. It worked. Like we can break down our design from it actually. Look here, so we got these kind of big old triangle wings, sort of. Threatening, very threatening. We got this sort of triangular body as like a structure of it. We got this extension of it, I guess, with the jets. Even the limbs are kind of triangular here in their structure. And they're spiky right here. Triangle, beak, triangle, teeth. Oh look, they're triangles hidden in there. Horn, oh triangle. Ears, oh makeshift kind of triangle right there. Shape like it's built up of shapes, and I would say the only exception with this is like the blunt head, almost.
Well, no, even then, it's almost kind of like a triangle too.
I mean, even in its shape, like right here, it's like
yeah, this is like the main part of it.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, back to the design.
The Pogra.
Just wanted to go on a little tangent about because these elements. I feel like sometimes it's like, well, it's not. That's only for cartoons. It's like no, it is. They use it for like. Just look at like Godzilla 2014. That guy he's just like say what you will about like the small head and stuff, but he is literally just a triangle, and his spines are triangular in shape, and it creates such like a menacing like feeling. And yet he's also bulky.
Yeah.
Like,
what I was gonna say was that like people say like the shape language doesn't matter if you're trying to draw things realistically. Well, when you use shapes, things that usually have more iconic elements to them.
Yeah, totally. They just make like
almost always anytime you see something that is purely naturalistic without any shape language, you immediately just think to yourself, that is something masquerading as something else.
And like here's the thing, the ugly. I always bring up this example because I think it's literally the best example. The Transformer designs from the Michael Bay movies. Now, I want to say this. It is like design is totally subjective. There's just some rules that like for a majority helps clarify for an audience and makes them better for a majority. But those designs, unlike say the original Transformers G1 designs, are very messy. There's just scrap everywhere, and you can't tell what things where. when you look at the original Transformers design, and there's clear definition of where everything is. And like it's just like when your design becomes like a mess, it can be confusing to the audience. They don't know what they're looking at. And it's good to just have these big these shapes just so you can like just so it's easy, it's readable, it's clear. A good design is clear. It has clarity. Like, but yeah, that's also like if you want to argue like, oh, kaiju don't follow these rules. Look at like literally any ultra kaiju, put them in like take a render from like Ultra Wiki or whatever, just drop it and like I don't know, like paint bucket it in black. Just keep doing that for each kaiju and see how many like how separate and like their silhouettes are and how each one is distinct from one another. It's crazy. And then try to look at like the shapes that are in there and you'll see that it's clearly an intentional and useful technique.
This is more work I've been doing in an excavator. I really wanted to get the claws shown off. So just even those, like essentially I wanted to work more with the squares so the claws especially on the other leg recurve a lot more. So you could show off just how like long they are.
Looks nice.
With Kirby. Yo, what's it's up, children? Shalom shalah.
We are designing kaiju. And we have created a monstrosity.
This beautiful, beautiful boy right here.
A blight to humanity. Well,
I actually don't really know what else we can add to this guy. I don't think we really need to add too much more.
We don't need to add too much more detail.
I think it's quite a simple design that works really well for the Tom set about.
Maybe we can add a bit more spikes here to
just to assert dominance.
Yeah, like just because he's gonna be burrowing through mountains and shit. So like he's gotta has some armor on him. I mean, I'm trying to think. I think the only thing I like really like, I'm trying to think of like what to add else to this is like for the wings. Like how do I want to make these like or should I just leave them like flowy like this?
Leave them flowy.
Yeah.
I feel like they should be like dumb and blunt. Like if he's gonna be crashing into shit, he needs something that's gonna be a bit thicker so he doesn't like break them.
Oh, that could be. It could be. They could be like blunt, like where I guess like here, instead of not as skinny. We could do that, and then they can taper off like right here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Scorpion is
Since the rest of his wings are pretty flowy, I guess. Yeah. Kind of like a chicken wing.
Yes.
I do wonder what it tastes like.
I think it's disgusting.
Frying up a Pogra.
You wouldn't want to fry this thing up.
It's like a pufferfish. It's like venomous. Like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, you can't eat it.
It's like one of those animals that are just like 90% intestine.
It's like, I want to eat this. You literally would die if you eat this.
Maybe we can get, if we have time, maybe we can get to a little bit of color. Possibly. I'm not gonna clean this up entirely. I'm just gonna keep it rough like this. Maybe just. I don't want to clean up. That takes a long time.
I mean, this man is looking kind of rough, so him being rough, that's completely fine.
see.
What would you say is your favorite design trope in like a kaiju?
True. Oh, you know what? I'm a sucker for fangs. I love fangs. In kaiju designs, like whenever I see a new Godzilla, I'm like, I wish it had fangs. But like that applies to other kaiju because some other monsters have fangs too, and I just think it looks cool. I wouldn't say necessarily like a bunch of tropes, but just like I don't know. I like seeing new things, like new things being done. But fangs are like something I will add to kaiju because I think they look nice. You know what? These I don't like how uniform these are. These need to be more like.
It's when the kaiju has like more than 3 toes, because like I've always hated, I've always stuck to like the Godzilla 4 toes thing. So like the idea of it just having like a straight up dinosaur foot is always like kind of insulting. So like anytime I see like a giant Godzilla like creature and it has like 5 toes or some shit, I'm like, good. It's not just a reptile. It's not just a T-Rex foot. Good.
Sim, when you put out that video of Godzilla having 3 toes, I was like, I've been lied to my whole life.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about that detail.
I thought though, like doesn't the second 54 suit have like because like there's a picture of it with the 4 toes? Like
No, that's the first suit. The first suit's
but
got
like
the-
there's one with like the whole body like with the 4 toes too. Or is that?
Yep, still the first suit.
Was that like an inconsistency or like a Mickey Mouse thing where they decided to like leave it out?
Decided to leave it out, or technically put it in, because like even ultra detailed like 54 figures and the like always have that 4th toe there. So that was always like something you think to yourself like, oh, okay. Because it's being reinforced in so many places, you don't realize it. And when it comes to design tropes, It probably has to be like facial adornments, because that's like the one area people are gonna look to is the face. And if like you can get horns that look super weird without being like looking too unnatural, if like the creature is supposed to be purely organic, then I'm like, wow, good job. Like even for like a real world example, like Monolophosaurus, anytime I see a Monolophosaurus like design and I see that crest done really well, I'm like, oh yeah, that looks really good, even though like the shape of it just looks so weird. And then for like a what's it called, like a kaiju example, Gagi from Ultraman Tiga, that is one monster that like the rest of them looks like definitely like a little weird, but like that one front crest, I'm like, oh, that looks really nice. I love that horn.
Which one is it? Can you pull up a picture?
Gagi, yeah. Just sent you a link.
Oh, weird. Interesting. I like his arms.
Yeah, I love his arms too.
I haven't watched Tiga yet.
You haven't watched the Chad Tiga,
No,
the
I haven't.
ultimately best Ultraman ever?
I haven't watched Tiga yet.
Shame on you.
I'm gonna add the wing spikes here, like right here. But I think we're like, I'm just gonna after that. I think I'm just gonna like clean up the messy bits just a little, and then I think I'm done with the overall look of him.
Yes, and our creation shall be free to roam the earth.
Destroy Earth with butthole.
Screaming butthole.
I mean,
Destroy all.
his orifice jet thing.
Is this the next GigaBash monster?
Yeah.
Truly a weapon to surpass Metal Gear?
If the GigaBash people, like, if they were like, "Yo, can we put the yeah."
Can we
Just
steal
do
your
it.
monster again?
Yeah, I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, do it. Just credit." Just put this monstrosity in here. And actually, I don't think they have a flying monster, do they?
No, they do not. Well,
Yeah,
typically
put this in here.
the secret one kind of like floats sometimes, but yeah, no, they need a true flyer. However, the fact is that canonically he needs to be able to just one shot everyone, like it's like he's One Punch Man.
Mm,
Just slices through them like they're butter.
yeah. Yeah, GigaBash developers, it'd be great if you could put this in GigaBash. I give you permission, and I think we all give permission.
We
since
all give consent this time.
Yeah.
I know you used Zogra to make Rawa, so this time we'll throw you a bone and we'll be merciful this time, not press charges if you get Pogra into the game. Okay?
Pogra, and just credit us.
This time, credit us this time, please.
Credit.
We don't mind being paid with exposure this time.
Because
The
we would
fuck
love to.
you don't, I do. Like, you gonna pay me?
We
Y'all
would
about
love to see this thing absolutely destroy Godzilla. Okay.
I need
Anyway.
$25 and like a DLC for free because like I'm poor.
I think this thing would kill Godzilla. Honestly, I think this thing would win.
Oh, you can't say that. You're gonna upset all the little puppy fans.
Nah, Godzilla doesn't have shit on this thing.
I mean, quite literally,
Pogra.
he doesn't. So,
Yeah, he
and this
literally.
thing does. So, yeah, you are right.
Y'all about to upset all sorts of Godzilla fans with this.
I mean, yeah, this is how I end up actually getting
We have
all my
two
exposure.
secret jets from his asshole. That can't be Godzilla.
Dude, Godzilla got shit on, but this is like Hedorah, but like worse because this thing is coming like it just keeps coming at. It's like in Godzilla versus Gigan where he just couldn't get up because like it kept ramming into him. This is what this thing is. He just can't stop it. It's too fast. It's faster than Rodan. How fast is Rodan?
Mach like 1.5. This thing.
Yeah,
is
Rodan can't even
7.
catch up to this thing. This thing's
This
invincible.
thing's even faster than Mega Gearus.
Yeah. It's got jets, dude. You can't stop. You can't stop Pogra.
You can't stop Pogra.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Someone said my favorite trope is overkill amounts of claws like Odegarin from Monster Hunter World.
Oh,
Odegarin, the biggest jobber in Monster
oh
Hunter.
Otagora. Oh, that is like my favorite Monster Hunter monster. I love him to death. He's so cool.
He is cool. But he's
I want a monster
jobber,
to
though.
him, but they'll never make him.
Yeah, because he's a jobber.
Yeah.
He literally gets slapped around by like everyone in the cast.
Dude, he kicked my ass though.
Oh yeah, he's strong against like you, but against other monsters, no.
He's strong against like you, but
Which one?
Odegarin.
No. Who's he strong against?
You, the player.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, he's strong against you. Everyone else gets slapped around by.
Makes everybody else look like king of the world. You little bitch.
It's like my
One
favorite
monster,
Fucking hate the
basil
Renee.
juice. Like I for the longest time before I like really got into World, I thought his name was literally just Beetlejuice, and I thought it was a Beetlejuice reference. I was like, why did they just name a monster Beetlejuice? Until like I looked up, it was basil juice.
I thought it was pronounced basil geese, like geese.
Just a giant angry goose.
No, because like I didn't imagine they'd be like, yeah, we're just gonna call this thing basil juice, because that sounded dumb to me. So I thought like, okay, basil geese or some shit like that. But the one monster I hate is fucking Rajang. Like that motherfucker should just die.
I don't like any of the ape monsters, honestly.
The ape?
Any of the ape monsters, yeah.
Oh, I like the one that throws fruit.
Isn't he the fat ass too?
I don't know, probably. It's from Rise. Like throws
that's-
fruit.
That that's a good topic for one of your conversations. Why do people hate mammal kaiju so much?
Actually, yes.
People hate mammal kaiju.
Yeah, a lot of
Yes,
people. Well, that's
a
what. Yeah,
lot.
people don't really like mammal monsters.
We need more mammal kaiju, and Behemoth doesn't count because
We
Behemoth
need
sucks.
more mammal kaiju. Behemoth kind of sucks dick. And for some reason, people hate Kong like it's like going out of fashion. So like I don't know.
Well, what people either hate Kong or suck his monkey ball sack, like it's no one's business.
Yeah. Let's give it a little shine to his eye. He's innocent.
I thought you were about to say, "How about we shine it?" I was like, "What?"
He's innocent.
Just imagine this thing on like House of Mouse, just sitting there in
The
the
House of Mouse.
yeah.
Why is he on the House of Mouse?
Hey, come on to the House of Mouse. He's just like, you just
Letting
see him
this
like,
thing
Like someone designed like a man in a suit version, and it's just like there's some dude dressed as this just sitting in the corner.
oh, I was imagining like it's just it's the genie or something. I don't know. Like it was just at the table, and he's just like a giant. Like,
This is Big Bird. Like, fucking Sesame Street is the exact same, except for this is what Big Bird looks like.
No, just imagine this is the edgy reboot of Sesame Street, and this is the Big Bird design.
No,
Big Bird.
everything's the same. This is just Big Bird now. Everyone has to act like this is just normal.
actually, I know what we can use for reference for his propulsion.
These nuts.
Ha!
It's YouTube friendly.
I was thinking, Wario's attack from Smash Bros.
No, we're good. I just mean in terms of like the propulsion. Yeah, there we go. So perfect. Yeah, so YouTube shouldn't care about this because it's an animal.
Bruh.
Isn't it like a jellyfish or?
It's a sea anemone mouth.
Oh, it's a sea anemone.
Mouth, yeah,
Yeah,
and
for YouTube,
butt.
it's a mouth.
Yep.
What that anemone mouth do?
What that sea anemone do? Bro, I finished chickpea, bro.
Show it off.
Let me remove this. Oh, look at this man.
Wow, he is ugly in a good way.
She's so happy.
So funny.
There you
It makes
go.
him more like horrifying now. Like it's like more real, so it's like oh, like just this thing just like wandering the streets and picking up cars and
Just a lot.
very well done.
I could totally imagine this thing walking around with like the Banana Splits theme playing in the background.
From banana to banana.
Yeah, and it's just like its head is just flopping around.
That's exactly how I imagine it running. Like
It's with Ogar.
you got it running, and then like its head is just like lolling back like this,
Yes.
and then like he's just running really fucking fast.
It's kind of like that one abnormal Titan from Attack on Titan that was
Oh
made
my
into a
God.
meme.
I know which one, the running Titan.
Yep.
I actually had fun working on this. Thank you so much for letting me draw your little egg bird.
Oh yeah, totally. He looks great. He's I love him.
He's just vibing.
My favorite kaiju that I've ever made.
He's just here vibing.
He's a goof. I love goofy kaiju. Like everyone wants to make.
I was gonna say, like, I like goofy kaiju and concepts too. Like, that's why one of my concepts, and like it works now well now that she died, is like I have an immortalized cyborg Queen of England concept, and I just love it. I love everything about it. Honestly, like it's the best thing I've ever come up with. And like I had to keep it off because she's alive, but now she's dead, and no one cares about dead monarchs.
Like the frozen Walt Disney head.
Yes, except for real.
Oh, we all know that's real, yeah.
I was actually hearing like a thing that like they're gonna show it off at the wait, no, they didn't. Never mind, I'm stupid. That already happened, the D3 episode. I saw some stupid videos of like that there was a rumor that the Walt Disney head was like an AI thing. Like they like made like an actual AI, like it's not like actually like the frozen head, but it was like an AI that like
The Disney protocol.
basically Walt.
It's a new Disney fucking ride.
But it never happened, so I guess not surprised.
It'd be
But
so
like,
funny if they actually did that, and it's like it becomes self-aware, and it just feels like it's being tortured for the rest of its life because now it's an AI.
God, that'd be horrifying. I think this is pretty much done, honestly.
Yeah, same here.
If you got
I am pretty done as well right now. I'm just inking in my stuff as well as erasing excess markings.
I could just add the Pogra.
Okay. I got back to stream right there. Just to keep that mofo's face right there. Just looking at you intensely.
Well, at least I suppose I like the Call of Duty video games.
Yeah, it's Mothra. Yeah, I think. What do you guys think?
Beautiful thing.
Or disgusting creations?
We've made an affront to both God and Hell.
Yeah. Here's our
You gotta-
kaiju.
You got to do the variant now, where its head is just like on its shoulders, all scrunched up inside itself.
Well, no, this is the. I mean, his head's scrunched right here. His neck would like extend like
Exactly.
that somehow, but he's about to ram into something. So, how do you spell this?
How does it walk on the ground? It does not need to walk.
It doesn't walk on the ground. What do you mean?
How's his name spelled? Pogra or like?
No. I'll bring it back up again for you.
See, like when I was thinking his neck, I was thinking like it just squishes up, and then like the rest of his body's right here.
Pogra.
Yo, y'all spelled it in the worst possible way.
No, it's the best possible.
It's the best possible way.
The worst possible.
The best possible way.
The worst possible way.
All right. So, do we want to color him or her,
Yes.
whatever it is?
And it's gonna be a her, yeah. Now it has to be a her.
Oh, it's a her. Okay.
Has to be, yeah.
So, what color should we give her?
Again, gotta have it like that, the milky albino white, since it lives under the ground.
It's got to be that milky albino white with like little sewage patches on it.
Here, let me just. Actually, wait. I'm not gonna really change anything. I'm just gonna make sure I can just paint bucket this because it's easier. Everything's connected.
How you doing down there, Defender?
I'm doing good.
What do you think?
I still need some things to color.
Yeah, once I get some of the rest of this pencil erase, I can start getting to colors.
I'll have to do a fucking sketch later. Why not?
All right. Why does it look kind of like? It kind of looks cool.
It's gotta have a really
It's stupid.
It's gotta have a really stupid theme song like da 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 da.
It's just one note.
It's just one.
Da, da, da. It's just
like one. It's just like the bois. It's just bois. And that's it. That's the song. 5 minutes.
all right. It's color.
Who needs an Inception bois when you have a Pogra bois?
All right, so let's make her like gross.
Somebody give me a prompt. I'll try designing something quick fast.
Ooh. Space sea creature. Sophisticated and straight edge. So something like very slender, long, and flat.
How do we want like the audience to perceive that one, or this whatever this kaiju is?
I mean, Defender, you go for how audience perceive you because I just listed up a bunch of things.
What was that?
Like
how would the audience perceive this like slender space sea creature kaiju?
Like what do you mean by that?
Like since we had for like this, since Pogra is silly and stupid but actually really dangerous, what would the personality like for this?
Like
one
basically, how would the audience like perceive that? Like, is the audience supposed to be frightened? Is it supposed to be like kind of like laugh at it like Pogra, or are they supposed to like be like disturbed by it or like something like just a mood? I guess that like the audience should feel when they look at the kaiju.
I would say maybe like frightened, but like the creature itself is like secretly misunderstood.
Misunderstood and frightened.
My mom.
Did you say like your mom? Is that what you just said?
Yes, that's exactly what I just said.
I only heard it somewhat. I was like, wait, did I mishear him?
Did I stutter? So there's gonna be a spacey, wacy creature.
Actually, that might not be a bad prompt idea. Like a mother.
Mamagon.
That's the kaiju prompt.
That's just Mamagon.
Mom, yeah.
That's already a thing.
This is a 400-foot tall reptilian who rampages through San Francisco. Man.
Guys, that's already a thing though. We can't do that, or the guy from Godzilla vs. Gigan will sue us.
You know who else is gonna sue you if you do their joke in their bit?
No. You know who else? Like,
I'm just remembering my favorite version of that joke is, you know who else shot JFK? Mom.
you just see like Muscle Man get arrested by the CIA and he's doing that scream. Like,
Woo!
all right, so what kind of should this be like a pink flesh or should it be like a white?
It has to be like an off-white, close to pinkish.
Okay.
Like it has to be that like disgustingly white pink.
I think the ends of it should be like where the jets are and maybe some like
Would
should
we?
be, like,
Would that be
red.
like a naked mole rat kind of thing?
Yeah,
Or-
like a naked mole rat.
Oh, that's actually perfect. Wait. Yeah, let's pull up a naked mole rat.
Who else is naked and moley like a rat?
Just
No, even what's it called? It's a kaiju looking for references. Looks up naked mole rat. And you're just like, no, God, I didn't mean it like that.
oh, this is disgusting. This is awful. I hate these No, I don't hate them, but I don't like them.
Well, What was your prompt again? Alien.
Mole rat.
Alien, slender alien,
Alien mole rat.
that's like a sea creature and is misunderstood.
Maybe this is a misunderstood sea creature from space. Man.
Woo!
I have permission to upload this when I'm done. Right?
Yes, I was. You like literally once it's uploaded, I was gonna just screenshot the face and I was gonna put that in some of my videos from now on.
Please. I think people are gonna be like, what the hell is like out of content? Like just like what?
No, even better is like I just leave it somewhere and someone just keeps asking me like, what is that? And I'm just like, don't worry about it.
What color should its like armor be? Should it be like the armor on its like the spikes and shit on its body? Should it be like a dark?
Maybe like a dark brown.
Okay.
Dookie brown.
Yeah, like a dookie brown.
Blue browns.
Sewage brown, yeah. Ooh,
Well, no, I
brown-
think we should actually make appealing colors, but like just what fits with like. I think a darker color does work. I think brown could actually work, but maybe not barf brown.
I mean, like, I'm exaggerating when I say, like, PP brown and, like, poo-poo green, but, like, I think, like, a brownish green might actually...
Yeah. Actually, when I'm actually done getting all the colors on here, I will talk about value and stuff, because color is a whole different animal. I'm still working on color myself.
Color is always like something I struggle with a lot of the time too.
Color is tricky, especially when there's stuff like color theory and shit. Like it's like but for the colors we're choosing right now for this thing, especially this base color, like this main color that's this disgusting flesh color, it's actually we know what we want. Like we're making this thing disturbing, and making it even more seem more like us is actually like making it the weird flesh color makes it more disturbing. It's why you see like a bunch of new like designs right now, like horror design, like they all have this like flesh color. It's a very common trope, but like it does work.
Yeah, it's an easy way to make someone immediately just like reviled at what they're seeing,
because it's like psychologically it reminds the viewer of like us, because
your mind immediately goes to like, yeah, I know exactly what that is. Keep that far away from me, please.
yeah,
You just think
it's like
about your
human,
neighbor.
but it's not. It's uncanny.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, there goes my left hand.
One thing I wanted to mention when you were talking about like shape theory was like since I have a more simpler art style, I reference like Akira Toriyama a lot, and he's good with shape language.
Yeah, wait, let me.
Especially when it comes like his character's hairs, like that's a big one.
What is he? He does Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah, he does Dragon Ball and
Yeah.
Dragon Quest.
Yeah. Oh, he is. Yeah, he has a lot of shapes with his art. That's a good
And
reference.
I like to reference his like dinosaurs and like the way he draws his dragons for Kaiju.
Totally. Oh yeah, these are beautiful. Oh yeah, like Dragon Quest with all like the. Yeah, those are some pretty wacky shapes. I will say this. So like, and in terms of like referencing for just general art, if you're like, don't be afraid to like this is just a message for like everyone, like referencing like other artists in terms of like more like breaking down and like what makes their art work will really benefit you. It's not that you're like stealing, you're not like straight up stealing the art, you're not like uploading it for yourself, it's like it's mine, you're not trading. No, but just actually like taking the time to like look at like professional artists and
Mhm.
like break down and say like, what are they doing that makes this work? Like, what shapes are they using in their art? What structure do they have? Is really good because they are professionals and they know what they're doing, and they just like if you want to become more professional, just look at your favorite artists. What do they do? What makes their stuff work? What makes it click with people?
Or like even why it doesn't click to you, like what are
Yeah,
the
or
images that they're using that like make you like it so much?
yeah.
Like it can be from either like shape, language to aesthetic.
What advice do you have to those of us that just want to steal the art, though?
Don't steal the art.
No, see, I like that advice. That's really good advice. You hear that, audience? Say it again to Kaiju, because I don't think some people heard it.
Credit artists if you're gonna share art, and don't steal the art
Thank you.
directly.
Don't steal the fucking art. It's not that hard. Just don't.
And
Yeah.
I want to emphasize this too, quickly, since I was talking about like breaking down artists. It's something that I've been personally doing. It's okay to do. It's like a study. It's like a study, you know. Like, you're not like I don't. When I mean breaking down artists, I don't mean like doing this. Well, I'll just use our little monster for an example. I don't mean like literally tracing it to see what we're. I mean like going into like the art and actually like looking at like finding these discernible shapes that are like the structure that's there.
Mhm.
Like oh, what is this? What like actually going in, finding like oh, what is this like? How does this work? Like how what it like it's just to like get you in like the mindset of a professional. Oh, like what are they thinking when they're drawing this? And of course I'm breaking it down my own art. And you can do this to your own art to see like where you might need to improve and stuff. It's just like
I've heard it called like
say
making
like
a mask.
mask, like
Yeah,
is that what
like
you said?
making a mask or something.
Yeah, there's a whole like that's a whole it's a whole discussion. That's for like kind of like human characters, but like it can work with creatures. Like there's a whole like I don't know. I could explain it another day. Like you can like even animals, I guess. Like you can break down like real life things, just see how
We
they
could
work.
definitely especially if we're talking about like mask and stuff, we could probably do maybe like one episode for like henshin heroes or like and do like an Ultraman themed episode. Because that could be like
What I think Vic was talking about, he was talking about like a technique called like the mask, which is like
okay.
yeah, which is like it's like for like facial features and stuff. For like finding expression. Like there's a thing like where like there's like the eyebrows and then there's like I guess the eyes right here.
Yeah, gotcha.
the
No, I was
nose.
getting into the what's it called? I'm doing
Create
my
something.
coloring right now, so I was not paying too much attention in that.
Yeah. It's that's a whole different thing. But like actually like just is like going in and like looking at the art and just like seeing what works and then like I guess drawing over it, but not tracing, just like draw through it to like actually figure out like oh what lot how are they like what are they like why are they using these big like lines to like where does this connect to? Does it connect to something else to like balance it out? Like just it's very helpful. Don't like just if you're gonna like share your studies, if you're like studying like artists, make sure you like obviously credit the artists and like say, hey, this is a study. Like this isn't mine. This is a study work on say like I don't know like a singular points character design. I'm just studying and seeing how they work and just like I guess maybe put a side by side like comparison of your study and then like the actual piece. I don't know. Just don't claim that it's yours. Like say like Butch Hartman or something.
Like who?
Like Butch Hartman. He's the creator of Fairy Odd Parents.
Oh, okay.
For commissions.
No, I didn't. I didn't hear what you said. Yeah.
He'll literally just trace the art and then like put it off as like a commit. It's awful.
It's surprising that he's even able to get away.
He sells it for so much, and it's
yeah.
It's dumb. But yeah.
So much
And I guess on top of that, reference is never cheating. Because some people will say, "Oh, reference is cheat." No, look at reference all the time when you're designing anything, kaiju especially. Like no, not anything. It just applies to like anything. Like it'll benefit you by looking at reference because then like you're actually like looking at, you're seeing what like real life is like. Like yeah, not everything. We're not designing real life, but it's to help you so you can exaggerate that. And it just look, we used reference for this god awful thing. Now we're using reference of a mole rat for the color.
Beautiful creature.
And I think it turned out pretty cool.
Turned out beautiful.
So always use reference. I even like early in the stream, if you're joining in or like if you're still watching back on it, I literally had trouble with the wings, so I just looked at the cartilage, I guess, of a stingray and how that formed, what shapes those formed. And
I never use reference. References is for babies.
baby is your baby if you use reference. I hate when people when they're like oh, using reference is cheating. It's not. What do you think like painters in the like hundreds did? Like they literally had a model there.
No, they just had like amazing memory.
No, they painted with their eyes closed, bro.
They fucking cheated like the bunch of cheaters that they were.
Even better, they paid someone else to do it.
They paid someone else to do it. Exactly. I gotta make this thing like misunderstood. Misunderstood in which way? Because like we got misunderstood right here. People misunderstand this thing to be a dumbass joke, but it's not. Which way do you want me to take it?
But I think we said it was like
I drool.
people would.
He should add drool to
What?
it.
Yes, just had drool
Yes.
going down the side of his face.
I will add that. Do not worry.
But yeah, for this
I will
space
add the drool.
defender, what do you want to be the misconception, you guys?
Well,
The
I
what?
think we said it was like terrifying, right?
Well,
Like-
it's terrifying, but it's what's it called? It's
It's a defender.
it's a defender. No. Like it's like a mother. It's like motherly, but it's misunderstood.
Oh, it's motherly. Okay.
I like to think of it as like a mother bear defending her cubs.
I could see that, yeah.
This thing is worse in color. It's
Now in
literally
color.
disgusting.
Now in color, Pogra.
Oh,
He says as he continues to draw it.
I mean, I love it. It's kind of like the ugly child. Like you love it, but it's like
It's like your
Mhm.
ugly child.
like how did we make that, Dad or hubby, whatever? I don't know.
I'm really tempted after this gets posted. You know the Family Guy Noah's Ark meme?
Yeah. I think its gum should be like just disgustingly red.
I might actually need reference for this. That's a fucking shame.
Ew. Oh my god.
No. Instead of like it being like a bright red, make it like necrotic. Yeah.
Right? Oh. Here, I'm gonna make it a little darker.
Okay, I got y'all. This is about to be some. I might actually use this kaiju for my own shit after I'm done with it.
What should the eyes be? Pupils? Or like this? What color?
Since it's a silly ass thing, give it blue. Make blue its color so those eyes just stand out. Like a milky blue.
It's got
That
to
might-
have like that deep royal blue.
It might actually like look actually good with like it kind of contrasts with like. All right.
Like a bunny. It looks like a fucking rabbit.
It literally looks like
Kind
a
of does.
disgusting flying naked rabbit.
Yeah.
Like I don't even.
It looks like a really weird rabbit variant. Like if that was like a zombie apocalypse, this would be like the sky variant.
It's, yeah, you know, we did say it lives underground, so the naked mole rat, like.
You did do it right. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, we thought about the horizontal pupils, but we wanted to give it like a human eye, kind of. To make it
Yeah,
weirder.
that weird, like uncanny ass look to it.
I was gonna say like that uncanny ass look or like a goat eye.
Necromorph rabbit, someone says. That'd be so funny to see in a Dead Space game. Just you're walking around with some other dude and you see a necromorph rabbit just murk your buddy.
That would not be fun. You're crazy. You are insane.
I am insane.
I'd be so upset. Especially because I know it'd be me. Like it would be a friend. Like it like missed the friend, right? And then it hit you, and then you'd be like, "What the fuck?" And then there'd be the replay from your friend's camera as he gets killed, and like it'd just be you getting murked by the fucking Davis Black.
And like of all the necromorph things for you to get killed by, it ends up being a bunny. Like
Pogra.
little Timmy's pet rabbit gets infected by the necromorphs.
Linda Johnson accidentally smuggled this on board, and when the virus took hold, yeah, this motherfucker got the worst of it.
Should the outer part of the wings be like this color that I'm giving it, and the inner side, or should they just be? Like
No, the inner side should be that color right there.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
leave that. Okay.
We create abominations here. We live in hell.
Yep.
Well,
Welcome to my special hell.
To my nightmare.
Let's see. Wait. What else? People are saying shit.
oh, the veins also have to be a different color. They should be like that same color towards the end of the sphincters.
Yes.
Or they could be blue. Or like a really like disgusting. You know how some veins are blue?
Yes, but it has to be like a light blue.
Yeah, like a really like yeah.
Bluish green shit.
No, not bluish green.
Oh, you gotta
Definitely
get them
blue.
purple. You gotta get them like purple veins.
Oh,
No, blue with purple highlights.
we'll try something. I'll try something. Hold on.
Wow,
Make him read.
Make him read.
Make him red. Nah, he's flesh. Oh, make them red or something. Let's see. You haven't been reading the chat. I'm sorry, chat.
We've abandoned you, chat. I'm sorry.
This train wreck it's too fast. It can't stop.
This train no longer has any brakes.
It can't stop and it won't stop.
I'm not sure how I feel about the brown. Oh, well, I'll adjust it later, but might. What else? What the fuck? Oh yeah, the teeth. Well, at least.
Oscars, I like Call of Duty.
I
Get shot to death
love that meme made me like.
guns.
I was like, I love how that meme just devolved into something horrific.
It's like on
Like,
It's literally true. It's always like, oh, what do you guys call cigarettes? Oh, we can't use that word.
At least our schools ain't a shooting gallery.
No, they're a stabbing pit.
Like, and I just like, I fucking love it because it's just like, bruh, calm the fuck down. You still have a king. I don't even care about the knife issue. It's like, you still have a king, my nigga.
ugh.
Think about criticizing someone in a country, and your ass still got someone with like half the world's jewels in they fucking hat, and you like,
Yep, this is all good. It's right, well, and good.
your country shut down because an old bitch died. Think about that. Think about that. You think we gonna shut this country down when Jimmy Carter dies? No.
Wait, he's still alive?
Yeah, Jimmy Carter is still alive, building fucking houses for like the poor.
Huh.
That
Would
you
you
know
look at
that dude.
that?
You know that dude Henry Kissinger?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be 100 next year.
Jeez. And while
So, like,
Takaiju
I
is
hate being
working-
an artist because I hate like what I create is like
Yes, I can see more veins.
Horror.
Good Takaiju.
this is the power I have as I'm like when you're an artist you're literally God. You're literally God of you're God. You're just you can create anything.
And people wonder why so many artists are sociopaths
Yeah.
and are narcissists.
I mean, I think I'm a sociopath just by drawing this because like why would anyone want to draw something like this? Why
I'm a
would anyone
sociopath because of the bodies in my basement.
Oh my god.
Oh, he continues to do this. I did finish up Excavator. And this is what I got for that final design here. I was looking at the colors, and of course he's still a digger, but I could totally imagine him just kind of laying right under the ground, and all of his spikes end up essentially being stones. But and I noticed the little scale pattern. I wanted to add those because those were nice. But yeah, no, this was really fun to draw.
I'm gonna say right now, I'm not.
I'm
coloring
glad.
shit.
No, you don't have to
Once
color.
like I heard two people at once.
Oh, I was just saying, like, I'm not coloring shit. Like, I'm just letting y'all know I'm lazy as fuck.
I know you're good. Don't
I
worry.
got a song in front of me, bro. Like, y'all just hit me up on the right vibe. Like, y'all thought I was coloring anything wrong. Y'all just did. Maybe later. Bro,
But
I really like seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good version of the kaiju. I
It
like
is
the bright
cool.
red. I love the bright red head.
Yeah, the head. I originally had it pink, although I layered it again in like just pure red, and because a lot of the red was just giving me details for it, but I just liked it even though it was pure red, and I think that clashed well with the more yellowy teeth because I just thought like if this thing's gonna be on the ground, it's gonna be really aggressive. It's gonna have really clean teeth, and I didn't want it to be the same ashy color as the claws or the spines, so. I just thought that was a good mix. And then the lower body is tan overlaid with brown with some added the same ash color used for the spines. Just to give it a little bit more darker color. And then there's some bits because obviously he's not fully uniformly the one color underneath. So I used olive with some dark brown and then ashed it over again to again give it all a very muted dark color except for the head, which I just kind of kept as just pink and red. And then the eye is actually, as you said, you thought of him as kind of being blind, so that is just pure light gray there.
This turned awful with the eyes. The eyes made it like 1,000 times worse.
Well, let's see.
The blue, like now it has like a weird sense of innocence, and it's like it's like it's like kind of like you don't want to look
Yeah,
at
like
it.
that's the weird sense of innocence that stupid things have.
You're like, oh, hey, sweetie.
Yeah, you think it has that weird sense of innocence until it flies into your building.
Yeah, it
Kills your whole family.
Yeah, it just 9/11's your building.
Not even, because it's still flying afterwards.
In this case, it did not just melt the steel beams; it melted everything.
It did not melt shit. It fucking obliterated them, bro. It turned into dust.
Dusted this man like Thanos. Like literally, I'm just looking at this thing's face, and I'm like, if this wasn't like a giant monster, I would literally just old yeller this thing.
You shoot it. Fucking kill it.
Problem, right? You think this thing wouldn't get the jump on you?
Yeah, be like, I'm sorry, boy. You're gonna go upstate now, okay? Just think of the pretty colors.
Do I get to play with the rest of the rabbits? Yeah.
Can I hop around in the sun, Tata?
I can't even speak.
Yes, you can, boy. Don't worry, Pogra. You'll be a normal bunny soon. Thank you, Daddy.
Don't
Just-
speak now, son. Just you're making this harder for all of us.
Okay,
Just
I'm gonna,
full on, just
I will add the spit to him last comment, whoever commented that. But for now, that is going to be an extra detail. But I'm gonna hold on. Let me... Oh my god, layers! I love layers. I use too much layers. Actually, I don't use enough.
you can never have enough layers.
Yeah, you can.
There's this stupid mouth, stupid gums color. Name your
Alright, I
layers.
think
I'm
I'm done with mine.
Are you done with yours? In that case, send me it,
Yep.
Defender, and you already had me on that one. Perfecto.
I think the amount of layers I've seen where I'm just like, yo, you actually need to stop is like
Bros,
350 and counting.
dude, stop.
counting.
Adds more layers. You can't stop me.
Okay, there.
Imagine having 350 layers in one piece.
I probably had that.
But I definitely like this Defender. Nice.
Thank you.
Oh shit, let me check this out. Aw, fuck yeah. It looks like a Twix bar. I love it.
Oh,
Alright,
dang, now I want a Twix bar. Now you said that. Jeez.
so I think I'm done with the color, but I'm actually gonna, after we're done looking at this, I'm gonna talk about a thing because what the fuck? Yeah, it looks great though. The piece you drew, Vic, looks really nice. I really like.
Thank you. The colors were hard. I've never worked with this many colors as of yet.
Yeah, no, I can tell. There's a ton. Impressive nonetheless. Finally, this is Pogra from 1954. As
Yep.
you can see, the black and white makes it a 54 reference easily. If you didn't realize this, you're a fake fan.
So what I'm doing now, since we got the main, like, oh, he's gone. Since we got like the main colors down, I grayscaled it here, and what we're gonna do now is we're gonna just remove the line art for a second. And clearly the line art isn't. Well, from what we can see, from where the colors are, it seems to be working pretty well. Obviously, the flesh ear, they're all the same color, so they're gonna, it's not gonna be perfect, and the line art isn't there. But from the colors we have added, like each color that we have added to this design, they are all distinct from each other, and they're not muddy. Like, say like, I feel like maybe we could push. Here, I'll do this in color. We can maybe make this section of the wings, or even here, even this. We could make these sections, these red sections, a bit darker, so it has more contrast, possibly. Because the thing we could run into sometimes with this is like, you'll have like. Sometimes this is like all value stuff. Color's complicated, but this is values, and for like good designs, you want to make sure like the value of the color is like it's not all the same. Like you could have, I guess, like you could have like you can have like this gross neon green color right here that I'm about to draw. And then you can have, I think, like a red or like a blue or something. All the same saturation, very high. And then like once you like grayscale it, oh look, it's literally all the same. So it's like when it's in black and white, they all just look the exact same. But if we play around with some of these colors, like we command U, and then we like, we can like mess around with like the darkness, the saturation of it, the dark and lightness of it. Let's make this green a little lighter. Let's make this blue a little more less saturated. Maybe a little more. Let's make it darker and a little less saturated. And then we'll keep the yellow the same. Now when we grayscale it, oh look, they're all distinct from one another. Some of these are we could have pushed these a bit more, but you can tell that they're clearly distinct from one another, and that's what we have in our design here. All the colors are distinct, and they're not all muddy like what I just showed when all of them were all scaled up to just bright. So I think our colors are pretty good for this design. I think I'm gonna push the reds a bit more, but like just make them a little darker, not too much. But let's find that line art. But yeah, I'm not really that good at explaining color, but putting your stuff into grayscale and seeing if it's all the same color, like it's like, ooh, there's no distinct, the colors aren't distinct from one another, or if it's muddy looking, play around with like some of the saturation and lightness of those colors, and you'll get some better results. Yeah. So I'm just gonna adjust this, and we should be like pretty much done with this monstrosity.
This beautiful boy right here. But to summarize what he said, folks, color is difficult.
Yeah, color's hard. There's more than what I was just saying. There's like color theory, mood with color. It's a whole thing. Oh, it's disgusting.
In the best way possible.
I wonder if I should I make the I don't even know, lips or whatever? Should I actually make them the same color as the wings instead of that red, or should I just keep it the way it is?
No,
I'd say keep it the way it is.
Okay. There's Pog. Or I mean, I the only thing I'm not too sure about is the brown. If we want to like, I think like the actual like value of it is actually looking pretty good, but I'm not sure about the color.
Maybe gray.
I don't think gray looked that good. It looked a little weird. Maybe the brown's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's like rock.
Yeah, because I was thinking if I was switching it to gray, like a light stony gray, if you're gonna change the color. But I was thinking the brown because of the rock.
Maybe we can make it. Maybe we can make it more red. Like kind of, you know how like there's some rocks that are like.
Hmm.
Oh, wait, then again,
Like kind of like clay.
Kinda, yeah. That cautious with the gum. Wait, maybe we can. Oh, maybe. Doesn't look that bad actually. Here, wait. Let's see how that looks in grayscale. I'm doing this in the most complicated way and just copying the whole thing. Let's see. I think that works.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. think it's pretty good. It still has that rocky tone, but it's still like fleshy and like actually looks like it's part of its body now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, we gotta give it the drool now.
Yes.
We gotta give it the drool and I guess the smoke, or whatever it expels. What color should its expulsion be, or whatever?
Diarrhea
Green.
green.
Green, yeah, green.
Green. All right. Here, let's give it. I'll put it on the top layer and just.
It's gotta have like multiple strands.
He really does look like he's ready to play and be a normal rabbit.
Yep.
Play, Mom. Play.
Constantly slurping in your ear specifically.
Mom says nice on your Xbox.
I think like all the like if this thing was on like Monster Island or something, people like monsters be like actively just try to avoid it. It's like
No, I could totally imagine like Anger is just doing his own thing, and this thing is just climbs on top of a mountain, sees him, smiles, and just starts flying towards him.
Just
Anger's just on
rams
all
him.
fours. It's just running away from this thing. It's all rams into him, and like it's on top of him, and it just slurps in his ear. Just hey, Angela.
Hey, buddy. I miss you, Angela.
it just somehow gives him like a wet willy or something.
Gives him a wet willy with that weird little beak thing in front of his teeth.
Yeah.
No, even better. This Godzilla rotated like every other monster, just in the background, just watching this happen.
This thing's disgusting.
As it should be. I am quickly going to go to the bathroom real quick. In this case, Defender, you're in charge now for the time being.
Shit himself.
Right back. Yes, you.
Alright, so we said like a green or whatever with gas. Right?
This monstrosity.
What kind of green we talking? I'm thinking off my head like a moss green or something.
Yeah, I was
That's
thinking that
sewage
too, like a
green.
fart gross green.
Now it's got to be specifically that sewage green, right? Like, think
Yes.
about where this is coming from.
See, here's the thing: we can do that now because like we can add that gross green because like this is like an effects now. We don't really need it. Doesn't need to like. It's not a part of the actual design. It's just
Nice.
so we can totally do that.
Yo, should I give this alien defense mama like sharp teeth or dumb dull teeth?
Maybe sharp teeth.
Yeah. I
Or
think
maybe
sharp teeth.
I'm thinking like orca teeth, dolphin teeth, maybe.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
I was about to go in that level of detail. That could actually be cool. Let me hold on before I talk shit. Oh, Takaiju, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You got any critiques on my kaiju?
Oh yeah, sure. I think I will say like I think some of your kaiju are a bit too like complex personally.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you can still like make them like detailed and like sort of complex, but like I think you should try to like try to just simplify it. I don't know, because like sometimes it's just a bit it can look a little busy I guess. Especially like it can be hard to don't take this like personally because like I even still struggle with like it is hard to like get that detail on like any kaiju like to like get that detail but don't make it too like it's like finding a balance between like complexity of like scales and detail or whatever you add to your kaiju, but then also making it simple to the fact to where it's readable and not confusing. It's very difficult. Yeah, I would just like they're on big shapes and then like just like develop like the sorry, I just can't like sometimes I get into the zone of drawing and then I don't realize what I'm just like in the zone of drawing it and then I just look back at and I'm like, what am I drawing?
I feel that.
But yeah, just try playing around with like I mentioned in this like shapes, different shapes, and then make sure things are clear. I guess like make sure like if something's looking a bit too like if you zoom out from it and it's like I can't really tell what's happening, it might be a bit too complex.
Gotcha.
That's my advice.
I would recommend again like looking at Akira Toriyama creature designs because like as simple as it is, he still gets a lot of the detail in there.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is like in a lot of my older works, like as dumb and insane as it sounds, like I don't use reference. Like it's only with like the recent picture of my Kaiju Tridontus, which is like obviously one of the more better ones where you can actually see what's going on and you can tell that like, oh, it's a kaiju and shit. And what the actual design process is. Like, yeah, I used reference for that one. Like, I have only just now started using references.
Yeah, it's totally gonna help you. It'll help you like, and it's not even like some people are like, oh man, I wasn't using reference. No, it's like a lot of people don't like because a lot of people are like, oh, it's cheating. It's like it's not though. It's just like to aid you and make your art like even look better than it already is. Like it's just adding to like a visual library in your head. Like
Yeah.
at some point like you're not always gonna like use reference like it's like sometimes like it'll just like you'll like if you need to like figure out something you could just use it but then if you're like using that reference constantly eventually it's gonna be in your head and you're just gonna know how to like draw that so it's just practice referencing and it'll it helps I don't know.
Like, I can't say it does not help. I don't know why people want to insist that it doesn't or that it's cheating. Like,
Yeah, it's
using references literally busted me out of the phase of, like, only drawing my kaiju profiles where they're facing one side so you could, like, only see the left side. Like, it helped me a lot with perspective drawing in general.
Mhm.
yes
It's
entirely.
you can't just pick that. In my experience, maybe you can. Maybe you're some fucking superhuman, but, like, you can't just pick that up and be like, whoop, look how good I am. Like, there's got to be some type of reference where it's like, okay, this is how I draw this from this fucking position, and this angle, and this, this angle, and like get the light just right. Like, there's references that's needed for that.
Yeah, all those like concept like art, like say like I don't know, concept art of like Mechagodzilla, like from GVK or even like Ghidorah. All those artists are using reference all the time. They are like looking at how do you think they designed the scales of like 2014 Godzilla? There's literally pictures of them like looking at crocodile like skin for that. It's it's a common practice. It is not cheating, and that belief should be expelled. So yeah,
Motherfuckers cheating on me.
oh my god, this is when Zim gets back, he's gonna be
Pleasantly disgusted.
yeah. What do you
And I'm
guys think of
back.
it?
Bro, look. You gotta add him, like, outrunning a jet, too. Like, a jet.
Oh yeah, I'll add jets.
See, this is a style I'm actually trying to mimic, unironically. Like, I like the smooth, kind of comic bookish look where it's, like, detailed, but not too much.
Yeah, like if one artist, Mike Mignola, he does Hellboy. I mean, I don't think this looks anything like Hellboy right now, but he does a lot of like he has like simple shapes in his art, but it's still very like cool looking.
You know, this
Did we
thing on
say if this was like a mammal or?
I don't even know what the hell this is. I mean,
we're just gonna call it an arboreal ancestor. Leave it
it's
at
a kaiju. Wow, there it is.
The mighty Pogra in all of its glory.
Pogra. Well, I think that's actually maybe we can fix that. I don't think I mean, I'm done with the drawing. I was just gonna fix the name up there. Oh wait, I need to add the
Yes,
jet.
Ack, no, because it is.
What is it? It's like it's farting. Yeah, it expels methane. That's how it flies.
Just
Those are
pure rank methane.
Yeah, just rank. It's just methane, bro. Like, stop being immature.
Ugh. Yeah, but that's how you design a kaiju. Basically, you saw a step by step. Legit though, like this is literally what whenever I design a kaiju or like am redesigning something or any character, this is literally the process I will go through. Gathering reference, figuring out the intent of the like what are we going for this design? What is the intent of it? What is its purpose? How do I want the audience to view it? And it's working because look that reaction. It looks like it's farting. What is this thing? That is the exact reaction we wanted. We wanted it to be a joke.
That's exactly what I was going for when I said it, bro. Like, you're not taking this thing seriously.
It's a joke, but it's horrific.
Oh, you gotta add the slimy ooze on the wing so it like flies like a really broken maquette.
That is true, yeah.
Just so like when they film it on the news, right? It just looks like the fucking claw or some shit. Like, oh, you know, News 5 is pulling a joke today. I'm going to go to work, and then like you just see that thing in the sky.
You're like, well, that ain't something you see every day.
Huh. They just go back to bed.
Okay. Breaking news. Okay, sure.
It's gonna be a shitty jet. I don't care.
You design monsters, not jets.
Well, it's funny. Actually, I won't say specifically what it is, but I actually, for my film, I have jets in the film, and animating them is fun. But I did reference a little toy jet I had, and it really helped actually because I'm not good at drawing vehicles. It actually really helped with me figuring out how jets kind of work. I'm kind of like being shitty with it right now, but like, yeah.
Is this like a school thing or like a personal thing?
It's my final like animated film for college.
El collage.
This is shitty. I talk shit about. I talk like, oh, I animated jets, and I can't even like draw a silhouette of a jet. Here, it'll be dodging the. Imagine just like, do you know that scene from Tokyo SOS where like Mothra's in the clouds? And you just see like it's a really cool shot. But imagine just this thing appearing out of the clouds after seeing.
Oh, bruh, like I'd actually be terrified.
Like, oh,
even better. Like you just see like it stops sort of projectiling itself for a little bit, like it's hiding in a green cloud.
I think I'd actually make the noise to Kaiju just made, like ugh. It's like a noise of disgust. Like, ugh, what is that?
Ugh.
What is that smell?
That moment of just like, please just leave my airspace immediately.
Oh, we got a thing flying in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's something even more retarded.
It's flatulence.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I don't care. I'm gonna make this small, and I'm gonna copy it because.
Just imagine if this is what came out of Isla de Mara.
Jesus.
Just that
The
one
fire-
shot where you get Rodan like looking directly at the camera, like this thing doesn't even look at head on, then it like flops its head and just saliva's everywhere and its tongue's hanging out with its ears flopping.
Fart demon.
Locals call it Pogra, the fart demon.
No, it's gotta be like, what's the Spanish word for fart?
I have no clue.
Okay, I'm gonna look this up.
What's okay? Wait, what's what did we want to add to the wings? Like slime or whatever? Like
Yeah, slime.
what color?
It's
Should be like a off color white
the
to make
Spanish
it look like a maquette.
fart is pedo.
Pedo.
Yeah, so it's pedo de muertes, or the fart of death.
Pedo de Montes.
It's
Why-
Pedro de Montes, Pogra, the fart of death.
You have to make it off white. Ugh. It just excretes like this thing from the tips of the wings. Like,
Yes.
Yes.
ugh.
We're not really sure where the mucus comes from, but it's coming. It's coming. It So like, I'm actually enjoying this. I'm drawing this fucking catfish thing that from spaceships.
Oh no, definitely. If you've got like a full ref going,
I'm gonna share
Share
what I
the
got
screen.
so far.
yeah, put your screen up for share, and then I can switch over.
This is awful. It's getting worse every like second I spend drawing on this.
That is
thing.
nice though.
Oh, that looks
Ooh.
creepy.
She's like fucking huge as shit, 'cause like she's in space. So she's like, I'm just making her like literally just like millions of star years and shit. So like this thing is literally just like it mimics like stars and shit.
The Star Girdle.
Star gurgle.
The star girdle.
The Star Girdle.
So, guys, commissions are. I'm currently not taking commissions, but I, I do draw kaiju. So yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to say because this is my best work. Probably.
Truly a weapon surpass Metal Gear.
I say you got yourself a new OC kaiju.
Yep, and I'm proud of. I'm proud to call him my son.
You
I'm
can just
proud.
come back to that one when you figure it out. You don't have to rush it. Don't worry.
Oh well, I'm already almost done with the cream.
No, I mean like the proudness. I'm not
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
rush that. No.
Yeah, I want to embrace the excitement. So YouTube, don't worry, it's just mucus.
It is indeed just mucus.
It's
Nothing more, nothing less.
It is the thickest, juiciest rope of mucus you can imagine, YouTube. It's so
My
thick and juicy. So viscous. Moist.
I no longer want that Twix bar.
Yeah, it's like as thick and viscous as a Twix bar. It's like when you
Ugh.
split those things open. Y'all ever just take a design and y'all just do something stupid and run with it?
Well, I mean, sometimes
Yeah, sometimes.
on live streams.
Hey, don't blame that on us, okay? You told us to give you the prompts.
I did ask you what this thing should be. I think we succeeded.
Yes, we
I think-
we created hell.
This is objectively and inherently a good design. I'm not I mean it's a good design. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Yeah, Godzilla would totally die to this thing. There's not like Godzilla stands no chance against Pogra.
Pogra. Pogra.
Kaiju fans don't know this because it was classified, but this is what killed Gamera. This is why Gamera isn't around.
This is why Gamera isn't in any more new movies. Like it was Gaios and then Pogra.
This
thing's got weird enough abilities. It could be a Gamera monster at this point.
Disgusting.
Pogra solo is no diff.
All right, I think we're done with it. Let's give it some crazy.
Gotta get some crazy font.
I was just gonna write it. I'm like,
Oh, do it.
Fine, my.
Bruh.
When you were gone, Zim, I was like, I was like, just like drawing the smoke, and I was like just talking, and then I stepped back for a minute, and I just like I just like because like you get lost in just like drawing or something, like it's like, oh yeah. So like I was like, oh yeah, I think your designs, Pyro, I think they're a bit complex sometimes. I think you can simplify, and I just look back and I just see the like what I've created. I'm just like, oh.
You're like, oh.
Okay.
It's Pogra, right? Like there's Pogra.
Yeah.
Yeah, just Pog and then Raw at the end.
Raw. Okay, we're just gonna.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna finish this, but like, I really like this fucking head. That's really fucking creepy. I'm gonna keep it. Like, imagine you catch this fucking thing at night.
This right here, that thing, that is
that's
what
Pogra.
Coming to a theater near you. All new dynamic visual effects with smell system activated in the theater. A being unlike any other, soaring through the
4D
sky
experience.
on flatulent fumes.
It'll feel like
Oh,
you actually just got farted on.
There'd probably be people lining up for that.
There would be, but like since it's a disgusting rat monster, I don't know about that.
Exactly. Well, no, honestly, you don't know. Some people would be like,
Bro, tell me what y'all think of this head, cause like I'm not finishing the rest of this, but
look at that beautiful boy. I cannot wait to use this in so many memes.
There he is.
yo, I like the Pogra.
Pogra, and then this is a nice head. I do like the marbles on it.
It's like a whole ass fucking eel thing, and like it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so like the odds of me actually finishing this are low, but like it's a good fucking start.
No, yeah, no, definitely. Like finish it
Well-
up just so we can see what it is and then post it. But like, no, that's nice. Definitely doesn't compare to like Pogra, but
No, because like Pogra's just gonna wipe the floor with this. I don't even have a name for this bitch, but like Pogra wipes the floor.
just like full on, just one toot and this thing's gone.
One toot down the throat, and it's over.
Jim, you need to like for like your intro, like make an edit of like the reverb like fart sound or something, or like the disgust.
It's just
I
that
don't
one
know.
fart noise that's really echoey. Just like
Yeah,
just echoes.
or like the. I can't. Okay.
I'm sorry, I think I broke Takaiju.
I need to like what's it called? I need to find like either like weird people screams or like really weird goat screams, and I'm just gonna need to do like a whole intro for this.
I love how also this is like my first time like drawing on the stream, and this is what I'm drawing. It's Pogra.
Just pure. You. This is what you live for.
Yep. So, actually, before just put it there to review what we just did.
We made abominations. We
So-
we create hell.
We
Well-
followed each step of like I guess what I would technically say makes an important design or like a good design. Oh, I almost deleted it all. Let's not do that.
No.
That'd be sad. He's gone. He's just gone. So we gave it an intent. It flies. Its personality is it's pretty dumb, I guess. It's kind of a joke to. We want it to be kind of viewed as a joke to audiences seeing it. But in world, I guess it's threatening and is actually incredibly dangerous.
Oh no, in world it's the joke, but like it just shouldn't be. It just really, honest to God, should not be a joke, but we take it as a joke.
Yeah.
Like people think about climate change, like some people laugh it off, but then like it's real and like holy shit. But like just
Yeah.
like
So, and then we get for silhouette. Actually, let's test this out since we let's get rid of the other details and just not him. Where's the gas? Oh god, I'm losing everything in my layers. Apologies. I can't. I should have named layers for this project. Okay, there we go. So let's just merge this. Yeah, so there he is. So let's look at his silhouette. Does he stand out amongst other things? So I'll put Batra back in there. And
Actually,
I had a
one thing you could do, just to show it compared to something similar, if you can find like a silhouette of Kamazots, try compare it to that.
that might be kind of hard to do, just because it's like I don't think it's unless Unless you want to find one, like I think it might be hard just because like I don't know if there's an exact like cropped render of his full design.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to find right now.
I'll just add a bunch of like I'll put Scorpeep in there. So I will say just from looking at these, I think maybe we could have posed it a bit better. Actually,
I sent you one,
Look
Zim,
for-
unless you found one.
I was just sending one to what's it called, to Kaiju, and if you're the one you sent's better. I'm
oh,
gonna
there we
send
go.
that
That's
to
actually really good.
Yeah, we sent the same one.
All right, I stand corrected.
You've been proven wrong. Wrong, sir.
Here's the stupid bat. Just kidding. I like him. He's cool. Honestly, this is. I think. There he is. I think with our design, I will say since this is a test, I don't think our design is bad. But I think, see, like all these are posed in a way to where you can like clearly see like I feel like we could have adjusted the pose a bit. Maybe we could have extended his neck.
If we extended the neck too, that would definitely make the design look really would
it
stand
would look
out.
more distinct. I don't. I think the wings are the things that stand out the most. Even maybe that I could have angled the wings a bit better.
I think the biggest change to help with the wing issue might be the positioning of the ears. They're going straight back, so they're cutting directly into that back ring. If they were more droopy, like drooping down his face to the goat, like you'd get some cutting in the
Oh
solo.
yeah, you're right.
But like you'd see more of like this droopy ear thing down by his neck, and you'd get more of the wing, and that showcase more of like how his back looks compared to some of the others.
Yeah, you're actually right. We could have had them just like flowing droopily and not
Because
up
like
in
right
the air
now,
like
it's like
that.
just a big old black blotch where like there's his face, there's part of his ears, his wings, and it all just blends together, and it's like just a big ass blotch.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do think it's like the ears here, and like definitely this area. I think we actually like here we can see like it has like a ram like kind of horn thing, like its head is armored and stuff, and we can clearly see the jet and like the gross little like toes and the wings. But I think this area is where it gets a bit confusing. But I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think it's just
Well, it's like the same deal where if like the picture with Mickey, if like his hands
Yeah.
were like in his pockets,
that'd be difficult. Yeah.
that'd be difficult to like tell much about him, and we'd only have like his feet and the ears. So I think it just comes down to the silhouette. But
posing.
even like looking at Camazot's compared to him,
It's clear.
there's so many differences you can really point out.
Yeah. I think this situation where we have with the silhouette here, this actually I think definitely comes down to more of a posing issue where like all these kaiju and silhouettes they're clearly posed and you can clearly see every detail, but with ours it's a bit the pose of it is actually it doesn't allow you to see the full every little I guess detail of the silhouette. So I think we did good. I just think that our posing could have been better, but so we could have seen those shapes a bit more throughout the design. But I think for this little project, I think we did a pretty good job. And it does look I mean, even though it's a bit messy, it does look distinct from the other kaiju and whatever silhouettes that are on here. So I think we did a good job. This mess of a...
You say we did a good job as you look at the most horrid abomination known to mankind.
Yep. Perfect design.
You did good, pig. You did good.
Perfect. This is our perfect design.
It was our lucky.
There he is.
Nothing could beat that.
And I'm done. I'll just leave that up there.
Like again, nothing beats Pogra.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, except for maybe the Chuckler.
The Chuckler. Just the universe of like derangement. Just the kaiju movie is the Pogra.
We
Then there's
thrive
the
in
Chuckler.
society.
We are settled in a civilization.
We thrive in a society.
Oh God, I found it. I fucking found him.
Found what?
The Chuckler.
Oh God. Oh no.
It's like
Good
that's
God.
We thrive in a civilization.
that's the Chuckler
His long arms.
body type. I just have it drawn. Like that's what his body looks like. Like you just clap your universe out of existence. Chuckle about it, and that's the Chuckler. So I might have some competition.
I'd never want to be alone with that thing if that thing was like slightly bigger than a human. I could just imagine that thing like waddling, like doing a waddle run towards me to grab me with those logman arms.
I just imagine him like dragging his finger across your skin. His like really long,
Ugh.
distinct finger as he opens only the front part of his mouth.
Ugh. God.
The Chuckler.
The Chuckler.
Pogra versus the Chuckler.
This is your next. This is your next challenge to Kaiju. Just like come up with something for this. This is your prompt. Neckbeard Kaiju.
Oh God. I'm saving that for Kaiju.
I'm saving that for Kaiju.
No, I'm just imagining like an old timey like 60s poster of the Chuckler versus Pogra.
Pogra.
The Chuckler versus Pogra.
Damn.
No, even better. The reason the two fight, like the reason these two monsters fight is that the Chuckler views Pogra as disgusting and he wants to clap the universe with his Chuckler hands to rid himself of this.
The reason the Chuckler doesn't like Pogra is because, like, you know, Chuckler just likes leaving bad reviews, and you know, Pogra's just too fucking dumb to learn how to read, so it doesn't really hold the same type of weight. So you're right, he just wants to clap him, but like, Jesus fucking Christ. If the Chuckler thought that he was the worst smelling of the bunch, Pogra's got him beat on that. They're just
No, I'm just imagining him chasing after Pogra, but he's like his arms like raised up like Frankenstein, just trying to catch him. And he's got like little dinky legs, but they're making the Scooby-Doo run noise as he's running after him.
He's just like got his arms like this.
I'm just wondering what the since I'm gonna upload this, I'm wondering what the comments are gonna be on this. Like what the like just out of context of like what is this?
Yes, you're like, dude, what did you do? You know, quite literally, yes.
Runs like those two crabs. I used to have to make the crabs run.
Pogra, me boy, I'm coming to get you.
Damn, this is a long stream.
I know, we made it almost 6 hours. Well, even better, what we need to do is that we need to have another monster that's like an equal to these two, and have like the Dr. Levacy walking animations for all of them, just the Chuckler in the middle, and just like Pogra just like bouncing forward on like little fumes.
Bruh. He's even got the funky ass little hat, bro. He's definitely gonna critique your Kaiju verse.
As you can see,
I don't think that's realistic, Zimcast. You can't have a nice 100 grand. How's it going to be fresh water? Godzilla didn't have that, so I don't know why you have it. Mom, get me some more Cheetos.
ever since Cheetos were associated with like gamer food, I've like never picked up a Cheeto since.
Cheetos.
I haven't had Cheetos in years.
I bet Pogra loves Cheetos.
That's like his favorite. No. The way they defeat him is they just make a giant cheese curl and they shoot it at him and it just dinks him out of the sky.
Dink. Just bleep. And falls.
No. Not even just he falls. Like he does like a barrel roll spin into the ground. Well, like a giant like green mushroom cloud afterwards.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we beat him, and then he just like it just annihilates the whole planet. Like because like
Annihilates the whole planet.
But when does Pogra get his burning Pogra form?
no, I'm not doing that.
We don't.
This, every time it's because everything's on fire for him. It's just Flight of the Valkyries.
You can do burning Pogra. All you just gotta do is a flame that goes a little bit too far up into like Pencil's axe. His axe is just on fire. That's burning Pogra.
Burning.
Yeah, and then we have to make the entire Pogra series. Or there's Pogra. There's Pogra Raids again. Pogra versus the Chuckler. Invasion of the Chuckler.
Pogra,
versus
Zogara, Chuckler,
all retards attack.
All retards attack.
And there's Pogra versus Mecha Pogra.
stupid
Return of
monsters. all
Pogra.
just-
Pogra versus King Chuckler. Pogra versus Chuckler, the battle for Earth.
The battle for Earth.
This is stu-
Pogra versus Mecha Chuckler 2.
Pogra versus Chuckler to destroy all retards.
Or Pogra versus Space Pogra. Then there was Pogra Final Wars.
Stop. I don't. It's just-
Shin Pogra.
no, Shin Pogra.
Oh, see, that's something I'm gonna want to see, like Shin Pogra,
No, what's it called? Planet of the Pogras.
Planet of the Chucklers.
City on the Edge of Chuckler.
Pogra singular point.
No, even better, the Chuckler Eater.
The Chuckler Eater. Just like casually drawing this obese kaiju for y'all.
Son of Pogra.
Tell me, Takaiju.
I don't want to know what his child looks like.
Is this a unique silhouette type?
I mean, it's exaggerated, yeah.
Like, could you like just draw out this silhouette type for me? Show me what it looks.
I mean,
It's fucking hard. Just
Oh, and remember there was also the spin-off ones. Like there was War of the Pogras, Latitude Pogra, Space Pogra.
There was War of the
Pogra conquers the world.
Pogra super monster.
Destroy all Pogras.
Destroy all Pogras.
Pogra the Invincible.
No. Pogra the
escapes.
unbelievable. No, this is
Pogra the Unbelievable.
Pogra the unbelievable. That is the best. God. Well,
I'd watch Pogra 98, bro.
Pogra 98, when someone takes Pogra seriously and just super grounds it into like a somewhat serious looking kaiju.
Pogra the series.
Pogra 98 series, where it's actually done really decently.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the ultimate universe where the one Pogra film from America is actually like really well made and taken seriously. It's considered like an art house classic.
I sound like Mordecai.
Apparently you do.
Yeah, this is my voice. Wait.
Whoa.
What can I say? What is a Mordecai quote?
You know who else sounds like Mordecai?
My mom.
Ah, Rigby.
Yeah, that you do sound more like Mordecai for that one. Funny internet videos.
It's kaiju, no doubt.
Funny internet videos. Like I don't know. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you
that's
got-
a really good one.
Whoa.
And then there was the Pogra from 20,000 Fathoms, the giant Pogra.
Hey, Margaret.
No, you have to say it. No, say that again, Takaiju, but say it as Braden.
It's Brayden.
Yeah, you have to say hey, Braden.
Hey, Brayden.
And then there was Pogra Lives too, and Pogra the Brave.
There you go. I finished them. There's the Chuckler.
It's not even a bad like that. Actually, I feel like if you like put that in silhouette, it would actually be pretty like. It would actually.
Stinks.
Oh, and remember the Pogra video games too? There was like Pogra Monster of Monsters,
GigaPogra.
GigaPogra, Dawn of the Pogras.
The flies are on the ground because they're dead. They can't handle the stick.
War of the Pogras.
War of the Pogras.
Pogra Save the Earth.
All right. Well,
Pogra versus Chuckles.
Well, no, because would it be Pogra versus Chuck? Because with the rights issue, they can't call him the Chuckler, so it would just be
They can't
Chuck.
call him the Chuckler, but like they can just stick with Chuckler, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I always preferred the original the Chuckler versus Pogra. That was always the more classic of the two.
You know, Chuckler versus Pogra 68, the one where he falls into the ocean and he drowns because he can't swim. You know, that one's always the best, but you know that one
Yeah.
was the best.
Like, I mean, the socio-political commentary in the original was really the highlight of the Pogra series. You ask me?
What's gonna be the Chuckler's weapon in like 2021? Pogra versus Chuckler.
No. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking of the Saints Row weapon.
Which one is that?
Oh, you know which one?
No. Say
Yes.
it. Say it. Say it.
Giant ass dildos. The weapon for the Chuckler.
the only way to defeat Pogra is to plug him up.
My stream gets taken down. Switch.
Sorry. Okay.
What do you mean? It's a popsicle. No, like just turn it back on. I promise. It's not a dick anymore. It's a Twix. Okay, I promise.
I better see Twix written on that. I can still see it from loading, Doc
Don't worry,
Boy.
don't worry. I'm erasing it. I'm fixing it. It's a Twix bar. It's got the little Twix vein.
I come back to my PC to see that on screen. I did Mordecai impressions derpy while you were gone, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. Hey, derpy.
I swear to God. In other news, I also have merch too. That
It's just a merch drop. Like in other.
We thrive in a civilization.
We
So guys,
civilization. So
guys, can you buy my merch?
yeah, buy my merch. I got baseball shirts. I got hoodies. It is nice. It helps me live. I would love you all if you did that for me.
Make a hat.
I want to thank the. Does it do hats? I know.
I don't know.
And there's another site that does hats. There's masks. I don't need a mask anymore. So you know. Thanks, Obama. I would actually. There's another design I'm working on that's actually got hats. But yeah.
Make a
No, I am now literally there is gonna be a I am thinking about doing a Pogra just chasing after Zogra in like a really funny comic style.
Dude, I will.
I want to commission someone to
I
do
can
that.
help you. Well, I can do it. I might take some time.
It's gonna take some time. Oh no, trust me, I'll definitely let you do it.
I need.
No. Even better. It's gonna be it has to be both Pogra and the Chuckler chasing after him.
Yes,
God.
it's got to be Pogra and the Chuckler. Like, the battle royale.
Oh,
Listen, the Chuckler is a very easy silhouette. You just take an orangutan and like you stick the head of a goblin on it.
Even better. What's it called? With Zogra facing off against the Chuckler and Pogra, it's just him holding up like shampoo and soap.
It's just him holding up some air freshener.
No, even better. He's holding it in front of his mouth, about to breathe on it to give it a better effect.
Bruh.
But to answer your question, Derpy, if you are subscribed and stay tuned, I will be having a Patreon up soon, which will give you access to my Discord, and I'm also in other Discords too. I lurk and I do derpy shit like this from time to time. But
I don't have a Discord server. Don't even ask. Anyway.
yes. But I do want to have everyone chill out their shit because you're all amazing, and I platonically love you all except for Brayden. I love him unconditionally, like a wife. Pyro, talk about shill for me.
What's up? I'm Pyro Tyrant. You can find me on Instagram because that's where I am, and that's where I post my shit every so often whenever I finish it or I finish a piece. And yeah, I'm Pyro. So like, please follow me. Thank you very much. God bless the USA.
And Defender, shill for me.
Well, you can find me on G98 Appreciator on Twitter, as well as Crispy Vic. Hopefully, I'll post some more art of like Godzilla, Kaiju, and all that jazz.
And the father of Pogra himself, shill.
Can you cut back to the Pogra?
I will.
All right. So if you want more content, more epic monsters like Pogra, hey guys. So if you want, just follow me at Takaiju Art on Twitter and Instagram, and you'll see more of that, I guess. And I'll be uploading this soon. Yeah. So go follow that, I guess, if you want to see that.
I need some Pogra merch, bro.
We will have Pogra merch. Trust me.
Pogra, choking the skies with farts. That's the end of the song.
And lastly, myself, you can find me at Zimzo99 essentially everywhere. Bamaty stuff is nice. It helps me a lot. Some big things coming in the future, and I can't do it alone. I thank everyone for not just coming on, but also the people viewing it and dealing with the absolute insanity that happened tonight. And I think this actually would probably cap it off as the longest stream that we've done. And I couldn't be more than happier with how it turned out, because we live for this kind of absolute fucking nonsense. So thank you all. And thank you everyone for joining us, and enjoy what little of the night you have left. And may the Chuckler haunt your dreams and chuckle you in oblivion.
Yeah, he's gonna clap the universe, boy. He's gonna clap them cheeks.
Godzilla sucks.
Godzilla is objectively a bad kaiju. Good night.